Nays are ordered. The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, the Blackburn Amendment penalizes innocent people who are eligible for Medicaid coverage and are waiting to cut through a thicket of red tape and get health care. This can go on for months and months and defies basic fairness and common sense. The parliamentarian has already ruled that the federal government, if it does this, it would be coercive and not acceptable under the reconciliation rules. This is a distraction from Republican attempts to decimate the Medicaid benefit, and I therefore raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule, Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The question is on the motion to waive. Oh.
Ms. Alsop Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Let me read my colleagues a statement made this year by somebody, and I quote, "Anyone who says that about the," here's what he said, "anybody that says the current policy baseline is the way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud," end of quote. I wanted to make sure I got that quote correct because it was made by a Republican congressman from Arizona, Congressman Schweihart. Here's another quote. "This is fairy dust, and they are all full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it." Who said that? Congressman Chip Roy, Republican from Texas. And I think it's worth quoting those Republican members of Congress because while I dramatically disagree with what they did in their House bill, at least they used honest accounting. At least they didn't try to perpetrate this budget fraud that we're witnessing here in the United States Senate. A budget fraud that would, I dare say, make the Enron scammers blush. And if you go through the numbers, it's dramatic. For example, honest scoring of the bill shows that extending the individual tax rates from Trump 2017 will cost $2.2 trillion. That's what the House of Representatives said, $2.2 trillion. When you use the fraudulent budget math that Senate Republicans want to use, all of a sudden that's $83 billion. If you look at the cost of extending key deductions for businesses, the House used accurate accounting. It comes to $820 billion over 10 years. Under the Senate plan, $6 billion. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time, Mr. President, going over this chart, but I do want to put it up here. This is from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. And the blue shade in each of these years shows what Senate Republicans say their bill will cost in each of those years. This is the so-called current policy baseline. This is what those House Republican members called fraudulent accounting, and it is. And if you add up all of those blue deficits over those 10 years, they claim it's $441 billion additional debt over 10 years. But if you use the honest accounting that we've always used in the United States Senate for the purpose of budget reconciliation, you get the full bar, including the orange numbers, which is $4.2 trillion in debt over those 10 years. I do want to point out to my colleagues something interesting because you have these dashed orange lines. What this is representing is that some of these costs from lost revenues in some of these out years go down. That's because under this House Republican plan, the tax cuts for people with the no tax on tips, they go away. They vanish. They vanish right here in 2029. But the tax cuts for very wealthy people, for billionaires and others, they go on for the 10 years. In fact, they go on forever. And the last point I'm going to make is, by letting them go on forever, tax cuts for very wealthy people, Senate Republicans are violating the entire structure of the budget reconciliation process. Because when it was first devised, the entire purpose of it was to reduce our deficits and reduce the debt. And Republican senators are perverting the entire purpose of that special procedure that allows things to pass in the United States Senate with 51 votes and not having to secure the 60-vote threshold to overcome a filibuster. They are violating that entire structure. And again, why? Because they're hell-bent on making sure those tax cuts for very wealthy people go on forever. And again, at the expense of everybody else. And I'll just close, Mr. President, by pointing out that it wasn't that long ago that just down this hall here in the Senate Rotunda, Donald Trump took the oath of office. He looked at the cameras and he said he wanted a new golden age for America. But this is not a golden age for America. It is a gilded age for the wealthiest people in America. And those are the people he was really speaking to, because they're the ones who were sitting right behind him on Inauguration Day. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, the tech titans, the billionaire cabinet, more billionaires than any cabinet by far in American history. That's who this bill serves. It serves very wealthy and powerful people, and it does so at the expense of everybody else in America in one form or another. And I hope our Senate, on a bipartisan basis, will give it a big thumbs down. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, never in my time in Congress have I seen a bill that does so much damage in so many ways to so many people in so many states, and that will affect so many generations. Mr. President, the clerks have read the bill. It's now time for us to kill the bill. The point of reading the bill was to reveal that this bill has one goal, and that is to extend tax cuts to very wealthy Americans, where the top 1% will get 60% of the benefit, and to make everyday Americans pay the price to fund those tax cuts. And it's no wonder right now that 2 in 3 Americans oppose this bill. The question is, will the United States Senate oppose this bill? Here are just a few ways that the President's so-called one big, beautiful bill will hurt Vermont. In Vermont, 11,500 people will lose their health care coverage under Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. 21,000 Vermonters will lose Medicaid coverage. And food nutrition programs that are so essential to the well-being of your citizens and mine. In Vermont, the SNAP program, 11% of our households use it, 65,000 people. A little over a third of households rely on the SNAP program, and they have kids. Nearly 3,000 veterans in Vermont rely on the SNAP program. By the way, we're talking about $6 a day. Billions are going to be cut across the country, and that's going to hurt Vermont, and it's going to hurt everyone. In Vermont, some homeowners, to save money on their energy bills, use the home energy efficiency upgrades that was made possible under the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are being ripped apart. Folks saved about $420 to $980 a year. That's real money for people living paycheck to paycheck. This bill scraps that. Mr. President, here's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, we still have time to kill this bill. And we should kill this bill. we Democrats are united in opposition to this bill, but it's not only Democrats whose constituents are going to be hurt by this bill. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have an opportunity to make a choice. Read the bill and decide, are you going to protect your constituents who are going to suffer the same afflictions as my constituents, or are you going to defer to President Trump? The bad in this bill, it's going to inflict bipartisan pain. This is not aiming at red state or blue state. This is aimed at working class and middle class Americans. More than 76,000, just to give an example, West Virginia, a great state I visited, went into a coal mine, hardest working people ever, except maybe for Vermont dairy farmers. More than 76,000 people in West Virginia will lose access to health care because of this bill. 278,000 West Virginians are going to lose access to the nutrition programs of SNAP. In Tennessee, more than 295,000 people will lose access to health care, Medicaid, through this bill. And SNAP means 758,000 Tennesseans lose their nutrition benefits. So I just want to repeat here, this is the bipartisan infliction of pain. This is real. This is real. And is the tax cut largely directed to the very wealthy people? Is it worth inflicting that kind of pain on so many when the tax cut benefits so few? Mr. President, let's talk more about what's in this bill, because the American people, they need to know what we're voting on. It makes major cuts, of course, as I've said, in Medicaid. But the immediate effect of those Medicaid cuts is that it really threatens the financial stability, the viability of the community hospitals that are in all of our communities. Folks are going to show up to get care. And across the country, 17 million people will lose any reimbursement from Medicaid. So they'll go to our community hospitals and they'll do what they do. They'll provide care even if they don't get paid, but they can only do that so long. So those hospitals are literally threatened to go out of business in every single state. This bill cuts Medicaid by over $930 billion. So that ripple effect is going to hurt all of our hospitals. And absolutely some of those are going to close. And by the way, that's going to result in a higher cost shift, so that those employers who are doing everything they can to provide employer-sponsored health care for their employees are going to see their premiums spike badly. The bill's going to rip away food assistance programs that more than 42 million Americans need. That's $6 a day, as I mentioned, and that'll be gone. This, by the way, has a real impact on our farmers. They put food on our table. One of the things that our farmers are so proud of is they feed America and they feed the world. And they've been able to supply the food that is then distributed through the SNAP program. It's going to undercut the revenue that they get for doing really good for a lot of people across our country. The bill takes us backwards in our effort to expand energy production and fight climate change. The bill actually adds a tax on wind and solar. It takes away the incentives and it adds a tax. And Mr. President, 95% of the new electric generation, and we need so much more of it, in the past few years has come from clean energy. We don't have that going into production to provide energy along with storage technology. The cost of electricity to the people you represent and the folks I represent in Vermont is going up. Mr. President, there's another aspect of this bill. It just makes no sense being in this bill. It makes no sense being in any bill, particularly. It is a Republican-led bill that strips states of their right to pass laws to protect their consumers against AI threats and against social media threats. It imposes a moratorium for 10 years on any states taking any action. This affects Vermont directly. It affects every single one of our states. And how, I ask, can one argue they're for state rights and then strip states of being able to act on behalf of their own citizens? This bill is a real threat to our economy. It's going to increase the debt, already about $35 trillion, by at least $3.3 trillion. And for what? Tax cuts to very, very wealthy people, multinational corporations who are having record profits at the expense of health care, at the expense of our community hospitals, at the expense of our investments in clean energy, at the expense of our food and nutrition programs. Invested in what? It's destructive. It's not productive. Inflation is going up under this bill. Just think of how much more we're going to pay in debt service. Dead money. It's about $1 trillion. So home mortgages, folks are going to be paying at least $1,000 more. Small business loans, at least $1,000 more. Grocery prices, definitely going up for about all Americans. You know, Mr. President, there's an ugly aspect of this bill as well. And it is that this bill is entirely in service of providing tax cuts largely to the very wealthy. The top 1% of income earners in this country will get 60% of the benefit. That's a couple of 100,000 people will get immense tax breaks that exceed the so-called tax breaks that go to a couple of 100 million Americans. And it's those in the 60% category that are going to be paying the higher prices for utilities, credit card debt, cost of a car loan, rent, groceries. So, Mr. President, I say let's come to our senses and not do something that is in a massive escalation of the wealth transfer from the working class, the middle class, to the very, very wealthy. Many of us have a number of amendments, and I do too, to try to make the point that our job is to make things better for everyday working Americans, not inflict additional burdens on them. We have a job to do. It is to strengthen this economy, provide more stability for our families and our communities. And in this bill, we're doing exactly the opposite. Aggravating income inequality, not mitigating it. Accelerating climate change rather than diminishing it. Making life tougher for everyday families. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to defeat this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Maine.
Mr. President, this bill is a farce. Imagine a bunch of guys sitting around a table and saying, I've got a great idea. Let's give $32,000 worth of a tax break to a millionaire, and we'll pay for it by taking health insurance away from lower income and middle income people. And to top it off, how about we cut food stamps, we cut SNAP, we cut food aid to people. It's a joke. I would say it was a joke, except it's not the least bit funny. I've been in this business of public policy now for 20 years, 8 years as governor, 12 years in the United States Senate. I have never seen a bill this bad. I have never seen a bill that is this irresponsible, regressive, and downright cruel. The basic premise of the bill, as I said, is cut benefits for the American people, particularly in the areas of health care and food, in exchange for tax cuts for the very wealthy. Now, I know my colleagues are going to come to the floor because I've had this discussion before. They're going to say, oh no, this is a middle class tax cut. This is going to cut taxes for people in the middle class. Well, here's a little suggestion of how to get out of this mess. If you cap the tax cuts at people making $400,000 a year, which is a pretty healthy income, the cost of this bill would drop by 60%. And you wouldn't have any need to cut Medicaid. And by the way, there are Medicare cuts also built into this, and SNAP. $400,000. In other words, we're for the middle class tax cuts. That's okay. But just stop it at $400,000 and don't give the tax breaks to the people. A millionaire under this bill gets a $32,000 tax cut. A person making $5 or $10 million gets a couple of $100,000 tax cut. I don't think they need it. They sure as hell don't need it as much as people need health insurance. So just to put a fine point on it, this bill is literally, and remember my $400,000 suggestion, so we're taking care of the middle class, but with 60% of the cost above $400,000 in income, this bill is literally taking food out of the mouths of kids to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break. That's the facts. They're ugly. And like I say, if we were talking about this in random, sitting around at a lunch table, people would say, well, that's a joke. That's ridiculous. Nobody would suggest that. But here we are. And several of my colleagues, including Senator Tillis from North Carolina, have pointed out there's no rush on this bill. We don't have to do this bill by July 4th or July 10th. There's no rush. These tax credits, these tax cuts don't expire until the end of the year. Let's take our time and write a decent bill. Let's kill this bill. It'll only take 4 or 5 senators on the other side. We can kill this thing and start over and write a decent bill on a bipartisan basis. And I think we'd find agreement on middle-class tax cuts. But I think we could also do some things with expenditures that wouldn't be so bloody harmful. Medicaid. Let me start with hospitals. In Maine, I've talked to the hospitals, I've talked to the hospital association, I've talked to small hospitals, large hospitals. They're mostly running on a 1%, 2%, or 3% margin. The analysis is that this could cost us 2 to 5 of our rural hospitals. And when a rural hospital goes out, several things happen. One thing is the economy of the town goes with it. In most of these small towns, the hospital is the major employer. So you're talking about the economics of those jobs in a small town that will make a huge difference in that local economy. The second thing that happens is a loss of services for everybody in town, not just the Medicaid people. That hospital closes, everybody in town is going to have to drive another 30, 40, 50, 100 miles to get care. And they're going to have to not only, there may be closures, there will certainly be cutting of services. We already have a serious problem in Maine of obstetric services. We've got a county with no obstetric services. And that's only going to get worse under this bill. The hospitals are pleading with us to not do this. And again, do we really need to do this to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I've talked about hospitals, but let's talk about people. The analysis is 60,000 people in Maine would lose their insurance coverage. 40,000 under Medicaid, about 20,000 under the Affordable Care Act. And we've had a lot of personal stories tonight. I want to tell a story about myself. When I worked here in the 70s, I had insurance. It was employer-supported insurance. We paid part of the premium. I had insurance as a junior staff member in this body 50 years ago. Because I had that insurance that covered a free checkup, I went in and had my first physical in 8 years. And I wouldn't have had that physical if the insurance hadn't have covered it. I wouldn't have been able to spring for it. I had that physical, and the doctors found a little mole on my back. And they took it out. And I didn't think much of it. And I went in a week later, and the doctor said, "You better sit down, Angus. That was malignant melanoma. You're going to have serious surgery." And a friend of mine who was a doctor said, "Angus, here's my best advice. Let them be as radical as they want in that surgery." And I had the surgery, and here I am. If I hadn't had insurance, I wouldn't be here. And it's always haunted me that some young man in America that same year had malignant melanoma. He didn't have coverage. He didn't have insurance. He didn't get that checkup, and he died. That's wrong. That's immoral. So the idea of cutting health insurance from people is just, oh, well, they just won't have coverage for their doctor's visits. No, people die when they don't have health insurance. There is statistical analysis to bear that out. So this isn't any joke. And by the way, people say, well, we're talking about fraud in Medicaid. Listen, almost $1 trillion cut in Medicaid, 15 million people being cut off, 60,000, 40,000 in the state of Maine, that isn't fraud. That's cutting people who need the care. And I don't understand the obsession, and I never have, and I stood right there and watched John McCain cast that vote to save the Affordable Care Act, along with my colleague Susan Collins. I don't understand this obsession with taking health insurance away from people. I don't get it. Trying to take away the Affordable Care Act in 2017 or 2018, and now this? What's driving this? What's the cruelty to do this, to take health insurance away from people, knowing that it's going to cost them? It's hard to calculate the cost, up to and including losing their lives. Okay, let's talk about SNAP. Let's talk about SNAP. The average benefit for SNAP is $6 a day. You feed yourself on $6 a day. The average cost of a meal in the U.S. is about $10.50 a day. So we're already below cost, if you will. And here's what it means in my state. 20% of the children in my state are food insecure. And we're talking about cutting SNAP and taking dollars away from those kids. And I was interested in that, and I thought, oh, that's pretty bad. I'm worried Maine's 20%. 20% of our kids are food insecure. So I did a little research. In Arkansas, it's 24% of the kids who are food insecure. In Iowa, 17%. South Carolina, 14%. Michigan, 19%. Missouri, another 19%. That's 1 out of 5 kids are food insecure, and we're going to cut that food in order to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax cut. Mr. President, that's not only bad policy, it's downright immoral. Okay, what's the other problem with this bill? There's so many, and so many problems, so little time. It's irresponsible. It adds about $4 trillion to the deficit. And by the way, this current policy thing doesn't pass a straight face test. A 7th grader knows it's nonsense. You got to borrow the money to pay. If this bill doesn't pass, then there isn't a $4 trillion hit on the budget. If it passes, there is. And the thing that really gives a lie to this nonsense is also in this bill is a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling. If it's not really debt, then we don't need to increase the debt ceiling. It's a sham. Voodoo budgeting. So, I don't want to hear any more from my colleagues about deficits. I don't want to hear any more crocodile tears about deficits. We're mortgaging our future. I hear all this drama about deficits from people who are voting for this bill to add $4 trillion to the deficit unnecessarily. There's a saying of a famous New Englander, your actions speak so loud I can't hear your words. Your actions speak so loud, I can't hear your words. Your actions are, you're adding to the deficit unnecessarily. So don't talk to me about deficits. Now, the first rule, if you're in a hole, is stop digging. And we're in a hole, Mr. President. We're in a hole, so you stop digging by not passing this bill or not passing it in the extreme form that it is to give the tax benefits, 60% of the tax benefits to people making over $400,000 a year. The reason, what's driven the deficit, if you go back and look over the last 20 years, there are 3 things. One were the unpaid for Bush tax cuts. We had major tax cuts and then a war that we put on the credit card. The unpaid for Trump tax cuts in 2017 and COVID. Now, COVID was an emergency. And the financial crisis in 2008 and 9 and 10. That were emergencies. That's where you run deficits. But you don't run deficits when times are good, and that's exactly what we're doing here. If you're in a hole, stop digging. And by the way, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan group, has said, and I haven't heard this mentioned, this bill will actually accelerate the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund and the Medicare Trust Fund. There's a nice thing for you. It'll make those funds go insolvent sooner than would otherwise be the case. Gutting the IRS. By the way, I have another suggestion for my colleagues. You want to find $600 billion a year? Enforce the tax laws against cheaters. That's the estimate. $600 billion a year is left on the table because cheaters, mostly high income, are not paying the taxes they owe. The poor stiff that gets a 1040, he has to pay it. Everybody knows what he's making. But it's these people with the fancy lawyers and accountants, and I'm not talking about tax avoidance here. I'm talking about stone cold tax evasion. $600 billion a year. That would be nice instead of cutting Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps. Another piece of this bill that hasn't got much attention is ICE. The current budget of ICE is $9 billion a year. Under this, they're increasing it $75 billion over 4 years. That's an additional $18 billion a year. They're tripling the budget of ICE. They're tripling the budget. We're dangerously close, Mr. President, to creating a federal police force, which we've never had in this country and we shouldn't have. And by the way, I have never in my life seen a law enforcement officer with a mask on. I don't get where that came from. A law enforcement officer wearing a mask. Where I come from, people that wear masks are not the good guys. And I don't understand that, but to triple this budget, you wonder where that's going to take this country. So let me go back to the beginning. All this damage to give a tax break to a guy who's making $1 million. The chairman of the Finance Committee wasn't here, I think, when I said this. Mr. Chairman, if we limit the tax cuts to people making $400,000 and less, it will reduce the cost of this bill by 60%. It will ameliorate the need for any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. It would also minimize the hit on the debt and the deficit. There is no rush to pass this bill. Let's kill it, give it a merciful death over the next 24 hours, and then start over writing a responsible bill to deal with the expiring tax cuts for the middle class and deal with issues within the federal government that should be addressed. But this bill is not the answer. It is a sham, and it is a shame. And it is embarrassing to even be debating this bill. It should have never come before us in this form. I hope that enough of my colleagues will see that this is an unnecessary damage to the citizens of this country and the citizens of their state. Every state's citizens are going to suffer. And this is something that we in this body can and should prevent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate complete its business today, it stand adjourned until 9 a.m. until Monday, June 30th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 107, H.R. 1. Further, that the leaders be recognized, and following their remarks, all debate time on calendar number 107, H.R. 1 be expired.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues, pursuant to the relevant debate time limits under the Congressional Budget Act.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, what are we doing here? Seriously. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how this makes sense. We are debating a budget that gives another round of tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations on the backs of everyday Americans. And it also adds trillions of dollars to our national debt. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to the Arizonans that I've been hearing from in every corner of our state. If you grew up in a household like mine, where money was tight, you would know that budgets are about priorities. I can still picture my mom sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out which bills to pay. You take the money you have and you put it where it's needed. This budget clearly tells the American people who President Trump and Republicans in Washington need help. If you're a billionaire, it says, we've got your back. But if you're a parent trying to provide for your family, a senior in a nursing home, or a child who counts on school for your only hot meal, you're on your own. This isn't about balancing the books. It's about picking winners and letting everybody else fall behind. And who loses? It's the Americans working 2 jobs, raising kids, caring for elderly parents, and just trying to stay afloat. Because if you grew up in a family like mine, you also know how hard people work to reach their American dream. The promise that if you work hard, that your kids will get a good public education, you'll be able to put food on the table, and you'll be able to go to the doctor and stay healthy, and your kids will be able to grow up and achieve their own American dream. This promise is already getting harder, and it's getting more expensive. We need to be working together across the aisle to ensure that everyone who works hard can have a brighter future. But that's not what my Republican colleagues are doing with this bill. The plan that they are jamming through right now will put the American dream out of reach for more families. And for what? To hand out more tax breaks to people with more wealth than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. Now, Mr. President, I've spent the last several months traveling across Arizona. I've been to our big cities, Phoenix and Tucson. I've been to small towns like Clarkdale and Sierra Vista, talking to Arizonans face to face, listening to their stories, hearing what it would mean to them if Medicaid, food assistance, and other essential services got cut for them and their families. And what I've heard is clear. This budget is going to make it harder for them to stay afloat, let alone get ahead. In Clarksdale, I met a guy named Christian. He's a rural hospital nephrologist. That's a kidney doctor. And he told me that his patients, many of whom rely on Medicaid for dialysis, are now considering stopping treatment altogether because they might not be able to afford it. He said, this is a quote from Christian, he said, financially, none of the patients I serve can pay out of pocket. It's a choice of either massive debt or death. That's the reality to many rural communities. Another woman told me about her friend, a survivor of 2 car accidents and a spinal injury. Her friend relies on Medicaid to help her deal with her chronic pain. Without it, meaning Medicaid, she said that her friend might end her life because the pain is unbearable. She asked me to deliver this message to my colleagues. She said, "This is not a country that can't afford to care for people like her. We can afford to care for everyone if we change our priorities from giving tax cuts to billionaires to taking care of Americans who are in pain every day." Mr. President, people across Arizona are pleading with us to get our priorities right. In Sierra Vista, I hosted a Medicaid town hall, and that's where I met this woman named Tara. She told us how she was once a single mother and how programs like Medicaid and SNAP helped her raise her kid and build a stable life. Today, she works a good job. She doesn't rely on these programs anymore. But here's what she said. She said, "I am deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and related programs. I know firsthand that they don't just help families, they're often the only path to stability." Just last week, I was in Tucson, where I live, where Gabby and I live, helping distribute school lunches at a local high school. It's actually the high school that my wife went to. And I wanted to see firsthand what these summer meal programs mean for Arizona families. These programs are funded through the United States Department of Agriculture, and they rely on data from SNAP and Medicaid to identify the children who need them the most. If this bill passes, a bunch of these kids that I served, I think it was last weekend, they won't be eligible for these programs anymore. It will be harder for them to access school meals, which I think we all know it compromises their academic performance. That's the real cost of this legislation. It's not numbers on a spreadsheet. It's hunger. It's illness. It's fear. It's a bunch of folks who work really hard, doing everything right, and they're still going to get punched in the gut. And it's not just what I hear in person, Mr. President. My office gets hundreds of letters and phone calls every week from Arizonans. People are scared, and they want us to listen. I want to share some of their voices. Frank is a veteran on dialysis. He called this week, and he said, "The food bank and my SNAP benefits are the only way I eat right now. I can't work. I'm not old enough to retire, and I'm dipping into my retirement early just to keep up with my mortgage. Without this help, I don't know what I will do." Mr. President, veterans should never have to say those words in this country. One of the most sacred promises we make to the men and women who serve is that we will take care of them when they return home. That promise doesn't end when they hang up the uniform. It includes making sure that they can afford food, access health care, and live with some dignity. And yet, here's Frank, sick, struggling, and wondering how he'll survive because the programs he relies on are under threat. Cheryl from Tucson, who is a 59-year-old widow, said, She said, I receive disabled widows' benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, and SNAP. Get this. She said, my rent and utilities eat all but about $300 of my monthly income. SNAP and my health care card used to cover most of my food costs. I used to have about $40 left over to buy some extra groceries for the unsheltered in my area. So here's a woman with $40 extra, and she's helping other people. She also says now, buying food for my household takes all of it. I'm scared. If I lose even one of these benefits, I'll lose the grip that keeps the roof over my head. Karen from Scottsdale has worked for over 25 years helping veterans and people with disabilities. She wrote, many of the people I work with rely on Medicaid because they can only work part-time or because their employers don't offer benefits. Cutting them off will just make health care more expensive for everyone. The rich do not need an extension on tax cuts at the expense of low-income and middle-class families. Mr. President, these are my constituents. These are folks who, unprompted, took time to write or call their senator. And every single one of them, Mr. President, is saying the same thing. We're barely holding on, and we're scared this is going to put us over the edge. Now, I wish I could say that these stories were met with compassion by everybody here. But instead, one of my Republican colleagues apparently said, this is a quote, they'll get over it. And another, when asked whether cutting Medicaid would cost lives, said, well, we're all going to die anyway. Now, I didn't come here to throw jabs. I'm repeating those words because they reveal how this budget was written without any connection to the real-world consequences. This isn't about politics. It's about people. So I ask again, what are we doing here? Who do we serve? Is it people like Tara and Cheryl and Crystal and Frank who are working hard and doing everything right to just try to get by? Or is it a bunch of billionaires who've already made it and who don't need another handout? If my colleagues don't believe me, I urge them to go read some of the emails and listen to some of the phone calls that they're getting. Maybe hold a town hall. Listen to those folks. Really, listen to what they are saying. Don't crush their American dream. Don't rig the system even more against them. Don't take a vote just because it's easy. We can do better for the people we serve. Mr. President, they deserve that from us. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today in disbelief. You know, it may sound a little cheesy, but at the end of the day, I fundamentally believe in public service. I believe it can be a force for good, a force that gives people opportunity, a force that is people-powered, that can lift our neighbors up and instill hope, a force that meets the toughest challenges of our constituents, and that is why I am struck with disbelief. Disbelief because If you believe these things like I do, which I would argue most of my colleagues here do, why would you be jamming this bill through? At a time when Wisconsin families are asking us to take on the high cost of living and let them have a fair shot at success, Republicans are raising costs and making an already unfair tax system even worse. My Republican colleagues are not using their time and energy to go after greedy corporations, not to lower the cost of housing, and not to expand access to affordable health care, but rather they are instead forging ahead with a bill that will kick millions of Americans off their health insurance, jack up prices for care for millions more, and literally take food off the tables of hungry families. Look, I was on the same ballot as Donald Trump last year. I heard the same concerns from my constituents that he did. Families needed some breathing room. My Republican colleagues often say that this president's victory gave him a mandate. Well, then, the president and I got the same mandate to lower costs and give people the opportunity to live a steady and comfortable life. But in response, the difference could not be more stark. I'm actually working to do something about it. And this bill, the landmark bill from this president and the Republican Party, does just the opposite and will raise costs for families. One of the biggest cost drivers I hear about is health care. And so instead of standing up to big drug companies to lower prescription drug costs, and instead of building on the Affordable Care Act to expand access to health care coverage, this bill actually terminates coverage for Americans. In fact, 17 million Americans will be kicked off either Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act because of this bill. That is like stripping health care coverage from the entire populations of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa combined. And these aren't just numbers. These are people. These are people who have stories, and they matter. I should know, after battling a childhood illness, I became one of those Americans labeled as having a pre-existing health condition. And insurance companies were legally able to deny me coverage. But because of the Affordable Care Act, we changed that. And we gave families like mine hope. Hope that they can get health care at a price they can afford and sleep well at night knowing they have coverage. Medicaid has given that same hope for generations to some of our most vulnerable neighbors. But with this bill, my Republican colleagues are instilling fear. When we talk about Medicaid, we're talking about the elderly, people with disabilities, and children. We're talking about a single mother of 3 who is struggling to make ends meet, and so many more. I have traveled the state of Wisconsin from Superior to Racine, La Crosse to Green Bay, and everywhere in between, to hear from people who will be harmed by this bill. I have come to this very floor to share their stories, to try to help my Republican colleagues understand what this bill will mean. But it's not just the folks who need Medicaid to survive who are sounding the alarm. Take it from Dr. Abigail Wilgruber, a family medical resident in rural Wisconsin. She said this bill, quote, will deprive millions of Americans, particularly children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities, of the care they need to survive. She continued saying, these provisions will limit my ability to complete my job to the fullest, will lead to worse outcomes for patients. Or take it from Rosalanja Burbot, the executive director of an outpatient counseling center in the Fox Valley in Wisconsin, who said, and I quote, "Without Medicaid and Medicare reimbursements, or with reduced rates, our nonprofit will struggle to survive." She continued to say, quote, "I would hate to consider cutting staff or programs, but that could become our only option. We would lose the ability to serve hundreds of clients, not because the need has diminished, but because we could no longer afford to provide care without reimbursement." I have more and more of these stories from doctors, nurses, and administrators on the ground who are spelling out the absolutely dire consequences of this bill. In Wisconsin, we are already in a crisis when it comes to getting good health care in our rural communities. The system is broken, and this bill is destined to make it only worse. While health care is near and dear to my heart, there is more bad news in this bill. Republicans' big betrayal will also take food assistance, the literal means by which some people are able to put nutritious food on the table, away from them. This bill will take SNAP assistance, our nation's best way to make sure that no one goes hungry, away from more than 3 million Americans. And that leads us to the why. Republicans are making all of these cuts so that they can rig our tax code, which I must say already is deeply unfair to working families. And they would further tilt it in favor of the biggest corporations and the richest in our country. The Republican bill gives people at the top 0.1%, the richest of the rich, a tax cut of more than $250,000 every year. Yes, $250,000 a year. All the while, this bill hits working families the hardest. When taking into account the disastrous Medicaid and SNAP cuts, many working families would see their annual incomes fall by over $1,500. And it doesn't have to be this way. Yes, our system for taxes and health care are broken. But this bill is not the solution. This bill would make it harder for working families to have the opportunity to get ahead, harder for parents to get their kids health care, harder for families to put food on the table. We, Democrats and Republicans, should be working together to give some relief to workers. But instead, Republicans will choose to go it alone and vote to give the biggest corporations and the wealthy another unfair leg up. I will end with this. While I remain in disbelief and frankly disgust, I will always have hope. I have hope because it's not the people in this chamber with the power, it's the people. It's the people who will sadly feel the repercussions of this bill. It's the people who are rising up and will hold anyone who passes this disastrous bill accountable. That is where the true power is. And with that, I yield.
Madam President.
The Senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, Democrats have been on the floor for hours today, pointing out what's in this 1,000-page bill that took over 16 hours to read. I call it the 1,000 pages of pain, the billionaires' gain. So it's bad enough that my colleagues have been on the floor talking about how this bill is going to hurt people on Medicaid, taking food away from our children and families through major cuts to the SNAP program, health care, food, housing, energy support, you name it. The pain is in this bill. But one of the areas that people don't know about is this bill actually has provisions that would take away support for our public schools. Okay, let that sink in. It's not enough that this bill has 1,000 pages of pain in just about every aspect of our lives that you can think of, but now they're coming after support for our public schools. So today I am rising as an advocate for the 49 million children who are enrolled in public schools across our country. Nearly 90% of K-12 students go to public schools, including 95% of children with disabilities. Yet we have a regime that is actively working to end federal support for public schools. We have a president who tried to totally eliminate the Department of Education, and sadly for him, he can't do it with through executive order because only Congress can do that, but they're doing a lot of other things that withhold support for public schools. So, as Republicans in Congress are trying to undermine support for public schools through the first ever national private school voucher program. Let that sink in. The first ever national private school voucher program. That is taking money away from public schools and basically turning it over to private schools through a voucher program. So let's be clear. The school voucher program, the provision, isn't about money for schools. It's about even more money for billionaires because they're the folks who are going to get the most out of this voucher for public schools program. Under this program, wealthy donors would receive large handouts for supporting school vouchers. So this is why the Washington Post in their headline, GOP voucher plan would divert billions, $4 billion a year in taxes in perpetuity to private schools. So specifically, the plan would provide a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. We're not talking about tax deductions. We're talking about a tax credit. This is money that comes right off your taxable amount. So what this bill would do is provide a tax credit of $5,000 or 10% of a taxpayer's adjusted gross income, whichever is greater. So a taxpayer making $10 million, we do have people who make $10 million a year, could contribute $1 million and receive a credit for that full amount. How do you like that? You can get $1 million off your tax bill by contributing to this private school voucher program. So rather than calling this plan what it is, and I tell you, the word scam comes to my mind. It's like scamming the public schools. Republicans are deceitfully trying to sell this plan as an expansion of school choice for families. Oh, isn't this voucher program great? More families can send their kids to private school. Here's the reality. Based on what we know about school voucher programs, they do not promote school choice. Let me give you two examples of why this argument does not hold water. For one thing, school vouchers do not cover the full cost of private school tuition. When was the last time anybody thought about how much private schools cost? Maybe, in schools in Hawaii, private schools can cost something in the order of $15,000 to $20,000 a year, starting from kindergarten. A voucher program will not support that full amount. That means that families who want to send their kids to these private schools will have to make up the cost difference. Well, how many middle-income, low-income families would be able to exercise that choice to send their child to a private school that costs that much? And not only that, as we have seen in states that have passed voucher programs, private schools often raise their tuition when they become eligible for vouchers. Iowa is an example. After they approved vouchers in 2022, private schools there increased their prices by over 20% for kindergarten and by over 10% for other grade levels. Here's another example of why this argument that this program promotes choice. There are fewer private schools in rural communities, so many families do not have access to private schools if they live in rural communities. How does this expand choice for these families? The reality is the majority of vouchers have gone to wealthy families and to subsidizing school tuition for students who already attend private schools. Under this bill, Republicans will make that even worse by prioritizing scholarships for these students. I'm going to repeat that because not only is it bad enough that we're going to divert all of this money basically to private schools, but this bill actually has a provision that says the people who will get these scholarships are students who already go to private schools. In Louisiana, for example, now 99% of voucher tax credits there went to families with annual incomes above $200,000. In Virginia, the number was 87% of vouchers in that state going to wealthy families. In Arizona, it was 60%.
And the nays are 47. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Kane, motion to commit, and Blumenthal, motion to commit.
Without objection.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 30% of the federal workforce is veterans, compared with only 6% of the overall workforce. The Trump administration has fired more veterans than any administration in the history of the United States. Derek Copeland, as an example, was a 20-year Air Force veteran who trained bomb-sniffing dogs. He then took a job with the Department of Agriculture to train dogs to sniff out illegal agricultural products. He was fired 11 days before the end of his probationary year. His termination letter said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." He said, "I gave blood, sweat, and tears to this country for 20 years to continue service to the federal government. I feel like I've been thrown out like a piece of trash." My motion hits pause on this bill and would stop mass firing of veterans because it's wrong, and I would ask my colleagues to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montana.
Well, I thank my colleague, the other Tim, for his concern for our veterans. I feel compelled to note that this motion alone would stop the big, beautiful bill in its tracks. I've been asking for months, where was the Democrat outrage similarly when we laid off tens of thousands of veterans and contractors during the COVID vaccine hesitancy pandemic? There were no due process and no consideration for their service was given. Democrats trying to nitpick and derail this bill by disguising the fact that they are advocating for the largest tax increase in the history of mankind, a $4 trillion tax increase. That's what they're really advocating for. This is also completely unnecessary. Federal law requires the Office of Personnel Management to consider military preference in hiring within our federal workforce. We have to stop using veterans as political pawns. The best thing we can do for veterans is have a strong, capable federal government that is fiscally sound. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Do I have remaining time?
6 seconds.
We can stop this, and we should. President Trump's only been in office 6 months, and he's already fired more veterans than any president in American history. Please vote yes.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
Appreciation. And there's all kinds of data on who owns stocks in this country. And generally, it's the people with a lot of wealth. So this bill had a provision that enabled people to donate appreciated stock so that they could escape capital gains taxes on that stock contribution totally. So this Republican voucher proposal, outlandish as it is, was briefly delayed after it was deemed non-compliant with budget rules earlier this week. Republicans remained undeterred, and they have decided to plow forward with a nearly identical plan. What it comes down to is this plan does not help students. It does not promote choice. It does not support public schools where the majority of our kids go. We should be supporting our public schools, not taking resources away from them. So my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight to fund quality public schools to improve public education in this country. Foundational. This voucher plan is yet another wrong-headed proposal that should be called out for what it is. A handout for the wealthy at the expense of hardworking American families. I urge my colleagues to reject this idea, and I yield back.
Madam President.
The Senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise tonight in a moral moment in our nation. As we debate this bill, so much is on the line. The health care of over 16 million Americans, 750,000 of them Georgians, is on the line. Food for hungry children. In a wealthy nation where 1 in 5 children are already food insecure. They don't know where their next meal is coming from. Their livelihood, their welfare is on the line. The well-being of seniors in nursing homes and the disabled who rely on Medicaid and those who care for them is on the line. The fate of rural hospitals in Georgia, in Alaska, in Louisiana, in little towns all over this nation that are right now barely hanging on is on the line, and the scraps that they are throwing them while cutting them will not save them. And my friends on the other side of the aisle know it. They know that these scraps that they're throwing at rural hospitals will not save them. And so in a very real sense, lives are on the line. We are in a moral moment because something else is on the line. I submit that the character of the country is on the line. In a real sense, the question tonight is, who are we? Not who do we tell ourselves we are, but who are we really? What and who do we care about? What kind of nation are we? And what kind of people do we want to be? Who matters? And who doesn't? Who do we think is dispensable? In no place is the answer to that question clearer than in a nation's budget. I submit that a budget is not just a fiscal document. A budget is a moral document. Show me your budget and I'll show you who you think matters and who doesn't. And if this awful budget were an EKG, it would suggest that our nation has a heart problem and is in need of moral surgery. And so I'm clear tonight. I understand the nature of what we are engaged in. This is a political process. It is. but it is also a moral exercise, not only for the nation, but for each of us individually, and especially for the mere 100 of us out of a nation of 300 million who get to vote, perhaps in a matter of hours. We have the rare privilege of standing up for people who have entrusted with us the covenant of centering their families. It's a real privilege for the people of your state to say that since we can't all go to Washington, we're going to trust you in rooms of power to be thinking about our children, to be thinking about our parents as they deal with the blessings and the burdens of growing old. And so the question for me tonight is, how will we show up in this moment? And that's why yesterday I gathered in the Russell Rotunda with a multi-faith coalition of clergy to pray that lawmakers might have the courage to stand up to their party, to stand up to the special interests, and protect seniors in nursing homes and pregnant mothers on Medicaid and children who risk going to school hungry every single day in this country. 1 in 5 children in the wealthiest nation on the planet already food insecure. And with these SNAP cuts, this body is about to make it worse. And so, surrounded by a clergy of many faith traditions, yesterday I prayed that we would have the courage. I prayed that we would have the grace to stand as voices for the voiceless. And as I stood there, I could not help but feel a sense of deja vu. This is not the first time I've been in our nation's capital speaking out against these policies that betray hardworking families. It was 8 years ago, almost to the day in 2017, when Washington Republicans were trying to pass a tax bill that favored wealthy Americans over working families, that I came to this building not as a senator, but as a pastor. I had no idea that 8 years later I would be serving in this body. I had no notion that I would even run for the Senate. I came as a citizen. And standing with a multi-faith coalition, we were praying for our nation's leaders. We were gathered in the rotunda of the Russell building, and as we were singing and praying, the Capitol Police said, I'm sorry, pastors, you can't sing and pray in the rotunda. If you do not disperse, we will have to arrest you. And let me say that the Capitol Police did not mishandle us that day. They were first-rate professionals. But they said that if you don't disperse, we will have to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My conscience had been arrested. My heart and my imagination, my moral imagination, had been arrested by this idea that we as a country are better than this. I come from a tradition where you don't just pray with your lips, you pray with your legs. You put your body in the struggle for other struggling bodies. And so here I am tonight, 8 years later, having transformed my agitation into legislation. I was arrested that day, but I have transformed my protests into public policy. 8 years ago, I was on the outside. Tonight, I'm on the inside, but it's the same fight. Some of us fight on the inside, some of us fight on the outside, some of us get to serve in the Senate or in the House, others are just watching at home tonight. But be really clear that we are in the same fight, whether we are on the streets or in the suites. Same fight. And in some ways, this is the same bill 8 years later, just worse. Like most horror movies, the sequel tends to be worse. We were here 8 years ago. Washington politicians were trying their best to gut the Affordable Care Act. Remember that? They were trying to gut the Obamacare out of political motives. Millions of Americans were spared. But tonight is the sequel to that horror movie. They are back to their old political tricks, trying to dismantle the ACA again with this legislation. It's the same fight, just worse this time. Instead of extending tax credits that would lower health insurance costs for the middle class, my friends on the other side are giving billionaires and the richest of the rich a tax cut. They are working real hard tonight to help billionaires because God knows they are having a hard time, apparently. And what that means is that 1.2 million Georgians and nearly 20 million Americans are going to see their health care premiums rise. That's what's at stake tonight. If they enact these deep cuts to Medicaid, as they are positioned not to extend these premiums, these tax credits, they are raising the cost of health care for all of us. Even if you are on private insurance, you are not safe. Your health care is about to go up. Your hospital might close because they're cutting these clean energy tax cuts. Your utility bills are about to go up. And so I have a question tonight. Who voted for that? Some of us are Democrats, some of us are Republicans, some of us are independents, some voted for one party, some voted for the other party. I get it, but who voted for that? Who voted for everybody's health care premiums to go up and their hospitals to close? Here's what I know. The folks back in Georgia didn't vote for that. They voted for me and they voted for Donald Trump, but they didn't vote for that. Ordinary folks don't want this. Just ordinary, everyday people who barely pay attention to politics, they don't want this. Even a Fox News poll, and you won't often hear me say that, but even a Fox News poll from this month found that Americans don't support this big, ugly bill. This is symptomatic of the ways in which the people's voices have been squeezed out of their democracy. This is not just a health care fight. It is that. It is not just a fight for food security, for SNAP. It is that. But in a real sense, it is a fight for our democracy, whose voice gets to be heard in this chamber. That's what this is about, the character of the country. Ordinary Americans don't want to do this to our children. That's why they need to know that 71% of all Medicaid enrollees in Georgia are children. 71%. Taking away health care from kids to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Now, let me be clear. I'm all for tax cuts. I believe working families deserve a tax cut, and I certainly don't want to see them face a tax hike this year. That's why I want to nearly double the child tax credit. I believe in tax cuts for hardworking families, for middle-class people, for working-class families. But instead of doing that, instead of helping working-class families who are struggling now against a 10% tax on everything and rising costs, we're now burdening our children by adding $3 trillion to the debt. We're taking away health care from kids and then burdening them with the debt. We are engaged in Robin Hood in reverse, this body of stealing from the poor in order to give to the rich. This massive transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. Yeah, this is socialism for the rich. And when the people hear about it, guess what? They don't like it. Democrats and Republicans and independents, when the people hear about what's in this big ugly bill, they don't like it. And that's why the folks on the other side are trying their best to fast track it. That's why they're trying to pass it, and they haven't even finished writing it. They're twisting themselves in knots, making their members walk the plank under the threat of a primary to pass this big ugly bill. The American people do not want to rob our children of food and health care and then burden them with trillions in debt to give billionaires and wealthy corporations another tax cut. The people do not want this bill. And so if the people do not want this bill, but they are trying to pass it, here's the question you got to ask yourselves at home. You have to ask yourselves, well, who are they working for? Who are they fighting for? Who do they think matters? Do you think they are working for you? This is a moral moment, and a budget is a moral document. And we have been summoned to this moment, people of faith and people of moral courage who claim no particular faith at all. And maybe because I was here yesterday and 8 years ago for a similar fight with faith leaders, maybe because I'm a preacher and it's Sunday, and I've been here instead of church, I have especially been thinking about those of us who are people of faith. People whose lives are informed by Scripture, people of the book. And maybe those of us who have different politics but read from the same book ought to spend some time together reading the book. Because I do sometimes wonder, and I say this with all humility, none of us owns the truth. But if I'm honest, there are days when I have to ask people of my faith tradition as a Christian, are we reading the same book? The book I know says, I was hungry and you fed me. I was sick, I was in prison, and you visited me. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. Inasmuch as you've done it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. The book that I love says, learn to do good, seek justice, rescue the oppressed, defend the orphan, plead for the widow. Speak out for those who cannot speak, for the rights of the destitute. Speak out, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and the needy. My book says, whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord and will be repaid in full. The prophet Amos condemns those who buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals. They sell the poor out and working class people for cheap. And for those of us who have a vote in this moment, for my colleagues who are swinging on a moral dilemma, I hear the prophet Micah say, he has already told you what is good. And what does the Lord require? But that you do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. May God be with our nation and grant us grace, wisdom, and courage for this moment. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, first I want to thank my colleagues, and especially just now my colleague from Georgia, for their work tonight, for their expression of what's at stake in this moment, and to Senator Warnock, I say thank you and amen. I'm here today because I'm joining the majority of Americans who are deeply alarmed by this plan from the President and his congressional allies, a plan that will make life less affordable for more Americans. When we return home for this 4th of July, it'd be nice to be able to tell our constituents that we came together and passed bipartisan legislation to help bring down costs for families. Instead, my colleagues who vote for this legislation will have to explain why, at a time when families' pocketbooks are strained, they chose to support a partisan bill to make American life even less affordable. What will America look like once this bill takes effect? Millions of people will have lost their health coverage thanks to the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. More people won't be able to afford preventive care and cancer screenings, and more people will get sick. Healthcare premiums will surge for everyone because fewer people will have care and the number of uninsured Americans will increase. Rural hospitals will close their doors because they lost Medicaid reimbursements that help keep them afloat. More people, especially in states like mine, will have to make long car rides just to get to a hospital 50 miles away in those desperate moments when minutes feel like hours and hours like eternities. Seniors will be thrown into grave peril because this bill threatens hundreds of billions in Medicare cuts. And once this plan eviscerates food assistance programs, it will be much harder for families to afford to put food on the table at a time when groceries are already far too expensive. Let there be no mistake. More families and children who today are being fed will go hungry. And all the while, our children will be burdened with trillions more in debt. In the name of what cause is all this done? Well, it's all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. This bill will also make us an America where our people are less free. In New Hampshire, during my time as governor, we adopted Medicaid expansion with support from both political parties. and we balanced the budget at the same time. We understood that with health comes freedom, the freedom to work and provide for one's family, the freedom from disease and despair, the freedom that comes from, why do I even have to say this, being alive. Granite Staters also understood that a great country like ours treats its people with great dignity. In America, we don't sacrifice the health of our neighbors, we don't let families fall sick, and we do not imperil our economy, our debt, and our workforce just to pay for a tax giveaway for a billionaire. So what kind of country will we be with this bill? We will not only be less healthy, but we will be less prosperous and less free. In short, this bill is at odds with what we aspire to be as Americans. It's also worth noting how remarkably out of step this bill is with the American people's plea to bring down costs. In a democracy like ours, theoretically, the people's representatives pass legislation that reflects the aspirations of the majority. I say theoretically because clearly that is not what is happening today. Indeed, according to the data from the Joint Economic Committee minority, if one combines this bill with the president's tariffs, firefighters, truck drivers, and teachers, for instance, will lose $470 or more next year, while the top 0.1%, that's people who earn about $4 million or more, will be $348,000 richer. This bill would take away health care from tens of thousands of Granite Staters and would take a similar toll across the country. Indeed, in both Florida and Texas, the number of people who will lose their health insurance is greater than the entire population of New Hampshire. Millions of people losing care with a stroke of a pen. What have these people done to deserve that? All the American people are asking for is for us to help bring down costs. So the president and the Republicans in Congress take away their health care? Sometimes in Washington, we're faced with bills that fail to fully meet the moment, to be sure. But it is rare to find legislation like this, a bill that makes life less affordable during a time when Americans of every political stripe are crying out for lower costs. A bill that seems as if it was drafted just to make a mockery of the wills and wishes of the majority of people in this country. Lately, many of my colleagues and some political pundits have been talking about this bill as if it were inevitable, a runaway freight train so vast that it cannot be stopped. And in light of this inevitability, they suggest that some of the bill's deficiencies can just be overlooked. But of course, this bill was not inevitable, nor is it now. So let's be clear. Each and every senator in this body has free will. God-given free will. Which means that the measures in this legislation that gut Medicaid weren't written by mistake or by chance. We didn't arrive at this day with a vote on this terrible budget bill by accident. Let's not delude ourselves. We're only here because a majority in this body decided to ignore the majority of the country and made a series of decisions. The Republican majority decided to gut Medicaid. They decided to take away health care from millions. They decided to raise insurance premiums for the rest of us. They decided that closed hospitals were a risk worth taking. They decided that taking food away from hungry kids was acceptable. They decided that trillions more in debt was not a problem. The Republican majority decided that depriving the American people of all these things and raising their costs were worth it, just as long as they paid for another tax break for billionaires. Because that's the bargain that this administration, along with my Republican colleagues, is forcing the American people to accept. Our people will be less healthy, Our kids will have more debt, but the president and billionaires like him will get a tax break. Of course, part of what makes this bill so frustrating is that it includes some individual provisions that I've spent years trying to pass into law. This bill includes provisions I support, some even that I authored, like strengthening the R&D tax deduction to support our entrepreneurs and a tax cut for families to make child care more affordable. I also support this bill's provisions which would tackle our housing crisis by expanding the low-income housing tax credit to bring down the cost of housing, as well as a provision making mortgage insurance tax deductible so that it's easier to buy a home. And I'd support a bill with real tax cuts for the middle class and small businesses, unlike the token measures included in this bill. If my Republican colleagues worked across the aisle to draft a bill that brought this bipartisan approach to other critical areas, like health care and food assistance, I'd vote for it. Instead, my colleagues chose to take these common sense solutions hostage by linking every good idea to 3 bad ones, turning this into a purely partisan endeavor. So yes, I'm glad that some of these bipartisan provisions will be signed into law, but I regret that they aren't a part of a truly bipartisan effort because of the politics of division and destruction that President Trump brings to Washington. Now, I know that there are many areas of common ground with my Republican colleagues in this body, but it has become far too difficult to move forward on finding solutions when at every turn the president seems far more interested in demonizing and dividing rather than bringing people together, turning areas of agreement into weapons to force disagreement. Now, that's exactly the kind of cynical politics of division that does lasting damage to our families, our economy, and our democracy. Now, President Trump likely will get this bill passed. He may get enough of the Republican caucus to stand in line once again to pass it, even though my Republican colleagues know that budget analysts have added up the financial cost of this bill and have told them that it adds trillions upon trillions to our national debt, burdening our children's future. But you know, as important as the debt is, it's not the only cost of passing this awful bill. There's another kind of cost, a cost not simply of dollars and cents. I shouldn't have to remind this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about the nature of this cost. They know it. But just to be clear, this tax break for corporate special interests and billionaires has a price that can't be summed up in a budget line or written off during tax season. Because when we debate health care in America, some dress up these discussions with words like reconciliation and program and discretionary spending. But what they're talking about is being sick and being healthy. What they're talking about, whether they want to admit it or not, is living and dying. So how much does this bill cost? The cost is millions of Americans losing their health care. The cost is countless families feeling the pain of higher insurance premiums. The cost is a mother being forced to choose between paying out of pocket for her own care or paying for groceries for her kids. It's a price that's exacted in cancers that go undetected. It's exacted in chronic illnesses that go untreated. It's exacted in the healthcare challenges in our country that continue to go unaddressed because we spend all our energies simply trying to keep our heads above water in floods of the president's own making. The price tag is more than dollars and cents. It includes the cost of losing more people from our workforce because they're too ill to work. It includes the gnawing pains of hunger and the slow toll of malnutrition that will come as food assistance programs are robbed. It includes the anguish of young parents no longer knowing how they will make ends meet. It includes the lost hopes.
On this vote, the yeas are 47. The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit. I have a motion to
Clerk
commit.
will report.
The senator from Connecticut, Mr. Blumenthal, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the committee.
Reading of the motion be dispensed with. Thank you, Mr. President. I make this motion to commit the reconciliation bill to the Armed Services Committee on behalf of myself and Senator Schumer, because President Trump earlier this year solicited and accepted a $200 million gift from the government of Qatar, a Boeing 747 jet, to be retrofitted supposedly for use as Air Force One. Make no mistake, this transfer is illegal. It's a blatant violation of the Constitution's emolument clause, which prohibits exactly this kind of foreign gift, risking undue foreign influence. It's also abhorrently wasteful, costing taxpayers at least $1.5 billion to strip it down and install all the necessary security systems. And it won't even be ready before the end of Trump's term. And now we learn from the Air Force Secretary just last week that the money will be transferred from modernization of our nuclear arsenal, the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. It is a sacrifice of our national security. Illegal, exorbitantly costly, dangerous to our national defense. We should stand up to this corrupt self-dealing. This motion, which I've worked on with Senators Schumer and Schatz, would send the bill back to the Armed Services Committee with instruction to add a prohibition on using funds for this unconstitutional, wasteful self-enrichment. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the 8th motion to recommit that our friends across the aisle have offered. Each one of these would actually have the effect of ending this process and prohibiting this bill from being passed, and that's the reason they keep offering them. I just want to point out there is nothing in this reconciliation bill about presidential aircraft, the current one or any future ones. Our colleagues are working on the specific, have worked on the specifics, and I know my friend from Connecticut knows this because he's a senior member of the committee. We have specifically outlined every purpose for which the $150 billion is to be used by the administration. And not only that, I have received an assurance from every witness we have who has come before the committee to become a member of this administration that they will follow our directions without exception. So given the fact that there's no funding in this bill for any presidential aircraft, and that the Department of Defense portion of this reconciliation is accompanied by specific language as to where it should be spent, I ask for another no vote on these dilatory motions to commit.
Mr. President, in the 30 seconds I have left, let me just respond.
Time. The senator has no time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam President. And the hour is late. I want to thank the presiding officer for being here. I'm glad to be here with my colleagues from New Hampshire and my neighbor from New Mexico. I want to thank the floor staff that's here tonight. And I would like to suggest, this is not the purpose of my speech, but the next time that senators make the suggestion that the floor staff should spend the entire night reading a bill here, that the senators actually read that bill instead of imposing that on the staff that's here. I think that would be a just thing for us to do and the appropriate and proper thing for us to do. Madam President, the last time that we were headed down this road, when Republicans were passing President Trump's 2017 deficit exploding tax cut, it didn't take a mathematical genius to figure out what was about to happen. I told the Senate at that time, as our debt grows, we will spend billions more, not on schools, roads, and innovation, but on interest costs. Worse, we're about to blow another hole in the debt without really helping the middle class. 8 years ago, I said, on top of that, we know that when deficits swell, as they surely will, cuts to Medicaid and Medicare are sure to follow. Further burdening working families struggling to make ends meet. Well, here we are. That's exactly the story of this bill. Utterly predictable. This bill which massively increases our deficit when our children can least afford it. The Republican senators passing this bill tonight or tomorrow morning, if they do, know they're doing it when we have already hit a new milestone for the first time in American history. Our interest payments, Madam President, exceed the amount that we spend on our national defense. For the first time, the American people, because of the irresponsibility in this chamber, are going to pay $1 trillion in interest. That is a massive number. That is essentially the same as what we spend on Medicare, what we spend on children and higher education together, what we spend on housing, bridges, broadband, ports, and highways combined. I want to be very clear tonight that over the years, Democrats and Republicans have pursued policies that have led to that $1 trillion in interest payments. There is no doubt about it. And it's worth thinking about what we could do if we hadn't made such fiscally irresponsible choices. Expand the child tax credit, as my colleague from Georgia said, and cut childhood poverty in half and hunger by a quarter. Build a modern energy grid to meet our expanding energy demands so Americans in cities and rural communities can enjoy affordable, reliable energy at home. Establish a health care system that the American people deserve, a modern system that people in other rich industrialized countries take for granted, a system that does not cost twice as much with worse outcomes, like in the United States of America, the richest country in the world, that forces parents to choose between their children's prescriptions and school supplies, that exhausts the American people who day after day after day have to fight endless negotiations with their insurance companies just to keep their children covered, that constantly threatens rural hospitals and clinics with closure in this country. No other rich country in the world puts up with that craziness. And we're spending twice as much as any other country in the world to get worse health care, worse outcomes, more scarcity. Every senator on this floor might make a different choice about the policies that they would enact, their preferred policies. But I doubt, Madam President, there is anybody here who is willing to go home and defend the virtues of wasting $1 trillion of the American people's money on interest payments. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office and outside groups like the Penn Wharton Budget Lab tell us that by the end of the next 10 years, we will have the highest debt ratio ever, eclipsing the debt our nation had in the 1940s. What was happening in the 1940s? That's when the greatest generation had borrowed money to defeat economic misery at home through the New Deal and European fascism by becoming the arsenal of democracy. Those were their receipts. Those were the receipts of a generation that understood its commitment to the next generation, to us. When we contemplate from this broken Senate the patriotic accomplishments of the greatest generation, what has always seemed particularly egregious to me have been the tax policy Republicans have passed 4 times since Ronald Reagan passed it in 1981. Every single time they made the same promises. Every time. Look it up. They made the same promises that their trickle-down tax policy would drive economic growth, cut our deficit, pay for themselves. Every time, including the recent Trump tax cut in 2017, these promises have been false. They have been false. That was 8 years ago. That wasn't a century ago. We know what the math is. Everybody in this room knows the deficit is far worse today than it was when Donald Trump passed those tax cuts. President Trump has had a very rare thing happen, which is he got to take 4 years off and come back and be president. The effect of the tax cuts he passed the last time that he said we're going to pay for themselves clearly have not. There's nobody in this chamber who can deny that. I always find it amazing when I hear these promises, why people make them if they know they're so false, over and over and over again. And I think the reason is, Madam President, that it is a way that politicians in Washington can avoid the objections that you could never get away with at home. Imagine for a minute if there were a mayor in America, any mayor, in any town, in Santa Fe, New Mexico, or in Lyman, Colorado, or in Los Angeles, California. It doesn't matter, Republican town or a Democratic town. Imagine if a mayor came to you, Madam President, and said, this town is going to borrow more money than we have ever borrowed before. That would worry you, that would worry me. And I think our first question would be to that mayor, okay, that worries me. What are you going to spend the money on that you're borrowing? Are you going to spend it on schools? No. Are you going to spend it on parks? No. Are you going to spend it on the water infrastructure that so many communities in New Mexico requires? Are you going to spend it on the mental health crisis that our teenagers are facing because of our failure to address it? Are you going to spend it on infrastructure? And the answer to all those questions would be no. What are you going to spend the money on, Mr. Mayor? Well, the answer is I am going to give tax cuts to the 2 richest neighborhoods in town and hope that those trickle down to everybody else. That is the Republican tax policy. There's a reason why no mayor in America has ever done that. There is no mayor in America who has ever pursued trickle-down economics, because you would get run out on a rail. You would get run out on a rail if you went and said we are going to borrow the most money that has ever been borrowed from our children to finance tax cuts for the richest neighborhoods in town. It makes no sense. It is preposterous. And yet that has been the argument since Ronald Reagan first said these tax cuts will be paid for. The economy will grow. There won't be a deficit. There's a reason we're paying more than $1 trillion in interest today, and that's because our deficits are enormous. Fortunately, and this is really important for the American people to understand, we still live in the strongest country in the world. We are in the world's richest economy. We have the most lethal military. Apart from our president, we have a national commitment to an independent judiciary, the rule of law, and low levels of corruption in our economy and in our society. We have unparalleled capital markets, cutting-edge innovation, and world-leading universities. We have all those things going for us, partly because the folks that came before us invested in those things and built those things and tended those things. But what we struggle with in our time is a sense among most Americans that they can't get ahead, that the American dream is farther and farther out of reach for themselves and for their family. And in my view, that is the biggest challenge our country faces. And in the face of this bill's ill-considered tax cuts to our health care, and in the face of this bill's ill-considered tax cut and cuts to our health care system, which is going to throw millions of people off their health care and make health care more expensive for everybody else. By the way, what's the logic of that? The logic of that is that when you throw people off their health care, they end up going to the emergency room to take care of themselves and take care of their families, just as anybody would. That's the most expensive care that anybody could have. That expense is then put into our insurance, in our insurance policies, and all of us are going to pay more. You can't wish away people just because you throw them off health insurance. When other countries in the world, other wealthy, rich countries in the world have a system of insurance that basically guarantees health care and mental health care to their citizens, it's worth asking why we would throw our people off the not so great health insurance that they have. That's a good question. But it's particularly crazy when it just drives up the cost for everybody else. We need to deeply think about the challenges that our country is facing today. It's more unequal. The top 1% owns 30% of our nation's wealth, Madam President, and the bottom 50% owns 2.5%. The top 1% of Americans own 50% of the value of the stock market. The top 1% of Americans own 50% of the value of the stock market, while the bottom 50% owns just 1% of its value. Something that's really affecting my state is the nation's median home price is now 5 times higher than median family income. And as a result, the average first-time homebuyer is now 38 years old. Madam President, 38 years old versus 29 just a generation ago. Reading scores in our nation have hit a 20-year low. And perhaps most damning and perhaps most upsetting is that our lifespan has declined since the 1980s. We are now on average likely to die 6 years shorter than other people that live in wealthy countries around the world. If you're African American, your chance of dying is on average 12 years sooner than people living in the industrialized world. If we don't shift course soon, Madam President, we will be the first generation of Americans whose kids and grandkids will be worse off than we are. That has never happened before. We are on track for that to happen to our children. Many young people today can't afford to live on their own, and they may never be able to afford a house. They can't afford health care or child care. They can't count on a quality education for their children in too many parts of America. Some are really worried about whether they're going to be able to afford a child at all. If you haven't heard a family say that to you in your town halls or in your meetings, you haven't been paying attention. But instead of addressing any of these challenges, we are debating a bill tonight that will make the wealthiest Americans even wealthier and the poorest Americans even poorer, 500,000 of whom live in Colorado, while adding millions more to the debt which working Americans are going to have to pay back. That's what this Republican trickle-down economics comes down to. No matter how you dress it up, that's what it comes down to. Our generation has made some very bad choices when it comes to our children's future. This bill only makes matters worse for them. And all this debt will constrain the choices that they are going to be able to make for themselves. And that's a shame, Madam President. Because unlike us, perhaps they will aspire to following in the footsteps of the greatest generation to build a country where lifespans are growing, not falling, where economic mobility is rising, where poverty and economic anxiety are falling, where energy exports are increasing and emissions are decreasing, where quality health care and child care, education, and affordable housing are abundant, not scarce. It seems obvious to me, Madam President, that our child's ambition should be ours as well. Unfortunately, tomorrow, the Republican majority may pass a bill that takes us further in the wrong direction. In its wake and in its wreckage, Americans who do feel an obligation to the next generation are going to have to fight even harder to fulfill our duty. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Senator from California.
Madam President, today we meet at the center of a great debate, at a crossroads that will determine the direction of the country for another generation. And this debate, this choice, goes to the heart of a central question that has been plaguing families in America over the last 3 decades, but that is now just coming to the forefront. And that question is this: if you are working hard in America, can you still earn a good living for yourself and your family? If you are working hard in America, can you still buy a home or pay your rent, buy your food and medicine, get the health care you need, afford fuel for your car, get a decent education, or go on a family vacation? And if the answer is no, and for all too many millions of people the answer is no, what do we do about it? When I was a kid, my father was in the clothing business. He was a traveling salesman and he made $18,000 a year. On the strength of that single income, my parents bought our first home for $18,000. He made $18,000 a year and he bought a home. My parents bought a home for $18,000. It was the American dream and it came true for our family. Today I'm a U.S. Senator. That too is part of the American dream, that anything is possible in this country. But could anyone buy a home for the cost of the annual income even of a U.S. Senator? Not a chance in the world. An average home in California costs 3 or 4 times that much. My kids are paying thousands and thousands of dollars a month in rent. Could they find a home for the cost of their annual income? There is even less of a chance of that. And what about your grandkids? At the rate we are going, at the rate housing prices are rising, what chance will they have to afford a home at any income? And of course, it's not just a home. Healthcare costs are rising even faster. Millions of families are only one healthcare crisis away from failing. And it's not their fault. It's not their fault. They are working hard, harder than ever, and they can't keep pace with rising premiums, out-of-pocket costs, hospital stays, drug costs, and charges at the emergency room. Energy prices are going up. It costs more to heat your home in the winter and a lot more to cool your home in the summer. Utility bills have been rising by double digits, while incomes have remained comparatively flat. It's too much. It's too much. Now, why is this coming to a head now? Why, when we're not in a Great Depression, not even a Great Recession, although with Trump's destructive tariff wars, we may get there soon enough, why now? Why now is this coming to a head? And the answer is that people feel more squeezed than ever, more pressure than ever, more like a failure than ever because they're doing their best, working their hardest, and they are still hanging by a thread. And you know something? It's not their fault. It's not their fault. They are doing everything they can to provide for their families, and it's just not enough. It's not their fault, but it is someone's fault. It is someone's responsibility. There is someone who should be held accountable for the fact that this generation is the first to renege on a compact between generations that we would leave the country better off to the next generation than the one that came before. And you know who that someone is? It is us. It is us. The world has changed. The nature of work has changed, and we have not changed with it. We have not kept pace, and in too many ways, through our policy failures, we have moved the country in the wrong direction. And the question before us today is whether we continue to barrel down that track towards higher home prices, bigger healthcare costs, more hunger and greater hardship, or whether we change direction. Much too late, yes, requiring an even more profound course correction, certainly, but finally steer this country to a better quality of life for all of our citizens. Is this bill that change in direction? Does it lead our country on a new path towards affordability and prosperity? And the answer, the simple, terrible, but clear as day answer is no. It most emphatically does not. No, it does nothing to bring down costs. No, it does nothing to make it easier for your kids or mine to buy a house, pay their rent, buy groceries, afford their medicine, or fill up the car for a family vacation. Instead, it throws more coal in the engine, barreling down a track to nowhere. Donald Trump promised he wouldn't cut Medicaid. But this bill cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid. It is shredding the president's commitment made again and again. In January, the president said Republicans will love and cherish Medicaid. In February, he said, we're not going to touch it. Even a few weeks ago, the president said, we're not changing Medicaid, we're leaving it. But we see in the black and white in this text they released in the dark of night that simply isn't true. This bill will result in millions losing their health care from cuts to Medicaid. We know that. The Republicans know that. Tom Tillis has made this point over and over again tonight, as have other Republicans in this body. This bill will close down hospitals in the poorest counties and states. It will raise health care costs for families everywhere and by the thousands of dollars. It takes food away from the hungry. It kills clean energy so that we have to rely on oil and gas for everything, enriching that industry and impoverishing the rest of us with higher prices at the pump. It raises taxes on working families and the middle class while lowering taxes on the very wealthy and corporations. If you are in the top 0.1% of income earners making more than $5 million a year, you will get a $346,000 tax cut. How is that fair? How is that right? And it borrows the money from our kids to pay for that $346,000 tax cut, to pay for the habits of really rich people. Where is the fairness, the morality in that? When is enough enough? My father was part of the greatest generation. We, it would appear, are part of the most selfish. And I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with it. What happened to any sense of responsibility in this generation? What happened to love of country? Can we love our country and impoverish it? Can we love our children and grandchildren if we take from them only to give to ourselves? In this bill, we borrow trillions from our kids. And for what? So the rich can have a bigger boat? So corporate CEOs can have more money? So a company can buy back more of its stock? So we can be richer than our neighbor while his neighbor has no home at all? The test of our progress, Franklin.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Gagel, motion to commit. Hassan, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion committed desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, moves to commit the bill.
Mr. President, I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to offer a motion to strike provisions that cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse disorder treatment. Families across the country are facing the heartbreaking reality of loved ones battling substance use disorders. For many, Medicaid is the only way to afford the treatment they need. Republican efforts to cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse treatment is cruel. It hurts those who have shown the bravery to seek help and undermines our nation's efforts to combat public health crises such as the fentanyl epidemic. At the same time, this Republican bill will give the wealthiest Americans and large corporations tax cuts and loopholes that will only benefit the elite. We can continue to fund substance use disorder treatment by finally making corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to protect those seeking treatment and finally make corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, Republicans are strengthening Medicaid and setting it on a more fiscally sustainable path by targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill does not take Medicaid away from children or the elderly, the disabled, or the medically frail, adults caring for children and elderly relatives, or any recipient the program was originally designed to help. It increases eligibility to home and community-based services, which will increase access to mental health or substance abuse disorder treatments. If this motion were adopted, It would delay a vote on this bill and stand in the way of Republicans' efforts to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on working families and deliver additional tax relief to the middle class. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Questions on the motion?
Ask for yeas and nays.
I think I said that.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Quote, we can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. Now that same senator went on to say that, quote, slashing health insurance for the working poor is morally wrong. That's right. I wish more of them spoke with that clarity. At least a few of them are saying out loud what the rest of America is thinking. Now is the time for more courage, though. The courage to put people first. My colleagues all have a chance to vote against this legislation. They all have a chance to vote for amendments that will say, hands off Medicaid. Don't cut those nutrition programs that one senator said are going to hurt people if we don't watch out. This bill takes food from the mouths of New Mexican children and takes care away from New Mexicans who are sick. And it's not just New Mexico. These cuts will hurt people in every state. My Republican colleagues, to lock up one more vote, offer something called the polar payoff, a carve-out for one state. Now look, these carve-outs are an admission that this bill will leave people hungry and without care. Plain and simple. Otherwise, why would they want to carve out for their state? Why was this carve-out added? Because this scam of a bill cuts funding for rural hospitals and the programs that feed children and families in need. For our rural communities out there, for the farmers and ranchers who grow our food, this bill will hurt your bottom line while closing rural hospitals, closing rural grocery stores. For families who rely on SNAP, this bill means less food on the table and more children going to bed hungry, all while making health care, especially emergency care, harder to access. That is what this bill does to hardworking Americans. And I'm not even mentioning the Americans who currently have health care but will no longer be able to afford it because of this bill. Those of you watching at home tonight who do not think this impacts you, it just might. Earlier this week, I had the honor of speaking with a healthcare worker from Las Cruces, Julie. Julie traveled all the way from New Mexico to Washington, D.C. to tell Congress not to mess with her family's Medicaid. Like many of her colleagues, she had a story to share. Now, Julie's son received mental health care through Medicaid. When that coverage was cut, Julie lost her son. Soon after, her daughter was diagnosed with a serious condition that required immediate care. Now, without Medicaid, her daughter may not have survived either. Just think about that. Let it sit in. New Mexicans understand the responsibility of looking after family. Like so many families in New Mexico and across the country, I grew up helping to take care of my grandparents, Grandma Nestora and Grandpa Celedon, my dad's parents. Now, when my other grandparents, Grandpa Luis and Grandma Cleotilde, were victims of a terrible car accident, I watched my mom, my uncles, my aunts, and my cousins show what grace looks like, what love feels like,
what compassion really means. Now, this bill is a direct attack on those values. Values of helping one another and shared sacrifice. There's no shared sacrifice in this bill. Only more handouts for the wealthy. There is nothing in this bill that shows that we are all looking out for our neighbors across America. And like so many Americans, I'm so deeply concerned about the price tag. This bill would add more than $3 trillion to the national debt. Now, to people watching, this is not just a number. It affects your everyday life. Higher interest rates. Think about your credit cards, your car loans, your mortgages if you're fortunate to have one. This bill is going to make your life more expensive. It's a total betrayal of our constituents. So to the American people, hear me when I say keep speaking. You've done it before. The American people, all of you that spoke up, you helped stop the sale of our public lands. You made your voices impossible to ignore. Now, this bill is not the law of the land yet. But if we stay silent, it will be. So keep organizing, keep calling, and keep showing up. Because part of our responsibility as American citizens is to protect one another, to stand by one another, to treat others the way that we want to be treated. The golden rule. It's not hard. We all have a responsibility to stand up when something this dangerous threatens our neighbors, our values, and our future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today to lift up the fact that this reconciliation bill will do real harm to countless American families. It's not theoretical or hypothetical. Families are hurting right now. The opioid crisis that has ravaged large parts of my state, mental health crisis that people across this country are so concerned about and are begging for help about. And so many other challenges that are out there. Every single family knows the fear of a health crisis. Like Susan, a mother I met at a town hall down in Egg Harbor. A town hall that was part of a series of town halls that I did, trying to highlight the challenges that so many families are facing. And in this crowded room of over hundreds of people, a woman named Susan shared her story. A mom of a 24-year-old son with Down syndrome. They used Medicaid to be able to cover his care. She broke down at the weight of her fear and worry of her child, something a lot of us can relate to. She said to me that this is the face of Medicaid. And as I went over to give her a hug, I remember what she said. It's real. And it is real. And I know everyone in here knows that. I know because offices on both sides of the aisle are getting the same calls. Our phone systems broke down because of the overwhelming volume of people calling and literally begging us not to do this. Begging us to protect Medicaid so their kids can see the doctors. Begging us not to cut SNAP benefits so their students can have access to healthy food. It is a humbling experience seeing a parent begging for the resources to take care of their sick child. And yet, as I look around, I see far too many people rushing through this process to get it done, with little care about the resulting impact it will have, generational damage that will be done, while we are rushing through, barreling through, without the ability to properly debate this. Well, I want you to know, the people in New Jersey, the people in this country, this budget represents an abandonment by their government. And this will hurt everyone we are supposed to be helping. Some of the people that could be impacted the most are people within the disability community. Hundreds of thousands of people in New Jersey with disabilities rely on Medicaid for coverage. Over 15 million across our country, including a man named Tom Spadaro, a disability advocate in Ocean County, New Jersey, who joined me for a town hall. After a gun accident when he was 11, Tom is a total quadriplegic, dependent on a ventilator and others. Medicaid helped him go to school, then college, and in his own words, has given him dignity. When talking about this bill that we are debating here today, he said, quote, "If I lose Medicaid, I feel like I'm getting shot in the head again. This time, it's not a bullet, it's legislation." I want his words to echo through this chamber today for everyone to hear. If this budget passes, families in every single state across this country will feel these cuts long after the media and the Trump administration have decided it's time to move on and get over it. A cancer patient doesn't just move on when they have to delay treatment because they've lost insurance coverage. When a family has to upend their lives to become caregivers to their parents because they can't afford elder care. When a hospital closes and the new closest emergency room is hours away after the child is in an accident and needs help now, not in 5 hours, they won't get over it. America will feel this long after Donald Trump is no longer in the White House, and they will remember what has happened to their lives because of it. Now, there's some people listening who might not think that this is going to affect them. But these cuts to health care in this bill are so dramatic that it's going to have an impact that reverberates all throughout our communities. I talked to a hospital leader in New Jersey who said that these cuts could be so devastating for their revenue because of how much they get through Medicaid reimbursements that they're not sure that they're going to be able to keep their doors open. A hospital, not certain that they can keep their doors open. This is not the only story like this across my state, across the country. Whether it's rural hospitals or suburban or urban, we're going to have a lot of challenges that are going to reverberate beyond just those on Medicaid. It's going to affect every single one of us and raise prices at the same time. Losing that critical care in communities not only abandons people in their time of most need, but it leaves a tragic ripple effect on others and other hospitals. So today I'm putting forward an amendment to this bill that would stop this from happening and directly take out the parts of this bill that would force hospital closures and reduce access to affordable health care for so many across this country. In no reality should we be helping billionaires send their rockets to outer space while turning people away at hospitals. And yet this is the reality we find ourselves in, deciding how much care is acceptable to take away from families across New Jersey to fit a budget line, or how many patients can be turned away from life-saving medication just so that the wealthy can have a nice tax break. A doctor in Frenchtown shared some profound words with my office. She said, Medicaid is a reflection of our values. It's how we show up for each other when life gets hard. Well, what does it say about our nation as we were having this debate that could very well take $1 trillion out of Medicaid? About those who need the care the most, as if they're just expendable, as if they are just some remainder on the equation of capitalism that is just pushed to the wayside, as just an inevitability, as a shrug of the shoulder of our society and say, I'm sorry for what happened to you, without a care and an extended arm and a hand to reach out and pull them up. Let's be very clear, this bill will cause prices to drive up. In New Jersey alone, over 454,000 families will see higher costs in premiums, according to the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance. which is why I'm introducing an amendment to make sure this bill wouldn't raise these costs by striking provisions that would increase premiums or out-of-pocket costs under Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and some private insurance marketplaces too. We cannot allow billionaires to get richer while working families are seeing drastic increases to their premiums or out-of-pocket costs. Costs to keep their children healthy as we deal with the worst measles epidemic in decades. Costs to afford their kids medicine while we see our government attacking science and fact, making parents have to work that much harder to keep their children safe. With all the challenges we are dealing with right now, it's painful to think through what will happen if this bill goes into effect. And the fact that these healthcare cuts will increase our gaps, worsen conditions for our vulnerable communities, including children. If we can't stand up for them, for our children, who are we willing to stand up for? And as I said at the beginning, every family has a healthcare story. Everyone has felt overwhelmed in the face of sickness and injury. Just a year ago, my father took a fall. I got the call while I was on the campaign trail, rushed down to the hospital. But even after the surgery, what we learned is there was an even more debilitating challenge that we face, a cognitive decline as my father is descending into dementia. I just spent Father's Day weekend with my father, the entire weekend. But it was in the emergency room as he had twice fallen in 2 days. 2 separate trips to the emergency room. My family is overwhelmed right now. We struggle to think through his needs that go far beyond what we can be able to provide. Goes far beyond what Medicare can provide. And it's not just my father and my family. We have failed seniors. We have failed as we have failed to plan and create a place for elder care in this country that preserves a foundation of dignity and decency for everybody. And when you are in the trenches fighting for your own life or gripping the hand of a loved one struggling, the last thing you want to think about is worrying if you're eligible for this treatment or that. You want to be able to provide what it takes for your loved one to survive, to be able to go a little further, spend a little more time on this planet with us, and to grow our love deeper. And we think about that, and then we ask ourselves, well, why is this bill happening? Why are these cuts happening? It's not to bring down the deficit. Instead, it's going to balloon the deficit by trillions of dollars. Who among us in this country think that the problems that we face as a nation is because the wealthiest among us don't have enough? The distrust in government right now, it's not because politics isn't doing enough to help the most well-off in our country, the billionaires and the millionaires. I ask my colleagues to find the courage to do the right thing. I want us to bring back to 2017, in this very chamber, as senators gathered to decide the fate of the Affordable Care Act, which was at the time hanging by a thread. Many of my colleagues here in this chamber were also on the floor at that time. I was not. I was a regular citizen, angry at what I was seeing unfolding, watching it on my phone. A citizen that felt so detached from what was happening on this chamber. I remember thinking to myself, how could the Senate be seriously considering doing such harm to this country, to so many Americans, by trying to gut pre-existing condition protections, the Affordable Care Act, so much others? I asked myself, am I missing something? Am I missing information to understand why it is that this is even happening? And we saw rushed conversations, and we saw people running back and forth. And we also saw Senator John McCain step up and signal with his arm that he did not stand for this. Senator McCain's vote was a rare moment of doing what you know is right, even when you're surrounded by noise telling you it's wrong. It's surreal now finding myself on the floor of the Senate in a similar moment in our own nation's history when so much on the line with this vote. And I look around this chamber and yet again think the exact same questions from 8 years ago. How can the Senate seriously be considering gutting care for so many? And now with the benefit of being here and the conversations and the information, I'm still left with this question of, am I missing something? How is it that such an esteemed body that is meant to protect the American people in this chamber where so many decisions have been made to protect the American people that we are on the cusp of doing something that will do generational damage to so many American families? This vote before us seems as surreal and reckless from within this chamber as it does from outside. But while the problem is the same, so is the solution. It is about courage. The courage John McCain had. The courage that so many of my constituents have. So many people who have called and shared their personal stories, stories about their family's health they probably have never told anybody. But they feel so desperate right now to do something that they are willing to open themselves up. Be able to pull back the curtain of the dangers and the pain that they have endured. To be able to try to do anything to stop this bill from hurting Americans. That is courage. And it's courage about standing up against the big money and the special interest, and sometimes it feels insurmountable. And I say to my colleagues here today that you won't be remembered by whether or not you pass this bill on President Trump's timeline, or you feign concern about constituents just to be able to stab them in the back later. You'll be remembered by your courage to stand up and say no. You'll be remembered by your courage to speak out for the people, not just the few who have paid, but for all of us. You'll be remembered in the same way as our former colleague was remembered by what he did 8 years ago. I urge you to remember that this job is bigger than all of us. Bigger than any one man, any one party. It is about using our vote and our courage to make lives better for those that we represent. History and the American people are watching. You still have time. You still have power. I still believe in this chamber and believe it can be a force for good. Let us use it for the children, for the disabled, for those not in this room. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to the reconciliation bill before us. But before I get to my objections over the substance of this historic attack on working and middle-class families, I want to speak for a minute as the ranking member of the Rules Committee. And I need to address how Republicans are abusing the process to get here. They're breaking the Senate rules to hide the true costs of the bill. For the second time in just 6 weeks, the Republican majority is going nuclear on the Senate rules. And they're doing it with the same purpose, to avoid the 60-vote threshold of the filibuster in order to pass a very unpopular agenda. Now, I know oftentimes we're advised against getting into quote-unquote process because most people may not care about process or understand process, but in this particular case, it serves to underscore the significance of the damage that this bill represents, the procedural lengths to which the Republican majority is going to try to get this done. And I do have to say it's so surprising because it was just in May that Senate Leader Thune unequivocally said, quote, while Republicans are in charge, the legislative filibuster will remain in place, end quote. If we go back to January, he was asked about this because folks kind of had a sense that this might be coming. He said then about overruling the Senate parliamentarian, quote, that's totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there. People need to understand that, end quote. But now Republicans are trying to do exactly that, to hide behind the technical language of Senate procedure to harm working families. And no, like I said, it's not the first time. Just last month, Republicans voted to override the very plain language of the Congressional Review Act. And they voted to overrule the parliamentarian to repeal California's Clean Air Act standards with a simple majority vote. Fast forward to today, they're running the same play, this time with trillion-dollar consequences, not just air quality and public health consequences. See, colleagues and folks watching at home, budget reconciliation is the most powerful expedited procedure statute on the books. You can do a lot with a simple majority and avoid the filibuster, but you have to do it by the rules of reconciliation. But today, the Republican majority wants to extend trillions of dollars of tax cuts for President Trump's billionaire friends and extend those tax cuts permanently. That's not just terrible, terrible policy. It's against the Senate rules. The Congressional Budget Act says clearly that reconciliation bills cannot increase the debt beyond 10 years. Now, it doesn't take a Nobel Prize-winning economist to know that a permanent...
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The Senator from New Hampshire, Ms. Hassan, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, across the country, Americans of every political stripe are urging us to come together to help bring down painfully high costs. Instead, the President is making life even less affordable, both with this partisan budget bill and with his decision to launch a trade war with our ally, Canada. The President's tariffs, combined with this bill, will raise costs for firefighters, truck drivers, and teachers by $500, all so that the wealthiest 0.1%, making over $4 million, get a $350,000 windfall. At a time when the American people need their costs to come down, I can think of few ideas as willfully self-destructive as launching a trade war with one of our closest allies and, in effect, imposing a national sales tax on families and small businesses. I urge my colleagues to listen to the great majority of Americans who need their costs to come down and to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Senator for Idaho.
Crapo. Oh, Idaho, sorry.
That was an Oklahoma accent for you, sir.
Yeah, I got to get used to that. Mr. President, no decision has been made about tariffs in this bill. More importantly, none of the President's tariffs rely on any authorities made from a prior reconciliation bill or are contingent on this bill. We can and should have a debate about the precise approaches, including how to best incorporate tariff policy. But this is not the appropriate vehicle to have a serious debate on trade. If adopted, this motion would commit the whole bill to a delay and stand in the way of our efforts to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on working families and deliver additional tax relief to the middle class. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
For the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
In 2017, during the first Trump presidency, Republicans seemed fine, saying they could afford hundreds of billions of dollars in permanent tax cuts for large corporations. I remember the arguments back then. This is going to grow the economy, they said. In time, it will reduce the debt, they said. That didn't happen. So today now they're arguing that we can't afford programs that keep kids from going hungry. We can't afford the programs that keep lights on in emergency rooms. It's outrageous. In 2025, so many working families are struggling to keep up with the rising costs from Trump's chaotic tariff wars, with prices going up for groceries and other everyday goods. Many are working long hours and still struggling to make ends meet or to afford care for their loved ones. I get it. I've been there. Colleagues, as I've shared with you before, I'm the proud son of working class parents who came to the United States from Mexico in the 1960s. I'll remind you that for 40 years my father worked as a short order cook and my mom cleaned houses. On those modest salaries, they raised my sister, my brother, and I in the proud working class community of Pacoima, California. And I remember what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck. I know how unnerving it could be, for example, when the car broke down and you listened and witnessed to your parents' debate because, on the one hand, maybe they couldn't afford the cost of repairing the car right away. But they also realized that they couldn't afford to not fix the car because they had to get to work. And I know that there's so many Americans in communities like the one I grew up in that aren't looking for handouts. That's not what we're arguing or debating in this bill. Americans just want a fair chance to work hard and provide for their family. There's pride and dignity in working hard and providing for families. That's part of the American dream. People just want a fair playing field. In a country with as much promise and profit as the United States of America, that shouldn't be too much to ask for. But not only would the Republican budget reconciliation bill be one big handout for the wealthiest Americans, it would actually make life harder for working families in order to pay for it. That's wrong. And it's cruel. At its very core, just like Trump did in 2017, with the help of Republicans in Congress, this bill is fundamentally about one thing and one thing only: cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans and big corporations. How else do you explain the fact that the top 0.1% will see a tax cut of more than $250,000 a year, while millions of American households will actually see a reduction in their annual income or take-home pay. That's because to pay for the massive handouts to the wealthy, Republicans are gutting health care and cutting services that so many working families depend on. And they're twisting themselves into knots in order to cut around $1 trillion in health care. Cuts that would leave 16 million Americans without health insurance. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about children, Americans with disabilities, hardworking families who don't deserve to be kicked off their health insurance just so billionaires can pay less in taxes. These devastating cuts, by the way, will also close rural hospitals around the country, including in California, where so many are already struggling just to keep the doors open. And for folks listening to the debate thinking that, well, if I'm not on Medicaid, then this may not apply to me, this isn't going to hurt me. Let me remind you that if your local hospital that relies on Medicaid dollars is forced to cut services or cut staff or even close its doors as a result, then yes, you too will be hurt. But the bill doesn't stop there. In this bill, Republicans cut SNAP, nutrition assistance, that critical lifeline that so many count on to literally feed their families. How much more cruel can you get? But wait, there's more. Republicans are also rolling back the historic progress we've made investing in our transition to a clean energy economy, targeting the millions of clean energy jobs that are fueling innovation and helping us stay ahead of China. The cuts to clean energy that Republicans are making in this bill will lead to higher energy costs, higher electricity bills for so many families. Now, I'm reminded that this last November, so many voters went to the polls and voted hoping for lower prices. They were desperate and looking for relief, and that's what motivated their votes. But this bill does the opposite. So I have to wonder, for my Republican colleagues who are supporting this measure, who is it that you're fighting for? Did any of you really come to Congress to take food away from the hungry? To take care away from sick children? What are you proposing be done here? Now, I've seen Republicans go back and forth on this bill for months now. I'm sure trying to decide just how much they can try to get away with. And I've heard some of the arguments that they plan to make to justify voting for this bill. Some of them will argue that we need this bill because we need to reduce the deficit. Talk about misleading. This bill adds trillions, yes, trillions of dollars to our nation's debt. So even when they try to twist the numbers and come up with the funny math, it doesn't even result in deficit reduction. And you know how you can tell? Because the Republicans included a $5 trillion increase to the debt limit in this bill. If the bill and the cuts included in the bill indeed reduce the deficit, as they claim it does, they wouldn't have needed to raise the debt limit in the process. So let's be clear. Republicans who are voting for this bill know full well it will hurt so many of their constituents. That's why behind closed doors you have Republicans handing out flyers that show just how devastating Medicaid cuts will be in states represented by Republicans. Or we hear them discussing the burden that SNAP cuts will have on state and local governments. But because the leader of their party wants to sign this bill to celebrate the 4th of July this year, many of them will vote yes. But I'll ask again, who is this bill in service of? Who are you standing up for? Who are you fighting for? I'll tell you who I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for people like Jesus da Costa from San Diego, a home care provider who in 2016, because of his mother's full-time, who became his mother's full-time care provider when she was tragically hit by a car and became disabled. Jesus can't hold a full-time job and carry all the responsibilities of looking after his mother. So for both Jesus and his mother, Medicaid has been a lifeline. I'm fighting for him. I'm fighting for people like Tina Ewing Wilson in the Inland Empire, who remembers what it was like the last time her Medicaid benefits were cut. Tina struggles with seizures and developmental disabilities and requires care 24/7. But when the Great Recession hit and Medicaid cuts followed, Tina knew she could only afford her care by offering free room and board to caregivers. Caregivers who went out to abuse drugs and alcohol and took advantage of her financially. Tina's terrified of that possibly happening again if these Republican cuts to Medicaid impact her. I'm fighting for her. And I'm fighting for the families I met at Rady Children's Hospital, where over half of all patients are covered by Medicaid. And I'm fighting for the nurses and the caregivers who fear for their patients. They care for their patients, but they're fearing for their patients because of these proposals. For every parent across the country who's working their tail off to put food on the table for their children, but every now and then may need a helping hand. If you see these Americans, if you have constituents with similar experiences in your state, and still think that they should have less of our help, not more, then I guess we came to Congress for different reasons. If you've seen so many corporations' profits soaring, and the wealth inequality in our country growing, and think that billionaires need more tax relief, then I guess we came to Congress for different reasons. And if this week you'll vote to rip these critical lifelines away from millions of Americans because you somehow think it's the right political calculation, then surely we came to Congress for different reasons. Colleagues, it's crystal clear. I urge you to vote no on this bill and stand with me, stand with us, stand up for working families. That's what I plan to do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Ms. Cantwell, aye.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come today to explain my vote yesterday for voting against the motion to proceed on this bill.
Mr. Ricketts, no.
Happy Monday. I'll explain in a moment. I will explain in a moment. Thank you for being here. It's a Monday, and I will be a little short today as the President is beginning some signings at the White House and the Oval Office. We don't want to conflict, so forgive me in that regard. But I do have a few announcements for you here, and we'll start. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue to deliver on this administration's vision of peace through strength, resolute diplomacy backed by principled leadership. On June 27th, Secretary Rubio, Undersecretary Allison Hooker, and Senior Advisor Massad Boulos hosted the ministerial signing of a landmark peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The agreement marks a historic milestone for the Great Lakes region, bringing an end to a 30-year war. The United States, in coordination with the African Union, Qatar, and Togo, will continue supporting full implementation of this comprehensive peace deal to pave the way for mutual prosperity. Tomorrow, Secretary Rubio will welcome his Quad counterparts from Australia, India, and Japan to Washington to reaffirm our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This ministerial reinforces our joint resolve to defend sovereignty, strengthen regional maritime security, and build resilient supply chains. And as you may know, today, President Trump will issue a new executive order lifting U.S. sanctions on Syria, reaffirming his belief that the Syrian people deserve a future of safety and prosperity. This policy reflects the President's conviction that American leadership can unlock new paths to regional stability. Finally, the Department's Middle East Task Force ended its activities on Friday, June 27th. U.S. embassies and consulates throughout the region are open and providing routine and emergency consular services. The department also continues to share information and updates with U.S. citizens affected by the conflict. As of today, we have sent nearly 100 security alerts since the onset of the crisis. Additionally, a total of 16 flights departed Israel with over 650 U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and their accompanying immediate family members. We are grateful to our partners in the region, particularly Greece, Italy, and Cyprus, for welcoming U.S. citizens on these assisted departure flights, and to our partners in Qatar and around the world. It is a good thing to be able to say that today to you. I now welcome your questions. All right. Yes, Humaira. Not that you have anything ever on your mind. Let's do it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes, ma'am.
So, a couple of questions. One on Israel, actually. I was going to ask about Syria, but I'll get to it later. So, Harrods newspaper last week reported that Israel's military advocate general has ordered an investigation into possible war crimes over allegations that Israeli forces deliberately fired at Palestinian civilians near Gaza aid distribution sites. These are the ones that GHF does, as you know. And then today, Israeli military acknowledged that Palestinian civilians were harmed at these aid distribution centers. So I'm wondering, in light of these assessments, is the administration going to rethink allocating that money to GHF?
Well, I think the answer to that certainly is no. What we do expect, and the IDF and Israel have announced that they are, of course, investigating certain incidents. It is a good time for a reminder here that Hamas is responsible for the current situation in Gaza. They, of course, initiated the attacks on October 7th. They continue to refuse to lay down their arms or to free the remaining hostages, including the remains of 2 Americans, and use violence to interfere with aid deliveries to the people of Gaza who are in dire need of food and aid. So in the meantime, I think that we also have to recognize that, of course, this remains a war zone effectively. There are 4 sites working for the GHF. We are coming up to, I think, about 51 million meals distributed. It is certainly not easy. There are efforts in those on the ground who do not want this to be a success, who have made the lives of the people of Gaza miserable for decades now. And this is a key, unlocking a door to a better future. So this is what the president has asked for. which is a new approach for Gaza. There is a demand, understandably, for aid to get in. The GHF is doing that. And as we also, of course, decry loss of life and the violence that it continues, but that's why we do what we do, and we continue to work for a ceasefire as well.
Yeah, I understand all that. A quick follow-up on that. I completely understand what you're saying, but does the administration have any concern about this? I mean, these are like Israeli authorities accepting that Palestinians have been harmed. Perhaps is the administration thinking about talking to GHF for risk mitigation?
Yes, I won't get into the details of the conversations that are had. Obviously, you know that our work there doesn't stop. We continue on. We're still working. The president noted the other day that there's potential for a ceasefire. We look forward to that. Clearly, it's been maybe a little over a week since American power and Donald Trump's leadership has changed the Middle East forever. So there's still more to do. We recognize that Israel is doing the appropriate thing with investigating certain allegations, and we certainly, like everyone else, will be watching that. And at the same time, we also know that there are people on the ground who want to disrupt and disturb the success of this because of the nature of this industrial complex that has allowed this to go on for decades. So we are working to get aid in, at the same time still working for that ceasefire, still hoping to make the difference for Gaza. And of course, I think our action and the issues with Iran speak to our commitment to changing the Middle East so people can live in peace. Andrea Mitchell.
Thank you so much. A related follow-up, acknowledging that obviously Hamas started this on October 7th and broke the ceasefire and are still holding hostages. And some of us have not only witnessed the October 7th video, the IDF video, but the subsequent Nova video, which is profoundly disturbing. Acknowledging all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
How does the president's aspirations for a ceasefire, now that the landscape has been changed appreciably, how is that affected by the Israeli strikes in Gaza City today? How does he view any of that with alarm? Are there conversations with the government of Israel?
I would caution that with reports from the area that we in fact honor the fact that there are investigations and to wait for actual facts. That I think will be very useful. Again, at the same time, we know the president has an excellent relationship with Bibi Netanyahu, that we in fact have made a commitment he has from the beginning of this administration to change that environment. And it's that commitment remains. Certainly, we know the story is that 51 million meals have been distributed through the region, through Gaza. We also know the president has called for new ideas. This is part of that. And the regional partners are acting on that as well. We know this can't continue. Israel is an ally of ours. We, of course, I'm not going to discuss or presume to know the conversations the president's having. That is his prerogative.
May I just clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have been imprecise. I was not referring to any strikes on the age of food delivery. I was referring to separate strikes that have been reported in the north, in Gaza City, that resulted in several casualties.
Well, again, this is a war zone. Hamas has still not put down their weapons. We had a ceasefire, which they violated, and refused to engage in another one. We continue, despite all of that, to get another ceasefire, but the ceasefire was broken by Hamas. It's a war. If to speak about the specifics of what Israel is doing, I would direct you to the Israeli government. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a process that is ongoing. Our role in this is to help ease the suffering as much as we can. And certainly part of that is going to hopefully get a ceasefire. The president is optimistic, and so we will be as well. Matt Lee maybe has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do. I do want to ask about Syria, but first I just want to get very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on, Matt. I don't know.
How do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very brief.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa? Because for years and years and years, decades in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet, retweeted by Secretary Rubio and confirmed by other officials. So what's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Dylan band in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Now, we've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from the Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here. And I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
I didn't say that. I said in this case that that's what has occurred. And I think that it's the policy certainly is clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself that has been publicly discussed, they chose to do so this time.
And then just also very briefly on Syria, there is this, as you mentioned, the president's going to be signing this executive order shortly in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Can you give us an idea what the State Department component of the impact of what this will do? What is state? Because I know it's Treasury and Commerce all involved. So what happens at the State Department after this EO is signed?
Well, it is sanctions and aspects like that, of course, belong to the Treasury. A lot of people don't know that they're the ones who manage that with the application, the nature of what occurs. I will repeat what my colleague Caroline said just a little bit ago about this event. The President is going to sign an executive order to terminate the U.S. sanctions program on Syria, and this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path towards stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS members and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. Again, this is an action that the President has promised and shocked the world within Saudi Arabia, because when he first announced this plan, he is committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, united, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. So in this particular application, of course, this is about the Treasury, it's about the White House, and certainly our special envoy, Ambassador Barrack, and his now application and work getting that country back on its feet. All right, Sean.
Can I go back to the music a bit?
Yes, sir.
On Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas, members of this administration, particularly the Vice President, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the Vice President took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference here? I mean, I'm not justifying, I'm not supporting the Bob Dylan as a band, but why is it that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Right. I think that, again, this is not about the nature of a concert, I suppose, but it really is about our standards, about who we let in the country. That we're not telling people what they can sing about or what they can say. It's not involved here at all. They obviously felt free to say what they were saying and chanting at Glastonbury, and they can do that. And we can do what we do. So it really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism in general. That dynamic, the crime in the United States, what happened with the open border, the transnational gangs that are here, this kind of wanton dynamic that has ruined American lives, that has created cities that are unlivable, and every American deserves better. They deserve to know they have leadership, as we do now, and that's why they voted for Donald Trump, was simple, basic law and order, respect for your neighbor, and if you're coming to this country, respect for the people who are here. So I think that when we think about why you have a visa system, which is in part to vet and to stop and to ask questions, is to take that seriously.
Well, can I just say that in one other case, a free expression, Hungary, Prime Minister Orban, who of course is a close ally of the president, tried to ban a pride parade this weekend. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people came out. Does the U.S. have a view on that? Do you think that it's justified to ban an LGBTQ pride parade?
Well, when the vice president or any of us speak about the nature of policy, or I think what's important regarding freedom of expression, that's our plan and what we feel is important to convey, and then what countries do is their business. Events happen all over the world, as we know, every day, which the United States has no comment about. And we have nothing to add on this matter. But again, I think it's about what countries do, the choices they make with their nations, and what citizens do and how they respond to that.
With respect, I mean, the U.S. did criticize the UK over bans on anti-abortion protesters. Mm-hmm. Is there any contradiction in not saying
Well, again, I'm not going to speak to individual situations or instances or comments that are made. Again, we have events that happen all the time all over the world, which might be worth commenting on, but we don't comment on all of them, I think, for a very good reason. Yes, sir.
On events happening all over the world, in Nigeria recently, more than 200 people were slaughtered earlier this month in a series of attacks on Christian villages by Islamic militants. Some 6,000 were displaced. What's state doing to address this? Is there anything state can do to address this?
Well, I can't speak about what is being discussed now or is in any kind of diplomatic conversations or planning, et cetera, but I'm going to be briefing again on Wednesday. Today is a unique week because we have the Quad with the Secretary tomorrow, which I'll be a part of. So we'll be briefing on Wednesday. Let's take that back and find out where that stands and what our plans are. I'll have that for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tony. We'll move to Ukraine, if I may. Russians are stepping up their air attacks on Ukraine, which happen to be larger than ever before. The president on Friday addressed the Ukraine issue, and he said that Putin, quote-unquote, respects our country again. Well, hours after that, Putin unleashed the largest ever air attack on Ukraine. Do you think Russia respects President Trump?
I'm sorry, do I think?
Do you think Russia respects President Trump? President Trump says that they respect me, and next thing we see, hours after that, they launch the largest.
Well, I don't. I certainly, for obvious reasons, refuse to characterize the most powerful man in the world who is saving this country and the world at this time. But I can tell you other things that he has said. Most recently, on the 25th, he said, "I consider him, Putin, a person that's been misguided." I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled, talking about certain issues. He also said, he called the other day, he said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, no, you can help me with Russia. You help me to get a settlement with Russia, and I think we're going to be able to get that done too. And also on Putin's ambitions regarding Ukraine, he said, I know one thing is that he'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. So the president, in negotiating and dealing with some of the worst conflicts, certainly that we've ever had, the carnage that is going on. The president is the one person who's been able to bring everyone to the table, who's willing to talk to everyone, who has the power of the United States at his back and the support of the American people. And I think that he understands, and he has repeated again within the last few days, just his frustration and lack of acceptance at the attacks that have gone on in Ukraine by Russia, and that it has to stop. That there are too many people dying. This remains a key element for his administration. It is a key part of the work that his administration as a whole is doing, is our support for Ukraine and the need for that carnage to stop.
So some of us covered President's trip last week, and you addressed from the podium his signature achievement, which is 5% of GDP spending, among NATO members. Lavrov today called it catastrophic, and he said that defense spending decision could lead, quote unquote, NATO's collapse. How do you read that?
Yes, I'm not going to speak to that, but what we do know is what apparently bothers Russia is the fact that NATO is going to be strongly returning to its original roots of being a deterrent. And that is what NATO's job has been. The advancement of their commitment to defense is remarkable, and not only we of course support NATO completely, and their role is imperative for a safe and stable Europe, and that's the point. Being a deterrent, this kind of defense spending helps them achieve that. And, of course, it is something that would not have happened without President Trump's encouragement and demand. And so we're excited about that. Yes, sir, in the back there.
Thank you very much. Two quick questions. Some regional sources said this week or next week the U.S. representative to Syria will meet Mazloum Kobani and Prime Minister Masroor Barzani in Erbil. Can you update us about that?
No, I can't speak to any ongoing meetings or meetings that may or may not be coming up.
And second question about Iran. Iran's representative to United Nations has said that the conditions are not favorable for negotiation with the United States. What is your response to this statement, and what is your message would you like to send to the Iranian people?
Well, to the Iranian people, of course, as we've always been saying, is that every country is in the hands of its own people. When it comes to what Iran's leadership is saying, of what's left of it, the president's words and the president's position is the one that prevails here. It is his guiding hand, and he has been very transparent about his opinion, his desire for Iran to move into the normal order with countries, but also his awareness that, as he has stated, that he continues to be willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure there's peace in the region. And now this is the unusual point because of the president's schedule. It is 30 past the hour. I'm going to wrap it up today, but I will see you again on Wednesday. And you know how to reach me here. I think I've got an email. All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great day. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Anything on the rips? No.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. In a takedown this large, I can't possibly describe all of the work that went into dismantling each scheme, but there are 4 key points that bear emphasizing. First, let me be clear about what these healthcare fraud schemes mean for every hardworking American family. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money. They stole from you. Every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice. And when criminals defraud these programs, they're not just committing theft. They're driving up our national deficit and threatening the long-term viability of health care for seniors, disabled Americans, and our most vulnerable citizens. This enforcement action involves the seizure of cash, as well as luxury vehicles and properties, returning real money to American taxpayers and to our government health care programs. Second, we are seeing a disturbing trend of transnational criminal organizations engaging in increasingly sophisticated and complex criminal schemes that defraud the American healthcare system. As part of this takedown, we've identified and charged defendants operating from Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other foreign countries. These individuals have infiltrated our healthcare system to steal American taxpayer dollars. As just one example, we dismantled a scheme involving a sophisticated operation run from Russia and Eastern Europe that strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies in the United States and submitted more than $10 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims to Medicare. To make matters worse, these perpetrators used the stolen identities of more than 1 million Americans spanning all 50 states to perpetrate this scheme and submit these false claims. But I'm pleased to report that federal agents intercepted and arrested key members of that organization at U.S. airports and the U.S.-Mexico border, cutting off their intended escape routes. The days of transnational criminal organizations using the American healthcare programs as their personal piggy bank are over. Third, this takedown resulted in criminal charges against 74 defendants, including medical professionals who fueled America's deadly opioid crisis for personal profit. These are not isolated instances of poor judgment. These are calculated schemes designed to exploit Americans struggling with addiction while enriching the very people who were duty-bound to help them heal. We charged pill mill operators who prescribed unnecessary opioids. We dismantled networks of corrupt pharmacies that existed solely to distribute drugs to addicts and dealers, feeding the addiction crisis that has devastated so many American communities. This is not health care. It is a staggering breach of trust. And under my leadership, the criminal division will prosecute these criminals as aggressively as we would any drug dealer, because that's exactly what they are. Fourth, many of the defendants charged as part of this takedown specifically targeted our most vulnerable citizens, elderly Americans in nursing homes, individuals with disabilities, those battling serious illnesses, and more. For example, our prosecutors charged 7 defendants, including 5 medical professionals, in connection with approximately $1 billion in fraudulent claims to Medicare and other healthcare benefit programs for performing medically unnecessary skin grafts on dying patients as they were seeking to spend their final days with dignity and peace. That conduct is exactly as callous and disturbing as it sounds. Patients and their families trusted these providers with their lives. Instead of receiving care, they became victims of elaborate criminal schemes. Today's takedown marks a historic day. In addition to the tireless work of our Fraud Section's Healthcare Fraud Unit, this extraordinary effort would not have been possible without the law enforcement agencies with me here today. Health and Human Services, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Drug Enforcement Administration. And of course, countless partners across the federal, state, and local law enforcement community and dozens of United States attorneys' offices. Thank you to all who made today possible. Now, despite these historic achievements, we aren't resting on our laurels. We're making advancements to stay ahead of their criminals and their illicit schemes. That is why today I'm also announcing that we are working with our partners at FBI, HHS OIG, and other federal agencies to create a healthcare data fusion center to revolutionize how we detect, investigate, and prosecute healthcare fraud. These efforts will be led by the Criminal Division, specifically the Fraud Section's Healthcare Fraud Unit, and comprised of data specialists from the unit's data analytics team. The Fusion Center will break down information silos using coordinated data analysis to enable our investigative teams to quickly identify and dismantle emerging fraud schemes, preventing money from going out the door. Today's enforcement action represents the largest healthcare fraud takedown in American history. But it's not the end. It's the beginning of a new era of aggressive prosecution and data-driven prevention. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Acting Inspector General Juliet T. Hodgkins, Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General.
Good morning, and thank you to Mr. Gagliotti and to the Department of Justice for inviting me to join here today. Combating fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicare, Medicaid, and other HHS programs is our mission at the Office of Inspector General. I am proud to be here today representing the tremendous work of our criminal investigations team in this takedown. This unprecedented healthcare fraud takedown is more than twice as large as any past one, having stopped national and global fraud schemes alleged to have resulted in over $14 billion in intended losses. The results announced today were only possible, though, through a strong partnership of federal and state agencies. By working shoulder to shoulder, we harness the best information, tools, and expertise to find criminals, no matter where they hide, and no matter how they try to disguise their crimes. I would especially like to thank DOJ, CMS, FBI, DEA, and our other federal partners that are here today. I would also like to acknowledge the state Medicaid fraud control units, as well as the strong public-private partnership between government and private insurers to combat health fraud. Simply put, criminals go where the money is. Through information sharing, government and the private sector help each other to more efficiently stop fraud. And under our watch, criminals will not be allowed to enrich themselves with dollars meant to improve the health of Americans. One massive fraud scheme that was charged as a part of today's takedown involved multiple durable medical equipment companies that billed Medicare over $10 billion for equipment that patients did not need or that they never received. The good news for the American people is that the alleged criminals in this scheme never got their hands on most of that Medicare and Medicaid money that they tried to steal. Instead, the government coordinated to use our collective tools and authorities to protect taxpayer dollars. This takedown also demonstrates, though, our commitment to shield Americans from harm. The actions taken by our partnership stopped individuals and entities that were alleged to have used stolen medical identities from over 1 million patients to submit false claims. They preyed on patients who needed addiction services, billing for treatment that was never received. They illegally diverted prescription opioids, millions of pills that continue to fuel the devastating opioid epidemic. But as fraud schemes span borders and jurisdictions, OIG and our partners respond quickly and effectively. And as fraud schemes increasingly exploit technology, we use cutting-edge investigative methods to detect fraud, prevent losses, and protect patients. Before I close today, I must take a moment to applaud the exceptional work of the dedicated OIG professionals that participated in this takedown. Every day, these outstanding law enforcement professionals do the dangerous work of holding criminals accountable. Thank you for your service to the American people. Thank you so much, and I will turn the microphone over now to Dr. Mehmet Oz, the CMS Administrator.
Let me put on my clinician's hat first, because it is my culture, my story. I'm a heart surgeon, And when I hear about this fraud, I think about patients who have trusted us, people who are at their most vulnerable time looking for the protection of our services. And too often these criminal entities have tried to pierce that trust. When you walk into the Health and Human Services building not far from here, there's a quote from Hubert Humphrey, from whom the building is named, and it says, "It is the moral obligation of government," that's what we're doing here today, "it's the moral obligation of government to protect those who are at the dawn of their life, our children, those at the twilight of their life, our seniors, and those living in the shadows, folks who are having trouble like the substance use disorder mentioned a second ago by Juliet." I want to applaud all of the agencies that collaborated today, because when President Trump signed the executive order on fraud, waste, and abuse, a pledge to crush this reality, this is exactly what he had in mind. At Health and Human Services, under leadership of Secretary Kennedy, we have strived to break down barriers and silos in every way possible. What you're witnessing on stage today is exactly that. The American government at its best, making sure all of us work together for the same common purpose, in this case especially, expressly to protect those who are our most vulnerable. Because all great societies are judged by how they take care of those who are vulnerable, and we are great people. We will do that. So to the OIG, the DOJ, who's hosting us, the FBI, DEA, and other agencies that are engaged. And let me ask Kim Stan in the back. Kim Brandt runs, Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Administrator at CMS. She runs the fraud unit, and I'll speak about some of the work she and her team have been doing in my comments today. It is, and you'll hear this said by all of us, and we should, the largest Department of Justice health care fraud takedown in history. The fact that it's even possible that you could have $15 billion to play in this endeavor is shameful. But that's how we're being attacked now, and it's not done by small-time operators. As you're hearing about and you will read about, these are organized syndicates who are designing to hurt America. And why do they hurt our healthcare system? Well, CMS is probably the largest target of all, responsible for about $1.7 trillion of disbursements. So it's a big target on our side, and they can pierce the veil of protection by just getting identifier numbers from our seniors or Medicaid recipients or others, and thus use those tools, use you, the American people, to hurt us. What we're doing today is changing the paradigm. Not just going after bad guys and putting them behind bars, but actually getting ahead of these schemes so the money never leaves our bank account. Because by the time we find out that these criminals have stolen and the money has left the building, it's already offshore somewhere in some foreign country's vaults where foreign leaders are rejoicing in the fact they took advantage of the American people. That's why we use the word crushing fraud, waste, and abuse. Because this is not just a nice thing to do in an accounting pickup that we can, claw back money. It doesn't happen that easily. And this is a modern era. There are modern tools being used to attack us, and we need even more modern ways, including AI, which I'll speak about in a second, to take them down. The oversight has to be unrelenting. We can never let our guard down. While we're sitting in here right now, there's hundreds of thousands, probably millions of efforts being made to hack into CMS and our system, and we have systems designed to prevent that, to make sure the people who need us the most will find that we're there to protect them. The CMS Fraud War Room that I want to announce that Kim is going to lead is an effort as an example of this. It's prevented most of the fraudulent efforts to take money out of our agency. So most of the money never left the door, so most of the money was never stolen, even though we know you were trying to do it. And when I speak to you, when the president signed that executive order, he put a bunch of sheriffs, new sheriffs in town. And that's what you're looking at on stage today, and many others like us who are not going to tolerate this anymore. We're stopping stolen taxpayer money from leaving the door, stopping it in its tracks. Just when I was leaving the room today, the offices today, I was hearing about over $100 million that we've stopped from leaving the agency just in the past few weeks. There are 27 providers that are under active prepayment review, which means we're not going to pay their money until we verify that they're actually doing their jobs correctly. There's examples from telemed schemes in Florida with clinics billing for activities that they're not really, we don't believe, providing. There's a cardiology provider, and please help me understand this, who's providing cardiology services in person in Georgia and Nevada at the same time on the same day. Unless teleporting is being made feasible, not possible, but it happens. The audacity to think you could get away with this highlights the fact that folks believe they could have taken advantage of the agency in the past. We're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. There are mental health clinics, listen carefully, mental health clinics providing skin substitute placement on their patients. Again, you're dealing with ulcers in a mental health clinic. These services are provided by an anesthesiologist. Improbable. Money's not leaving the building. You're going to have to prove to me that there's a clinical benefit of a psychiatrist telling an anesthesiologist to put a surgical graft on a patient. It's not going to happen. We need your help. That's my big plea. We need your help, the American people. Why? Over half of the whistleblower tips that we get are for healthcare fraud, and over half of the fraud against our government is in healthcare. So we need your help, both to protect your own important information. Don't give it away because con artists come to your door and try to get it, but give us tips. You're going to hear all of us share opportunities that we have, but it only happens in healthcare because we know we have allies, the American people. We provide care to 68 million Medicare beneficiaries. 80 million Americans are on Medicaid or CHIP. There's another 20 million on the exchanges. There are a lot of people that will come to help us. So write this down, 1-800-HHS-TIPS. 1-800-HHS-TIPS. We have a URL, obviously, if you go to our website as well. And I'll leave you with one last thought. In addition to the massive fraud, especially from foreign entities trying to invade America using their financial tools and criminal mindsets, we also have 25% of all of our money being spent probably subject to abuse, and that's not fraud. This is abuse and waste. Money not being used wisely. We just launched a new model called WISER with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation under Abe Sutton that is looking at ways for us to identify inappropriate use of services that are wasteful and should not be offered to the American people because they could hurt them, and they're certainly not providing value for these wonderful Americans whose health is being taken advantage of to generate higher savings, higher revenue, rather, for providers. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. We're going to use data analytics, real-time monitoring, and unhesitating and unwavering pursuit of the law to make sure this happens. I want to thank my colleagues on the stage and their agencies for all the wonderful work you have done. God bless you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Christopher Delzato, and I'm the Acting Deputy Assistant Director for the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division that handles healthcare fraud. I want to echo what our speakers have said already and thank everybody who made this takedown possible. Healthcare fraud is not a victimless crime. Every dollar stolen through deceitful billing or unnecessary procedures is a dollar taken away from patients who truly need care and taxpayers who fund these critical programs. Schemes like those we're announcing today drive medical costs up, strain federal health care budgets, and ultimately impact every American who relies on Medicare, Medicaid, and other public and private insurance programs. It's also not just about financial losses. It's about patients being exposed to unnecessary procedures, false diagnoses, and delayed care. That kind of exploitation isn't just unethical, it's dangerous and has no place in our healthcare system. We can't tackle healthcare fraud of this scale alone. It requires a united response. That's why strong partnerships are at the heart of what we do. This initiative is part of a strategic and coordinated effort with the Department of Justice's Healthcare Fraud Unit of the Criminal Division's Fraud Section, Health and Human Services, Office of Inspector General, Drug Enforcement Administration, and other federal and state agency partners. From investigators on the ground to analysts tracking intel, forensic accountants tracing financial trails, and prosecutors building cases that will hold up in court, every agency involved plays a critical role. By leveraging these critical partnerships, it allows all of us to share intelligence in real time and connect the dots across multiple jurisdictions, not only in the United States, but around the globe. This initiative brought together expertise from FBI headquarters and 28 field offices across the country working side by side to identify the scope of the fraud and coordinate arrests. From fraudulent billing, COVID relief abuse, and money laundering to prescription drug diversion, these criminal networks are engaged in complex schemes that operate on a global scale, undermining our healthcare systems and fueling broader transnational criminal activity. The investigations announced today speak volumes about our resolve to root out corruption in the healthcare system and hold accountable those who think they can defraud federal programs without being caught. I want to talk about the numbers for a minute because they're not just large, they're impactful. They reflect the scale of the fraud, the reach these criminal networks have, and the urgent need to protect our healthcare system. 324 defendants were charged criminally, including 96 licensed medical professionals, 25 of whom were doctors and charged for their alleged participation in various fraud schemes targeting government and private health insurance programs. Over $14 billion in alleged fraud was billed to Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance programs. Unfortunately, those numbers represent Americans impacted in every state. Behind the numbers is a web of criminal activity that stretches far beyond our borders. The FBI's Operation Gold Rush resulted in the largest amount of loss charged in a healthcare fraud case brought by the Department of Justice. More than 20 members of a criminal organization based in Russia and elsewhere were charged for their roles in a $10 billion Medicare fraud and international money laundering conspiracy. The organization allegedly used a network of foreign straw owners, including individuals sent into the United States from abroad, who acting at the direction of others overseas, strategically bought dozens of medical supply companies that were enrolled in Medicare and located across the United States. After the organization gained control of the companies, it rapidly submitted billions of dollars in fraudulent healthcare claims that were never ordered by doctors, requested by patients, or provided to anyone. In doing so, the defendants are alleged to have exploited the identities of over 1 million Americans spanning all 50 states by using their confidential medical information to submit the fraudulent claims. This not only illustrates just how global these schemes have become, but how advanced and coordinated they are becoming. In Atlanta, 5 people, including 3 medical professionals, were charged with manipulating the price of skin grafts and forcing services on patients that were not medically necessary. In this case, Medicare was scammed out of $760 million. And in Phoenix, we opened an investigation after receiving a complaint about suspicious billing to Arizona Medicaid. It led us to a network of sober living homes that were supposed to be helping those struggling with drug and alcohol addiction, many of whom were Native Americans. Instead, this was a massive fraud scheme that billed for services that were never actually provided. The sober living home facilities owned by ProMD received more than $560 million for services that were not provided. Those are just some of the investigations that were part of this initiative. As these threats grow more complex and transnational, the FBI and our law enforcement partners must continue to evolve, stay ahead of the curve, and meet the challenges with equal force. Reducing federal health care spending, stopping fraud and waste, and controlling costs isn't just about budgets. It's about protecting the integrity of programs millions of Americans depend on. And we will not tolerate those who put personal gain above patient care. Remember, you can always report suspected health care fraud to your local FBI office or call 1-800-FBI-TIPS. And we count on you reporting those tips. Your vigilance plays a critical role in helping us uncover fraud, protect patients, and hold offenders accountable. Next, I'll turn it over to the DEA.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Today's announcement represents a landmark victory in the fight against healthcare fraud and the illegal diversion of controlled substances. The Drug Enforcement, alongside our partners at the Department of Justice, FBI, HHS, OIG, CMS, and our state and local law enforcement agencies, look took part in this unprecedented national takedown that uncovered more than $14.6 billion in intended healthcare fraud, as well as over 15 million controlled substance pills being diverted, a staggering abuse of public trust and public funds. Similar to DEA's core mission of protecting the health and safety of American communities, Americans also put their trust and their lives into the hands of our medical and healthcare professionals. And what we saw in these cases was the very opposite of that mission. Pills ended up on our streets. Pharmacists, doctors, and distributors fueled addiction, endangered lives, and illegally profited off the backs of Americans. DEA's investigations covered doctors, pharmacists, pharmacy owners responsible for the diversion of thousands of controlled substance pills like oxycodone and hydrocodone. These pills ended up on our streets, in the hands of dealers, and in the path of addiction. In other cases, DEA helped investigate providers who stole opioids intended for their own patients, diverted fentanyl from hospitals, and exploited vulnerable individuals seeking treatment. And we didn't stop there. In the last 6 months, DEA has charged 93 administrative cases seeking the revocation of pharmacies, medical practitioners, and distributors' authority to handle and/or prescribe controlled substances. This sends a clear message. If you use your license to harm the public, you will lose it. This takedown also shows how closely drug trafficking and healthcare fraud are intertwined. Whether it's criminal enterprises billing for medically unnecessary opioids or laundering the proceeds from sham clinics and pill mills, DEA is targeting the financial, pharmaceutical, and criminal infrastructure behind the epidemic. As we move forward, DEA will continue to collaborate across government agencies. Together, we are building a smarter, data-driven enforcement model, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence and forensic analytics to stay ahead of criminal actors. To those who think they can hide behind white coats or offshore bank accounts, think again. DEA remains relentless in our pursuit of those who poison our communities and exploit our healthcare system, all to line their own pockets with profit from others' pain. I, too, want to take a moment to recognize the remarkable work, commitment to healthcare and safety, and dedication of our DEA investigators and all our partners across the nation. Today's takedown is a milestone, but it's not the end. It's the foundation of what comes next. Thank you.
Mr. Gagliardi, you mentioned in your remarks that this involved more than 1 million stolen identities. Any idea of how those identities were stolen, what breach they were part of?
Can't identify the specific breach they're part of, but they are on the dark web, among other places. They're internet-based identities that are put up for sale. And frankly, what would happen in some of these cases is individuals who were not even seeing a particular doctor for any sort of specific care often got a medical device at their home and reported that. And so their device may have been somewhere on the internet, either from one breach or multiple different breaches, and these are collected by the organizations who then would send devices to individuals who never requested them.
Can I offer this? This is a very important point for the American public to hear. They knock on doors, and they'll tell you that they've got something for free, and then they get your number, and they're off to the races. So this is why folks should guard their numbers, especially their Medicare number, very carefully.
Question for Dr. Oz, actually. When you talk to anti-fraud experts in the private sector, they say that one of the reasons these transnational groups are targeting government programs to such a massive degree is because it's been relatively easy for them to do that using the stolen identities that you mentioned. Because government agencies don't use the same kind of technology that Citibank does, and Amazon does, and Walmart does. It sounded like from what you were saying earlier, you're working to change that. You mentioned AI. Can you talk a little more about that?
The WISER model, which is a CMMI model, much of the innovation in Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services comes specifically from the statutorily created entity of Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, as the name would state, have already launched a model. It is designed to use artificial intelligence and other more cutting-edge tools to address the fraud that exists in healthcare. And I have just 2 points on this I think are worth remembering. The reason that AI works so well in the financial systems is because bank managers aren't fraudsters usually, so they're not very good at fraud, whereas fraudsters are really good at fraud. So you're asking people who don't study fraud, like in CMS, for example, Amy Brandt does not spend her whole life thinking how to defraud people. So she doesn't think the way a criminal mind might work, so we actually benefit tremendously, as has been the case in banking and other transactional businesses, if we can bring these newer technologies to bear. The other reality of healthcare is that we don't really penalize people for doing bad things. When they steal money, and they steal the health of Americans when they steal your money, because they're taking away resources that are vitally needed to take care of vulnerable Americans. When they do that, I think, not just criminal, but morally reprehensible activity, it's often a slap on the wrist. And that's an area where I think we should get more serious. Many of these fraudsters were able to get away literally outside the country, but even the ones we catch sometimes have remarkably impactful opportunities to escape real justice, and we have to change that as well. We also have to be serious. We've got to send a message. That's what today's press conference is about, and I'd love if you could echo that. We are taking this crisis to a whole different level. This is not going to be the same approach to healthcare fraud detection as has been evident certainly for the last few years.
You mentioned that the intended loss was north of $14 billion. Can you say what the actual loss was? $2.9 billion.
I wanted to follow up about the rise in these foreign actors that you're seeing participate in these schemes. How can you address a little bit more about how the U.S. can combat that when so many of these criminals are beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, the first thing we need to do is prevent more of the money from going out in the first place. Frankly, $2.9 billion actual loss on $14.6 billion intended loss is pretty good. It's less than a sixth, and we were able to prevent that by getting ahead of schemes early. So the best thing, the best antidote here is prevention rather than enforcement. Second, we're able to capture people who were coming into the United States on temporary bases, some of these straw owners and people who own these companies. Then we need to get serious sentences on these individuals to send that deterrent message. And the third thing we need to do, and which we are doing, is we're fighting for the extradition of many of these individuals. We hope to see them face justice in an American courtroom. So what we need to do, and the goal of all these taken together, is to make sure that people don't view this as some sort of calculated risk. It won't pay off, essentially, if we prevent, if we enforce, and if we get significant sentences.
On the transnational element to this, are these people that are just mostly looking to make as much money as they can, or is there a national security risk too to having people from these transnational groups involved in this fraud?
Yeah, we see. So astute question. So basically, in some instances, we see it's a sheer fraud scheme for money and related purposes, particularly at the lower levels of the pyramids. But we do have individuals who we have concerns about other activity they're connected to.
Can you say anything more about that?
No.
One of these cases involved defense overseas using artificial intelligence to basically create recordings of Medicare beneficiaries. Can you talk about how this AI explosion and the kind of confluence of fraud and how you're kind of marshaling resources to attack that? And separately, Dr. Oz, you mentioned that this is largely about messaging and making clear that this kind of fraud is unacceptable. I wonder, does it undermine that message when President Trump recently pardoned Lawrence Duran, who was convicted in what was at the time the largest Medicare fraud scam in history? Does it undermine that at all?
I'll start with your first question. So, yes, we are concerned about the criminals' advancements in technology here, obviously, and it's something that contributed to some of the schemes we saw here. So let me say a little bit more about a work that we're doing on a data fusion center that I think is significant. Basically, a lot of the information that is relevant to stopping these schemes is stored across different government agencies. And what the Data Fusion Center intends to do is put it all in one place so that we can recognize these patterns earlier on. So if you're looking at a graph for some particular kind of back brace, for example, and you see a hockey stick spike in the sales of these in some particular location in Miami, say, that's a very powerful lead for us to go after and to try to root out the problem before it grows. So yes, the criminal schemes are getting more complex, and that's why we need to advance with it. And the Data Fusion Center is a big part of that. And breaking down information silos across agencies is another significant part of it.
The president has been very clear that he wants this fraud, waste, and abuse crushed. That's the word that's used. And I'll give you one concrete example of how he has done that. DOJ is not just about cutting waste and fraud within government. DOJ has been actively involved at CMS in helping us address places where fraud is existing that we never thought to look. And that's the kind of opportunity that's created when you actually break silos down, which is probably the single biggest opportunity that this administration has created. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Senate Democrats will now commence 4 parliamentary inquiries to show the hypocrisy of what Republicans are trying to do here in the Senate and to expose how they're trying to hide the true costs of their billionaire giveaways to the American people. I thank my colleagues who will speak momentarily, as well as all of my colleagues who have come to the floor as we debate this bill before Vote-A-Rama. So before I yield to them, I just want to hammer home exactly what is going on here in the Senate for the people back home. Republicans are about to pass the single most expensive bill in U.S. history to give tax breaks to billionaires while taking away Medicaid, SNAP benefits, and good-paying jobs for millions of people. CBO just this morning said it will explode the debt by $3.3 trillion. And they said it will likely cost more over time. More than that, closer to $4 trillion. Rather than be honest with the American people about the true costs of their billionaire giveaways, Republicans are doing something the Senate has never done before, deploying fake math and accounting gimmicks to hide the true cost of their bill. Look, Republicans can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want to try and make the math work on paper, but you can't paper over the real-life consequences of adding tens of trillions to the debt. Sky-high interest rates, higher borrowing costs for cars, for homes, for credit cards. Americans are going to feel this, unfortunately, everywhere they look. Americans' household wealth will be permanently hobbled. There aren't enough budgetary gimmicks in the world to change that fact. And for what? Why are Republicans doing this? So that billionaires can pay less in taxes while tens of millions lose their health care benefits and pay more for everyday expenses. I now yield to my colleague from Oregon for the first parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator will state his inquiry.
When the House bill was first laid before the Senate, was the operative baseline under which it would be considered the current law baseline under Section?
Yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions, and with 12 minutes of debate equally divided on the Kennedy Amendment number 2772 between Senators Kennedy, Welch, and Scott of South Carolina. Duckworth, motion to commit. Schiff, motion to commit. Kennedy, number 2772. Also Brooks, motion to commit. Kelly, motion to commit. Murphy, motion to commit. King, motion to commit. Padilla, motion to commit. Bennett, motion to commit. And Collins, number 2812.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The Senator from Illinois.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that the
Agriculture.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when House Republicans confronted concerns that H.R. 1 would threaten SNAP benefits of veterans, the Republican chairman of the House Agriculture Committee finally claimed our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement, which is the law, and we are not changing it. Well, he spoke too soon, because without a hearing, without notice and certainty, without good cause, Senate Republicans literally stripped away the very protection that House Republicans cited when arguing that veterans would not be harmed by this ugly bill. Senate Republicans are abandoning veterans, the homeless, former foster youth, and also parents with children above the age of 13, because we all know teenagers don't have big appetites. To be beaten down with complex paperwork and confusing bureaucracy that has nothing to do with helping struggling Americans find work, and rather is simply a cynical scheme to discourage those who serve our nation in uniform from receiving the safety net support they're eligible for under the law.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from Illinois. The agriculture title of the bill empowers individuals to pursue work, education, training, and volunteer opportunities, equipping SNAP recipients to eventually transition off the program through real growth in their income. It's reasonable to expect SNAP recipients who can work to do so, including parents of school-age children who can work while their children are at school. Any individual who is physically or mentally unfit for employment continues to be exempt from the work requirement. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you.
I know you want to invest in childcare, Patty, but we got to get this budget under control. But now that it's tax cuts for billionaires and corporations, suddenly the budget doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly the rules do not matter anymore. Suddenly a couple trillion goes away with a sprinkle of fairy dust. And bypassing the parliamentarian and president isn't really bypassing if you just close your eyes and just pretend real hard. Have you no shame? If you think you can look the American people in the face and tell them we have to bring down the debt after passing what might be the most expensive bill in history, if you think you can do that and then be taken seriously, well, you know what? If you believe that, maybe you are foolish enough to think that 0 and a trillion are the same. Mr. President, I can't believe this is what we're doing today. Because I can tell you right now, if this happens, we will all laugh you out of the room because we have never seen anything like this. Not in my time here in the Senate, not in my time on this planet. We are not going to let anyone forget that you're trashing the rules in order to pass this egregious bill. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I want to share a couple comments with my colleagues, including my Republican colleagues, because I've made these points on the floor, but generally the floor is empty, and some of you are here now. In 1974, 100 senators agreed on reconciliation as a fast-track, filibuster-free, but only for one purpose, reducing the deficit. It had three pillars: reduce the deficit over a 10-year period. Second, reduce the deficit in each and every year after that 10-year period in each title of the bill. And third, use honest numbers. In 1996, the Republican team was in the majority and decided on a nuclear option to allow that reconciliation process to be used to increase deficits in the 10-year window. That was unfortunate because it destroyed the agreement all 100 senators had agreed to in 1974. But now, today, if we proceed with this current policy baseline, there's two other pillars that you're destroying of the architecture to create fiscal discipline. The second pillar was no deficits after the 10-year period. That's been destroyed. And the third was to use honest numbers from the Congressional Budget Office on a current law basis, comparing each provision in the bill as compared to the provision not being in the bill. So here we are, taking a step that is as significant as it was in 1996. All three pillars will be brought down, not by Democrats, but by Republicans. It's not necessary to do this to get what you want within the 10-year period. Why tear down these additional two pillars of honesty about the numbers, no more smoke and mirrors, and creating deficits after the 10-year period? It's extremely unfortunate if you press forward with that vision in this bill. President.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
I want to pick up on the point that my colleague from Washington State touched on. Everybody ought to understand this is the nuclear option. It's just hidden behind a whole lot of Washington, D.C. lingo. The only difference is instead of pressing a big nuclear button right at the beginning of the Congress, Republicans decided that they'd hide behind a cloak of Senate procedure and go nuclear for every individual bill they want to pass on party lines. And I just say to my colleagues, there's going to be a lot of horrendous messes to clean up after this legislation. But my colleagues need to understand the moves, as my colleague from Washington State has said, cut both ways. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask that debate time come off the bill unless otherwise advised.
Without objection. Mr. President. I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
In this place where big money now rules and in which fakery is now the order of the day and numbers no longer have to be real, there is one point that stands out, and that is that the fakery on the floor is belied by the language of the bill. If these assertions were true, they would not need to raise the debt limit. All of this fun and games, all of this parliamentary mischief that is happening right now crashes into the fact that in real markets, in the real world, outside of this fakery, the debt limit is actually a real thing. And I will take a moment to read from page 754 of this midnight monstrosity what it actually says, where it collides with the real world. Subtitle C, Increase in Debt Limit. Section 72001, Modification of Limitation on the Public Debt. Line 20, the limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 United States Code, as most recently increased by Section 401B of Public Law 118.5, 31 U.S.C. 3101 Note, is increased by $5 trillion. $5 trillion. That's the real number here. That's where the rubber hits the road in real life. The maneuver that is being pulled right now to avoid that fact, the fact that the debt limit has to be increased by $5 trillion so that Republicans can give immense tax breaks to billionaires, has not been used for this before. I used it once. In the year 2000, a deal had been struck on how to score activities of the Power Marketing Administration. Does anybody really know about the Power Marketing Administration? It's a small thing. Over the years, the Congressional Budget Office started scoring the program differently than the Senate had agreed to in 2000. So in 2023 and 2024, Senate Budget Chair, me, and the House Budget Chair, Jody Arrington, on a bipartisan basis, invoked this section to have CBO return to the original Senate agreement and not the variation that they had created. This is what Section 312 has been used for, to resolve technical ambiguity to advance a bipartisan appropriation deal, not to create Senate floor fakery belied by the $5 trillion debt limit hike that Republicans are obliged to pass to make good on this huge billionaire blowout that we're forcing through the Senate floor now. I yield the floor.
I am using and yielding time off the bill.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So, the debate and eventual voting on the big, beautiful bill has begun. Hallelujah. It's taken a while for us to get here, but we're going to have a debate worthy of a great country. We'll have what they think and what we think, and we're going to vote on this bill in the coming days, and I'm excited about that. I've worked a long time with my colleagues to get to where we are today. So to the American people, the debate is beginning right now regarding the big, beautiful bill, and I'll tell you why that's good news for you, but let me take a little bit of time to talk about current policy versus current law. I know everybody's on the edge of their seat at home, but here's what I would tell you about numbers and budget chairmen. I'm not the first budget chairman. There have been those who came before me. In 2008, Chairman Kent Conrad, a really nice guy from North Dakota, used a new baseline in the budget so he could get the farm bill in the budget. And Jared Gregg, really smart guy, former budget chairman, said the chairman of the budget committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. That's what I'm doing. I'm setting the numbers. The parliamentarian said, that's my job as budget chairman. The resolution we're operating under to get us here, we voted to make that the case. So we're not doing anything sneaky. We actually voted to give me the authority to do this, and it passed. But again, I'm not the first chairman to change a baseline for different reasons. One, to get the farm bill in, and another occasion, Senator Sanders changed the baseline in 2022 when he was budget chairman under budget reconciliation to issue a budget rule allowing the numbers to change to get more money for Head Start. So Senator Sanders, as budget chairman, directed a new rule be written to get more money for Head Start. So don't tell me you've never done this before in terms of changing the baseline as budget chairman. The budget chairman under 312 sets the baseline. This has been acknowledged by Republicans and Democrats. The baseline has changed in the past based on the budget committee chairman's desire, one to get a farm bill in, and the other to change the numbers, a new rule to get Head Start spending. So this has been done before. But I'll be the first to say that what we're doing here is historic in a good way. In 2017, we passed the Trump tax cuts. They're due to expire in December. Why is that? Before I got here, current law was the way to score or implement tax policy. After 10 years, the tax cuts expired. Current law. As budget chairman, I've decided to use current policy when it comes to cutting taxes. If you use current policy, they never expire. So the policies that were created in 2017 would not end in December. They would continue. And that's a good thing for the American people. That's a good thing for the economy because it gives you certainty. So I made a decision as budget chairman, working with my colleagues, to look at tax cuts, something important for the country, to give certainty to businesses and individuals, and make sure after 10 years they don't arbitrarily go away and have a cliff. So I made that decision. My colleagues backed me up, and that's in the budget resolution governing the debate that we're here today. So why do we want to make the tax cuts permanent? Because if they expire in December, the average family of 4 in South Carolina will have a $1,700 increase. I don't want that, and I bet you people at home don't want that. So we have to deal with that. That cliff is coming, and not only do I want to avoid that cliff, I don't want to put us in that position ever again. So the tax cuts have generated more revenue for the government than CBO estimated in 2017. The one thing about our friends at CBO, I appreciate all your hard work. You've worked really hard. When it comes to taxing, they always get it wrong about how much revenue to be collected. So when you look at the years that have passed since 2017, on the corporate side, on the individual side, the revenue to the government has actually grown because of those tax cuts. And that's a good thing. So cutting taxes means more money for you and your family. Our friends on the other side, if you're waiting on them to cut your taxes, you're going to die waiting. So they're never going to do it. Why are we doing it? Because they won't do it. We could never get 60 votes for this. So the bottom line is we're going to make these tax cuts permanent, and that's a good thing for businesses. Expensing will be allowed so you can invest and grow in your business. You can buy new equipment. You can write it off sooner, and that will get more activity in the economy. It's not me saying that. There's a track record, Mr. President. You've been in business. This stuff works. They don't like it, but it works. If you're in business and the tax code encourages you to invest in your business, you will. This stuff literally works. And they hate it because it's money that could have gone to the government went back into the economy. What they don't realize, actually, the government gets more money. They just keep spending it. And we could do better on the spending side. And we are going to do better on the spending side. So this bill makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. It avoids a tax increase for your family that's coming in December if we don't act now. It secures the border. One of the reasons there are more of us than our Democratic friends is how you screwed the country up for the last 4 years. We went from secure borders to completely open borders, absolute chaos, and that's why we're winning and you're losing. And you want to take us back to open borders. We're not going. We're not going back to your policies that allowed 8.3 million encounters at the border, 1.7 million gotaways, chaos to cities and communities. We're not going back to the policies that led to Laken Riley's murder in Georgia, where the man convicted for murdering her was captured several times, released because there was no detention space to hold him in Texas, and he left a free man, went to Georgia and killed this lady. That's happened too many times, and it's going to stop. Now, what are we doing to secure the border? We went from lawless borders to the most secure borders in 6 months because of President Trump. President Trump, you should be exceedingly proud. Holman, the whole team, you've locked that border down, but we want to do it in a way that it'll stay locked down for the president, after you, and beyond. So how do we secure the gains made by President Trump and his team? We're going to, in this bill, hire more ICE agents to expedite removal of people that shouldn't be here, particularly criminal elements, people that are dangerous. We're going to finish the wall. Not one Democrat, maybe one, no way would get 60 votes to hire more ICE agents. No way we would get Democratic help to finish the wall. And we're going to go from 40,000 detention beds to 125,000. This secure the border is about $175 billion. New technology along the border, fiber cable, so we don't go back to the days of open borders. This is in the bill. To those of you who voted for us and President Trump to secure the border, we're delivering through this bill. And they would never do what we're doing. I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to securing the border, they're never going to do what we're doing. We're hiring more ICE agents, we're finishing the wall, and we're increasing more detention beds so we don't let people out that can go and murder. I'm very proud of this. I wrote this part. This is money well spent. This will secure that border in perpetuity. President Trump, this is your plan. It is in our bill. Well done. To my friends on the other side, you had your chance and you screwed it up big time. And that's why we're in charge. Revitalize our military. The world is a dangerous place. We have $150 billion in this bill to help build out the Golden Dome, to help improve the quality of life of men and women serving in the military by improving their barracks and housing. They need the money, more weapons. It's in this bill, and we didn't have to get extorted to buy a bunch of butter to get $150 billion. We reduce government spending over a decade by $1.6 trillion. We're running deficits, national debt of $37 trillion. So what have we done here? In the last 5 years, from 2020 basically to now, Medicaid has grown by 50%. So what's happened is that Medicaid was originally intended for children and poor families, children and people who were disabled and couldn't work to provide health care. Count me in for that, makes a lot of sense. Along comes President Obama. He expands Medicaid to include able-bodied adults for the first time. And what he did was he incentivized states to include these people in Medicaid. For every new able-bodied adult, you get 90% of the cost from the federal government, 10% from the states. And Medicaid has grown 50%, is going to take over Medicare because of what President Obama did. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to deal with that in a responsible way. What about this idea? If you're not a child, if you're not disabled, you're able-bodied, and you don't have any children under 14, we're going to have a 20-hour-a-week work requirement for you to stay on Medicaid. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for the individual involved to be working. It's a good thing for the taxpayer for them to be working. But that seems to be a crime on the other side, to ask somebody to work that can work. How many people out there are listening to this? I don't know how many you are, but are you working every day? Are you going to work with kids? A lot of people do that, by the way. So one of the reforms in this bill is to introduce a work requirement to the additional population that President Obama put on Medicaid that was never intended under the original purpose of Medicaid. This work requirement is going to save a bunch of money. Finally, we're addressing the biggest scam I've seen in a very long time. Somewhere along the line, somebody figured out that at the state level, that if you tax doctors and hospitals and medical providers on the funds they get and take that revenue, you can actually get more Medicaid money. This is a money laundering scheme. It needs to come to an end as we know it. States have gone up to 6% of a provider tax. They take that tax revenue and they use it to get more money from the federal government. The hospitals and doctors don't lose, they get the money back. The state doesn't lose, they get more money. The only group that loses is the federal government, and we're deep, deep in debt. So we're going to reform the provider tax system that I think is abusive, very abusive. As to Medicaid, it's on a growth trajectory that will overtake Medicare. Now is the time to put common sense reform in place, not only to slow the growth, and we're not talking about cutting Medicaid, we're slowing the growth, but try to create some sense of fiscal responsibility. So, to our chairman.
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from California, Mr. Schiff, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition,
Ask
and
that further
Forestry.
reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, my motion is simple. It will prevent families with kids under 12 from losing food assistance under the bill. It's bad enough we're borrowing money, trillions of dollars from our kids and grandkids to pay for tax cuts for rich people, but it is worse still that we leave families hungry today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from California. The agricultural title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move towards self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. SNAP is long overdue for change. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to be dependent on government assistance. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Spending my time feeding hungry kids is not waste. And if we have to send this bill back to committee to fix it and bring it back so kids can get fed, we should do it. This bill is going to take lunches out of school cafeterias. It's going to mean hungry families. You can't pick a number like $200 billion out of thin air and say you can take that money for tax cuts and not leave a lot of American kids hungry. I urge an aye vote.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
In the country under government-run health care, and the government reimbursement is higher for an able-bodied person than it is for a poor child or a disabled person. And we're going to stop that, because that's not fair. It's not fair to the taxpayer, and it's not fair to the population that we're trying to help. So we're going to control spending in a common sense way. We're going to revitalize our military at a time of great need. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to make the tax cuts that expire in December permanent so we don't have to deal with this every 10 years. It's a big, beautiful bill if you believe in cutting people's taxes, securing the border, having a strong military, and controlling government spending. It is a nightmare, this bill, for those who want to raise taxes who want open borders, who want a weak military, and never want to control one dime of federal spending. This bill is your nightmare if you're for open borders. This bill is your nightmare if you want the government to grow without any limitation. This bill is your nightmare if you want a weak military, because it's going to give us a stronger military. So why do we have this debate? That's what they, through years of effort, have done. The military is always the last thing that gets funded when they're in charge. When they're in charge, you have no border. Completely broken, millions of people running through our country, lawless. When they're in charge, there is no limit to growing the government. They entice everybody to grow the government. And when they're in charge, they're never going to cut your taxes in any meaningful way. The tax rates since 2017, the top rate has been 37. If these tax cuts expire, your taxes, if you're a family of four, will go up by $1,700. And we'll go back to the 39.6 rate. Here's a question for the country. How much should the federal government take of anybody's income? What's a fair share? 37%? Seems pretty damn fair to me. Over a third of what you make, and that doesn't count state and local taxes. The number they would pick is probably a 90. So is 37% fair? I think yes. Most Americans think 25% is fair. You know, Jesus wants 10%. There is no number they won't embrace. So somewhere between 90 and 10, 37 is fair. This is not rewarding the wealthy. It's creating a number that makes sense. 37% going to the federal government is a fair share. It's over a third of what you make. And that doesn't count state and local taxes. This has been long, it's been hard, but we're about done. In a couple of days, we're going to pass the one big beautiful bill. President Trump's going to sign it. Mike Crapo and his staff deserve at least one day off. I cannot thank you enough for what you and your team have done. To my budgeteers, you have been terrific. You've worked really hard. To CBO and Joint Tax and all these people, hats off to your efforts to get us a quality product. To all of my colleagues who've rowed the boat with us, we're about to reach the shore. And when this boat comes ashore, every family in America can have a sigh of relief. Your taxes will not go up this December. You'll get a Christmas present of not having a tax increase. To those who have been yearning for a secure border, it will be secure. To those men and women in uniform, you're going to get some help and you desperately need it. And to those who think we should do something about the government's growth in a common sense way, we've achieved that. I am very proud of this bill. I'm very proud of President Trump. I'm very proud of the Republican team that has gotten us to this point. And to my Democratic colleagues, we'll work together where we can. But nobody over here ever expects you to do anything about the border, because you've proven you can't. Nobody over here believes you're ever going to reduce the size of government, because you don't want to. So the bottom line is we're about to make history, Mr. President. This is your first term. I don't know what comes later for you. I hope you're here a long time. If that's what you want to be, you're a great senator. You're a good businessman. You've made a real success story. Family from Columbia. You've created a lot of job opportunity. I doubt if you'll ever do anything more important than this. Senator Crapo, you've been here a while. You're one of the smartest guys I ever met. Everything you've done all your life has led to this moment. This is what you were built to do. This is what you were meant to do. You're the right man at the right time to do what this country desperately needs to stay on track to be safe and prosperous. To all my colleagues who are going to vote for this bill, you should be proud, and you should talk about it, because it's going to make us all safer and it's going to make us all more prosperous. Me being budget chairman is a quirk in the history of the Senate. This is not my thing normally, but I have really gotten into it, and I've learned a lot thanks to my colleagues, and I'm proud to have the honor of being budget chairman at a time I think it matters the most. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Merkley's staff be given all access floor passes for the consideration of the bill. Caitlin Wilson, Lillian Meadows, Scott Graber, Walker Turlock, Taylor Reedy, Democratic staff Mike Jones, Melissa Pistner, Josh Smith, and Tyler Evilsizer. Tyler, Evilsizer. I ask that unanimous consent.
Without objection.
With that, I will yield to my good friend from Idaho.
There's one more behind it.
Huh?
One more behind that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Nope.
That the use of calculators, whatever they are, be permitted on the floor of the Senate during consideration of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, let me thank my colleague from South Carolina, Senator Graham, for his very kind words. I return the same kind of compliments to him for his great work in helping to build this bill and get us moved to this point. I'm going to make just a few remarks right now in response to some of the allegations and mischaracterizations that my colleagues on the other side have made about how this bill has been structured in terms of its evaluation and scoring. And then later I'm going to come and give a much longer speech, sorry sir, on the bill itself. But the things that were said this morning just have to be responded to. First of all, it is said that the reason that we are going to increase the debt ceiling in the bill is because we are spending so much money and driving the deficit up. Well, first of all, our bill drives the deficit down, not up. And secondly, the reason we are dealing with the debt ceiling in the bill is because under the previous administration's operations, the debt ceiling has already been breached. It was breached on January 2nd. And we are limping along with extraordinary measures, is what we call them here in Washington, to try to keep the government funded until Congress can extend the debt ceiling. This has nothing to do with President Trump. It happened before he even was sworn into office. It has nothing to do with this bill. It has to do with the profligate spending that drove us into a breach of the debt ceiling on January 2. Secondly, my colleagues on the other side try to characterize our choice of the current policy baseline as a gimmick and said it's never been done before. Well, they should have been more careful in their words, because the current policy baseline is currently utilized in the current CBO baseline for many spending programs. In fact, many spending programs, about $2.5 trillion of spending programs, are measured under the current treatment, which the Democrats have been using for decades, to make it so they don't have to count spending increases as an increase in the deficit. They are correct that that policy has never been applied to taxes before, because it was not intended to apply to taxes. That ruling and that system that was set up was intentionally designed to favor tax increases over spending cuts and to force Congress to increase taxes and increase spending. It was a strategy to achieve what we all know of as tax and spend. And no matter how they try to cover it over today in their debate, it comes down to this. They are furious that we refuse to raise taxes in America by $4.3 trillion on Americans. And they claim that our refusal to raise your taxes, America, is going to run up the deficit because they can't get $4 trillion more of your tax revenue into their pockets. Well, the first failure of that rationale is, if you believe that you give them $4.5 trillion by letting them raise your taxes again, if you believe they're going to use that to pay the debt down, let me tell you, there's not a tax increase that I've seen in this Congress in my lifetime that was used to pay the debt down. It was used to increase spending. It's called tax and spend. And it's that bias in our scoring system that we are fixing today. We are fixing it so that current policy is how you treat taxes, just like you treat $2.5 trillion of spending this year in your scoring system. We're evening the balance board between taxing and spending. And America should sigh a sigh of relief that finally we are fixing our scoring procedures so that we don't have a built-in drive to increase taxes. Let's put it another way. One of my colleagues said, just even children can understand the difference between $1 trillion and $0. I think they can also understand that if you don't raise taxes, you're not changing the tax code. You're making it bring in the same revenue that it brought in before. You're not increasing the deficit. You're protecting their wallets. And the bottom line here is very simple. I think every American, at least 90% of them, intuitively understand that the refusal to let your taxes go up by $4 trillion is not a deficit increase. You are not the responsible. Us keeping your money in your pocket is not making you responsible for increasing the deficit. Deficit increases come when Congress keeps spending your money and never, ever controlling its spending. The problem is not a lack of revenue. It is too much spending. So let's make it clear. This is not a gimmick. The gimmick is the one that's been used for all these years. We're making a balance between the treatment of tax and spend so that those taxpayers in America have at least a fair chance against the rules of this chamber. Now, one other thing that I think needs to be made here is there was a lot of talk on the other side, and then I'll stop and bring my longer speech later. One other point that needs to be made here is that it was suggested that this has never been done before, even on taxes. Well, there's a president named President Obama who faced a similar situation like we face today. Only then, he was president when a huge tax cut that President Bush had accomplished was expiring. And all of those tax cuts that President Bush had been able to achieve were going to go away, and everybody's taxes were going to go up. And President Obama said, no, I'm not going to let that happen. So he put a bill out on the floor to stop those tax increases from happening. And he was attacked, actually, for increasing the deficit by not letting taxes go up. And President Obama, through his OMB deputy director, said that keeping tax policy current should be scored under a current policy. And that if his act in letting those tax increases be kept in place should be scored as current policy, not as a tax increase. So you've got one of your own presidents from the Democratic Party saying that letting existing tax law stay in place and protecting against huge tax increases on the American people is the appropriate approach to take. That current policy, and those are their words, current policy is the way we should treat tax policy. So I say to everybody in America who's been hearing all of the politics of fear about what we're doing here and running up the deficit, need to remember that only in Washington, D.C., is the refusal to raise your taxes and increase in the deficit. And we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I rise today in opposition to a widely irresponsible legislation that is before us now. Although our colleagues are calling it the big, beautiful bill, this bill would instead be a betrayal to our economic future, hardworking American families, and some of our most vulnerable seniors, children, and people with disabilities. This bill will blow up our national debt, kick millions of people off of their health care, and take food off of families' tables while cutting food assistance. And for what? What our colleagues are mortgaging our country's future for? What are they slashing health care and food assistance to pay for? Well, they're doing it for tax cuts for billionaires. So before my colleagues rush to pass this irresponsible, reckless legislation, let's take a moment to go through exactly how much harm this bill will actually cause, and hear from the people in my state who are going to suffer if this law becomes law. To start, this bill will blow up the national debt. Since President George Washington gave his farewell address, our nation's leaders have warned against the dangers of accumulating a national debt. 15 years ago, Admiral Mike Mullen, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stated, quote, "The most significant threat to our national security is our debt." The national debt is at an all-time high, $36.2 trillion. And just in the last 16 years, it has tripled. Our annual deficits frequently exceed $1.5 trillion, including a record $3.1 trillion deficit in fiscal year 2020 during the Trump administration. Unfortunately, these are the first of many grave financial milestones that we face. Within the next decade, our country will spend more on servicing the debt than we do on any other federal account outside of Social Security. Our fiscal house is basically on fire. But if our Republican colleagues jam through this bill, it's not going to pour water on that fire, it's going to pour gasoline on those flames. Democrats have tried to make efforts to pay down that debt in recent years. In fact, under the Inflation Reduction Act, a law that this bill attempts to actually gut, we reduced the deficit in that bill by nearly $250 billion. And in 2023, we passed the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which responsibly addressed the debt ceiling and had the potential to reduce deficits by up to $1.5 trillion. But unfortunately, the bill before us basically wipes all of that away. And I have always said that I'm open to making smart cuts to spending, but that those cuts should be matched with increases in revenues. Doing so would put us back on a sustainable financial path. Our Republican colleagues are doing the exact opposite. They're making drastic cuts to revenue, and according to the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation, the tax provisions in this bill alone would decrease revenues by $4.2 trillion and add $3 trillion to our national debt. This is a recipe for disaster. If we face another emergency, like a pandemic or global financial crisis, we will be too hamstrung by our debt to respond effectively. We are on the brink of a financial disaster, and passing this bill could push us over that edge. Also, my Republican colleagues can cut taxes for billionaires. At the same time, our Republican colleagues are not making smart, sensible spending cuts to cover the costs that these billionaire tax cuts will mean. Instead, they're gutting health care for millions of Americans, including hundreds of thousands of Michiganders. It's reckless and it is wrong. Medicaid is a lifeline for people in every single community across this country. It ensures that millions of Michiganders and Americans can have access to quality, affordable,
health care. And right now, folks across my home state of Michigan are scared. Scared about what this bill will mean for their families.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours doing motions.
Does the senator want to call up his amendment?
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2772 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2772 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours on motions to commit. I'm not blaming my Democratic colleagues because we had to agree to it. But anybody with a brain above a single cell organism knows that a motion to commit has no chance of passing. So basically, we've been standing around for 13 hours. We might as well just been standing around sucking on our teeth. Now, I'd like to ask for order in this chamber. At least we can have that.
There'll be order, please.
Mr. President, in this bill, $1 billion is set aside to be spent by September 30th, 2027 to carry out the Defense Production Act. That's it. That's all there is. Now, I'm not a big fan of government-directed industrialization. Government-directed industrialization is when government, with its superior instincts and infallible judgment, decides to pick winners and losers in the private sector. This business gets some money, but you, Ms. Businesswoman, you can't have the money. I'm against that for two reasons. Number one, it's immoral. It's unfair to people who don't get the money, the gift from government. And number two, when government does it, when it picks winners and losers, government consistently picks losers. Now, I was against it in the prior administration. And just recently in my committee, subcommittee, we had a hearing where the prior administration handed out $90 billion in the last 76 days of its administration in gifts and loans to entities in the private sector. And I raised fresh hell. And now we're about to do it again. $1 billion. Now I am told, and that's all it says, $1 billion to be spent, period. Now, I have been told that the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of the Interior are going to decide in their unfettered discretion who's going to get this money in the private sector. And they are both two good men. I know that both of those secretaries, I voted for them. They are total ballers. I love them to death. But when I'm in Washington, I live by this adage: trust in God, but tie up your camel. Trust in God, but tie up your camel. This bill will say they can give these gifts and grants to whomever they want, but Congress has to approve them. Now, about, an hour ago, I got a call from one of my supporters, Mr. President. And you know what he said to me? He said, Kennedy, for your own good, you need to pull down this amendment. You have to pull down this amendment. Kennedy, for your own good, you have to pull down this amendment. And you know what I told him, Mr. President? I said, Scooter, there are only two things I have to do in this world. Be cool and die. And I'm not pulling down this amendment. It wasn't right when it was done in the prior administration. It's not right now that we're in charge. This is Congress's job, and by God, we ought to do it, and I reserve my time.
The senator from Vermont.
All right. I support the Kennedy Amendment, but not for the reasons my friend from Louisiana does. I think that there should be some flexibility and there should be some governmental policy that helps our industry. And I do agree that the president should have some power. What I do not believe is that the Congress should be powerless. And that's what we have become, ceding our Article I authority to a chief executive, and I don't care whether it's a Republican or Democrat. The most important branch is the Article I branch because we are the closest to the people. And how is it that we have in this bill $1 billion that goes to an executive to be spent in ways we have no input as to how it will be spent? We have no accountability. We have no way to tell the people we represent how this money is being spent and why. Mr. President, I believe that the biggest threat we have to this democracy is the failure of this Congress to assert its authority and accept its responsibility to make the decisions that the Constitution says is our obligation to do, and that starts with the power of the purse. I support the man from Louisiana and his amendment. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, how much time do I have? Mr. President, I understand my esteemed colleague and I disagree.
Okay. The Senator from Louisiana has 30 seconds, and the Senator from South Carolina has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Scooter. I'm Mr. President. Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague's support. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. But this town operates on two wrongs, don't make it right, but they do make it even. It's time that Congress have a say in how the money's being spent. And this doesn't say the money can't be spent. It just says Congress gets to approve it.
Mr. President, I really like my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. And Scooter's cousin Bubba called me recently. And I got to tell you that there's no doubt in my mind that the importance of the Defense Production Act is undeniable. And specificity is a necessary component for us to have our oversight. And that is why this administration, unlike the last administration, has committed to making sure that we understand how the resources in the DPA will be spent. We have that commitment on a quarterly basis to receive the necessary information so that we understand with great clarity and transparency how the dollars within the DPA will be spent. But here's what we also know, that we remain reliant on China for critical minerals. Here's what we know, that the United States of America, the city on the hill, remains dependent on foreign powers for our necessary resources. We are not self-reliant in areas that matter the most to the American people and, frankly, to America's future. Now, you can think of this as just hyperbole, but the fact of the matter is clear when you look back to recent issues like COVID and PPE. We were begging China to help the American people, Mr. President. We were begging China for medicine, masks. We cannot allow this great nation to be dependent on other nations. We must become more self-reliant. And in the spirit of self-reliance, this administration, whom I will say, I trust President Trump. I trust his word to produce the results we need for this nation, to make sure that we are self-reliant, and I trust the president to produce the information that will satisfy my good friend, Senator Kennedy. But let me close with this. We need the DPA, and we need the funding at the levels requested. We must make sure we always have the resources to produce for ourselves if there's another COVID. In the same way that we use the DPA to build levees and flood walls after Hurricane Katrina, we need to make sure we have the resources in place for natural emergencies. In the same way that the DPA was used to help protect service members who were deployed overseas from IEDs, We need the DPA. So, Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. The pending amendment does not produce a change in outlays of revenues. I raise a point of order under Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Take your time.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive the point of order, reminding the body that I'm not striking the spending. I'm just asking Congress to approve it. And I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The court will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come today to explain my vote yesterday for voting against the motion to proceed on this bill. Mr. President, I spent most of my career in management consulting, managing large, complex enterprise projects, multi-year, thousands of
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker.
I recognize the senator from Kentucky.
In deciding whether to vote for the big, not-so-beautiful bill, I've asked a very specific question. Will the deficit be more or less next year? The answer, without question, is this bill will grow the deficit. The federal government has fancy formulas and hundreds of wonky accountants who inform us of their projections over 10 years. But you often can't trust these projections. In an excellent piece written by the Foundation for Economics and Education entitled "The CBO's Projections Are Worse Than Useless," Eric Schuler writes, "Long-term analysis and language is commonplace in U.S. national politics, but it achieves no useful outcome. It confuses far more than it clarifies. It does not provide accurate estimates of long-term results. It does not improve the average voter's understanding of policy effects. And it gives politicians a means to claim they are being fiscally responsible without actually exercising any prudence whatsoever. Sometimes the predictions are off because a new Congress is elected and changes the law. Eric Schuler writes that for any projection of a 10-year budget to be accurate, the Congressional Budget Office has to assume that the law won't change for 10 years, even as most of the politicians that make the laws risk being replaced every 2 years, and all of them advocate for changes of one stripe or another. Schuler states that few in Washington will admit Congress has a knack for starting any proposed cuts in the later years, while letting spending run wild in the immediate future. Sometimes these predictions are off by $1 trillion or so because the economy grew more slowly or more quickly than anticipated. Bruce Thompson, a former Senate aide and Assistant Secretary of Treasury, writes, the Congressional Budget Office miscalculated the deficit last year by $1 trillion. So in deciding whether to vote for any big, monstrous bill, it helps to ask the right question. To me, the most pertinent question is how will the bill affect the deficit in the next year? Currently, our deficit is estimated to be a little under $2 trillion this year. What will happen to the debt in 2026 if this bill passes? Well, using the math most favorable to the supporters of the bill, referred to as the policy baseline, the deficit in 2026 will still be $270 billion more than this year. So even using the math, even using the formulas that the supporters of the bill like, the deficit will grow by $270 billion next year. That's just not good if you profess to be fiscally conservative. Why will the deficit grow next year? Well, even if you argue that the 2017 tax cuts don't need to be counted in the calculation at all, the new tax cuts add up to $234 billion to the debt next year. In addition, the big not-so-beautiful bill adds new spending of over $500 billion, military, border, agricultural subsidies, etc. That spending is front-loaded and will be spent in the first 4 years of the 10-year window. Legislative spending is one of the few items in the bill that is exact. It isn't estimated. If they say they'll spend $500 billion, they're going to spend $500 billion, all in the first few years. So in order not to add to the deficit, the BBB, the big not-so-beautiful bill, has to have corresponding spending cuts to counter all the new spending. Unfortunately, the spending cuts are backloaded to the final 5 years of the 10-year window when several tax cuts expire and the spending increases are finished. In addition, elections occur every 2 years and could easily wipe out any perceived savings that might occur in the later years. The only real certainty in this budget drama are the budget years coming in the immediate future. It's the next year or two are the only things that are actually of any certainty. So if we analyze this bill from that perspective, we discover that the bill increases the debt by $500 billion in the first 5 years. This is not the CBO projection that Republicans have not liked. This is the projection they are using, says the debt will add $500 billion in the first 5 years. Now they say somehow, miraculously, in the last 5 years, it gets to a $500 billion in savings. So it's $1 trillion shift from year 5 to year 10. The CBO scores it differently, not as encouraging, and says it adds over $3 trillion in debt. So which is it? Does this bill save $500 billion over 10, or does it add $3 trillion over 10? The truth is that anybody, that even a person with a magic crystal ball, it's anybody's guess. Which brings us back to maybe we have to judge the effects of the big, not-so-beautiful bill by looking at what happens to the debt next year. Supporters of the bill admit it adds $270 billion to the debt next year. That's the only thing we know for certain. We don't know what happens in year 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, but we know next year this bill will grow the deficit by $270 billion. In addition, the bill increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. What does that mean? That is an admission that they know they aren't controlling the deficit. They know that the ensuing years will add trillions more. So we're adding $2 trillion this year, but they're anticipating, the authors of the bill anticipating, adding more than $2 trillion next year. That doesn't sound at all conservative to me, and that's why I'm a no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come today to explain my vote yesterday for voting against the motion to proceed on this bill. Mr. President, I spent most of my career in management consulting, managing large, complex enterprise projects, multi-year, thousands of hours, a lot of complexity that take people, process, and technology to make it work. I learned a lot in that career, and I was able to go to the legislature and take that mindset as a member of the minority for 2 terms, and then we got a majority in 2010. And I found myself being the Speaker of the House. Mr. President, we were in the middle of the financial crisis. When I got sworn in January of 2011, North Carolina had a $2 billion shortfall on a $20 billion general revenue fund. And I had 6 months to balance that budget. Well, Mr. President, we did something that had not been done in North Carolina. We took the time to understand every aspect and every dollar that was being spent in government. We determined how to cut government in a way that was sustainable. We cut 12% from the university system budget. Not the rate of growth, but the actual spending. And I had some people say that it was going to be disruptive and the University of North Carolina would never be the same again. But Mr. President, we did it in a way that was instructed by the operations of the university system. And we did it in a way in concert with the chancellors. And you know what happened, Mr. President? We actually balanced the budget. We did do those cuts. And the last time I checked, the North Carolina university system is still considered one of the greatest systems in the United States of America. Why do I use that example? Because the Medicaid proposal in this bill bears no resemblance to that kind of discipline and due diligence. It has no insights into how these provider tax cuts are going to be absorbed without harming people on Medicare. And even worse, most of my colleagues do not even understand on either side of the aisle the interplay of state-directed payments and the devastating consequences of the funding flows that are going to be before us. Mr. President, here's how I figured out the impact in North Carolina. I used to be Speaker of the House, and I like the Speaker and have good relationship with the Speaker and the President Pro Tem, so I called them up. And I had my staff ask them if they would do an economic impact assessment on what this proposed bill would do to the Medicaid program in North Carolina. But I didn't want just the view of the Republican partisan staff that reports to the Speaker and the President Pro Tem on how they're going to absorb this bill. I decided to go to Josh Stein, the governor, and I went to his Democrat staff for Medicaid. I asked them to prepare an estimate, independent of the estimate that I had done with fiscal research. But I took a step further, Mr. President. I went to the Hospital Association. I asked 3 different independent groups, a partisan Democrat group, a partisan Republican group of experts, and a nonpartisan group of the Hospital Association to develop an impact assessment independent, not talking, not sharing, reporting to me. And what I found is the best case scenario is about a $26 billion cut. Now, we've got a delay, so it may be 2 years, it may be 1 year. All it does is make that $26 billion happen in year 1 or year 12, but the impact is the same, Mr. President, and it's indisputable. Now, when I actually presented this report that you can find on my website, I had people in the administration say, "You're all wet, you don't know what you're doing." I said, well, why don't we assemble a series of meetings? We're going to provide you our analytics. You go through it, tear it apart. And I told about Mehmet Oz, who I consider to be one of the most capable people in the Trump administration. He's a brilliant man, and I'd encourage my Democrat colleagues to talk to him. He knows his stuff, and he's very focused on getting efficiencies out of CMS. So we had 3 different conference calls with CMS, with Oz on the phone and on the video, and me on the video. And I said this, guys, I would love nothing more than you to prove me wrong. I would love nothing more for you to tell me it's not $26 billion or $30 billion, that it's $2.6 billion or $2 billion or $200 million. But after 3 different attempts for them to discredit our estimates, the day before yesterday, they admit it. that we were right. That between the state-directed payments and the cuts scheduled in this bill, there's a reduction of state-directed payments. And then there's the reduction of the provider tax. They can't find a hole in my estimate. So what they told me is that, yeah, it's rough, but North Carolina's used the system. They're going to have to make it work. All right. So what do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? In the White House, senators advising the president are not telling him that the effect of this bill is to break a promise. And you know, the last time I saw a promise broken around health care, with respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's when somebody said, if you like your health care, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. We found out that wasn't true. That made me the second Republican Speaker of the House since the Civil War, ladies and gentlemen, because we betrayed the promise to the American people. 2 years later, 3 years later, it actually made me a U.S. Senator, because in 2010, it had just been proposed. And just anticipation of what was going to happen was enough to have a sea change election that swept Republicans into the majority for the second time in 100 years. Now, Republicans are about to make a mistake on health care and betraying a promise. It is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office or in the cabinet room when I was there with finance, where he said we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse on any programs. Now, those amateurs that are advising him, not Dr. Oz, I'm talking about White House healthcare experts, refuse to tell him that those instructions that were to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse all of a sudden eliminates a government program that's called the provider tax. We have morphed a legal construct that admittedly has been abused and should be eliminated into waste, fraud, and abuse. Money laundering. Read the code. Look at how long it's been there. I was Speaker of the House. I refused to do it. When I left North Carolina, I said, we're not going to do a provider tax. I left it at 2.5%. Now it's 6%. Mistake on the part of the leadership. And frankly, I know my friends are probably going to think I'm a little bit crazy here, but I actually passed a law that made it illegal to expand Medicaid. Why did I do that? Because I was convinced someday we would be here. And I would have rather found a way to get more people on Medicaid at the standard FMAP than having this 90-10 match and watching it disappear and taking away desperately needed health care. So, Mr. President, over the course of the evening, I may look for an opportunity to speak again. But I'm telling the President that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. I love the work requirement. I love the other reforms in this bill. They are necessary, and I appreciate the leadership of the House for putting it in there. In fact, I like the work of the House so much that I wouldn't be having to do this speech if we simply started with the House mark. I've talked with my colleagues in North Carolina. I know that we can do that, and I believe that we can make sure that we do not break the promise of Donald J. Trump that he's made to the people who are on Medicaid today, Mr. President. But what we're doing, because we've got a view on an artificial deadline on July 4th that means nothing but another date and time, we could take the time to get this right if we lay down the House mark of the Medicaid bill and fix it. And I know that my friend and colleague from New Hampshire, I jumped in front of her, so I'm only going to take another minute or two. But, Mr. President, we owe it to the states to do the work to understand how these proposals affect them. How hard is that? I did it. How hard is it? How hard is it to sit down and ask the Medicaid office, ask the legislative staff, ask the Independent Hospital Association what the impact is? If there's no negative impact, what's wrong with daylight? What's wrong with actually understanding what this bill does? Mr. President, I know what it does because I spent a career implementing complex systems, and then I had the privilege of being Speaker of the House, and I implemented them in a government setting. And since I've been here, I've focused on bills and watched their implementation from the cradle until they're fully implemented. Mr. President, we owe it to the American people, and I owe it to the people of North Carolina to withhold my affirmative vote until it's demonstrated to me that we've done our homework. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we're here today debating a clumsily assembled package, still a work in progress, that would rip away health care from 16 million American families to give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and our largest corporations. Think about that for a moment. The Republicans have decided that the best avenue to generate revenue that they can then give in tax breaks to wealthy people is to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million Americans. That's going to have a dramatic impact on their lives. If you have ever been a young father with a baby with a serious medical problem and you had no health insurance, you'll never forget it as long as you live. I know, I've been there. The notion of losing your health insurance leaves you as vulnerable as possible in some of the most important moments of your life. And that they would consider this provision to eliminate health insurance coverage for 16 million families is unimaginable and cruel. Let's not act like there is a unified Republican front on this issue. Even some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to be here at this moment, jamming this unpopular bill through this chamber under arbitrary deadlines. One of my colleagues took a look at tax breaks, and you're going to hear them say over and over again, well, the average family, if we don't act, the average family is going to have to pay more in taxes. There's a way around that. If we limit any tax breaks in this bill, in this effort, to people making $400,000 a year or less, $400,000 a year or less, it virtually eliminates 2/3 of the cost of this undertaking. And it means you don't have to take away the health insurance of 16 million families. So there are ways to do tax breaks which make sense. Count this Democrat in with the Republicans for helping working families who are struggling to get by, and a lot of them are, living paycheck to paycheck. And the notion that we would say to them, we're going to take away your health insurance, we're going to raise the cost of health insurance for you, is no answer to their problems. Behind closed doors, my Republican colleagues continue to be consumed with infighting, bickering over the bill's substance, and for good reason. We have a process here which is almost impossible to explain to an ordinary person of how we reach reconciliation. The parliamentarian's office, and she's sitting here, God bless you for what you've been through for the last several months, and all your staff, have to make decisions on a daily basis over and over again as to whether or not provisions of this bill are eligible under the law that governs the United States Senate. We're in the process of debating this on the Senate floor. I see our ranking member on the Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee, the senator from Oregon. We're in the process of still appealing to the parliamentarian's office on provisions in the bill. This is truly a work in progress. I think what they do know is troubling, and it should be. This bill would be a disaster for hospitals. The Senate Republican bill unfortunately, is going to endanger hospitals all over the United States. But if you happen to live in a small town, rural area, and I represent a lot of them in the state of Illinois, you're the most vulnerable. You are the target. When they cut back on Medicaid programs, these are the hospitals that will close their doors. What's the impact of a hospital closing its door in a downstate community in Illinois? Devastating. Hospitals are not only the center for emergency medical care, good doctors, nurses, and such, they are also a major economic force in small-town America. Take away a hospital and then try to attract a new business to your community. Good luck. This Senate bill cripples one of the main ways that states fund their Medicaid programs and keep hospitals afloat, especially rural and low-income areas. It's called the provider tax. Earlier this week, a Republican senator, circulated a flyer to his fellow caucus members, so they're all on notice, detailing just how much each state will lose in Medicaid provider tax funding under their proposal. Let's take a look at my neck of the woods, the Midwest. Iowa would lose $4.1 billion. Missouri, $6.1 billion. Kentucky, $12 billion. Louisiana would lose $20 billion. North Carolina, $38.9 billion. Senator Tillis and I were in conversation yesterday, and he used that very same figure. His analysis says that to go forward with this bill cuts Medicaid reimbursement in his home state of North Carolina by a whopping $38.9 billion. This list of states and what they will lose was passed around by a Republican senator to his own caucus. They know what they're up against here. If Republicans have their way and pass this bill, hospitals will be forced to shrink or eliminate services. In Decatur, Illinois, one of the major hospitals facing the crunch time had to make a decision whether they keep their doors open. They did, but they eliminated OBGYN, delivering babies, and they eliminated all mental health and addiction counseling, two critical areas for the hospitals. So these doctors, this bill will force hospitals to shrink or eliminate services. Doctors and nurses will leave, and in some cases, the hospital will close. Imagine that in a rural area, a remote area, an extra 45 minutes, an extra hour in the car with somebody in the front seat you love very much who's in a desperate situation. As it stands today, half of the rural hospitals around the country already operate in a danger zone. And it's the same thing for children's hospitals. Do you have one in your community that you've used? I do. These children's hospitals have warned us they can't keep their doors open if Medicaid is cut as dramatically as the Republicans want to cut it. If Republicans have their way, we're going to see massive layoffs, fewer nurses, technicians, and doctors, along with decreasing quality of care. The American Hospital Association has estimated how these cuts to Medicaid could impact not just jobs at red state hospitals, but across the entire economy. Here's what they found. If the Republican provision goes through that cuts Medicaid reimbursement in order to provide tax breaks for wealthy people, Maine, as an example, one state, would lose 5,000 jobs. Kansas, 6,200 jobs. Iowa, 11,000 jobs. Missouri, 26,600 jobs. I've talked to the administrator of BJC in St. Louis, Missouri. The reason is it's not just a Missouri hospital. They have their facilities on the Illinois side of the river. In fact, 1/3 of their patients are from Illinois, and 1/3 of their patients overall use Medicaid to go to their hospital. So he's told me what's going to happen if the Republican measure goes through and the cutbacks to these hospitals. They came up with, incidentally, the rescue fund to solve the political problem. I want to check to make sure Senator Murray can back me up on this. Our overall cut in Medicaid now is about $1 trillion. Correct. $1 trillion. Imagine, this is Washington, we talk in those terms. Cutting Medicaid nationwide $1 trillion. And the rescue plan for the small hospitals that are in danger, the ones I've talked about, trillion cut. How big's the rescue plan? $25 billion. Do the math. It's a joke. It is a joke. If Republican leaders think this is an adequate amount to alleviate pain all of our nation's rural hospitals are going to feel, then that's like trying to put out a forest fire with a garden hose. This simply won't work. I want to conclude by saying this. We passed the Affordable Care Act 15 years ago. Of all the things that I've worked on in Congress, I think it had more positive impact to help the families across America than anything. We found a way to make health insurance more affordable for families 15 years ago. And to do it, we held hearings. 100 hearings on the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare is what they called it, roundtables, walkthroughs. 2 committees spent a combined 21 days holding markups so that everyone could offer an amendment. Do you know how many amendments were made to the Obamacare program? 400. 400 votes in committee and on the floor on amendments. 147 Republican amendments were included, though not a single Republican senator ended up supporting the Obamacare when it was all over. What do we have here with this measure? At the end of the day, that legislation, the Obamacare, allowed more than 40 million Americans to gain health insurance. Today, how many hearings have we had on the bill that's before us, this dramatic multi-trillion-dollar bill? None. 0. Not a single one. 0 markups for senators to offer amendments. 400 amendments on Obamacare. None on this one until it comes to the floor today. 0 bipartisan input. Our friends on the Republican side have said basically it's a big deal. Take it or leave it. Should this bill become law, do you know what we'll done? Thrown 16 million Americans off health insurance and closed many vulnerable small hospitals, all to pay for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Maybe some of my Republicans are okay with that. I don't think the American people are. I'm hoping that sanity and common sense prevail. We need 4. We need 4 senators to step up and say, stop this train. We've got to sit down and do our homework. We cannot expose the American families and the American economy to do this in the name of preserving tax breaks for the wealthiest people. Elon Musk seems to be doing okay in life, right? The wealthiest man in the world. Do you know what the tax break is for Elon Musk on the bill that's before us on the floor? $346,000, a lot of money. To him, he won't even notice it. Giving him a tax break, he won't notice, and taking away health insurance from families who will be devastated, 16 million around the country. It's an important choice, and it's one we should make the right one. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Kentucky.
In deciding whether to vote for the big, not-so-beautiful bill, I've asked a very specific question. Will the deficit be more or less next year? The answer, without question, is this bill will grow the deficit. The federal government has fancy formulas and hundreds of wonky accountants who inform us of their projections over 10 years. But you often can't trust these projections. In an excellent piece written by the Foundation for Economics and Education entitled "The CBO's Projections Are Worse Than Useless," Eric Schuler writes, "Long-term analysis and language is commonplace in U.S. national politics, but it achieves no useful outcome. It confuses far more than it clarifies. It does not provide accurate estimates of long-term results. It does not improve the average voter's understanding of policy effects. And it gives politicians a means to claim they are being fiscally responsible without actually ever exercising any prudence whatsoever. Sometimes the predictions are off because a new Congress is elected and changes the law. Eric Schuler writes that for any projection of a 10-year budget to be accurate, the Congressional Budget Office has to assume that the law won't change for 10 years, even as most of the politicians that make the laws risk being replaced every 2 years. And all of them advocate for changes of one stripe.
The nays are 58. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Shame on you!
Take your gavel.
Order in the gallery.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Ms. Alsobrooks, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I want to know if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe that there are some Americans so wealthy that perhaps they don't need a tax break at the expense of health care and food for our most vulnerable constituents. So I'll kick off this dialogue by raising a common sense idea. We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $10 million. Yes or no? President Trump claims to fight for the working class, yet we have before us a bill that gives tax breaks to the top 1% that will be paid in cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and more, programs that serve hard-working Americans. So I ask, do you want community hospitals or another giant mansion for a billionaire? Should we save health care and nutrition assistance for millions of Americans by stopping giant tax giveaways at $10 million? If my colleagues on the other side want to put their money where their mouth is, then they'll say yes. I yield.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Kennedy talked about Scooter and Senator Scott talked about Bubba. I want to talk about Jelly Roll. It turns out in a committee hearing with Jelly Roll, the country music rock singer, he grew up in Antioch, Tennessee. And I said, you remember Countryside Village? He said, well, they call it Countryside Meadow. I said, I used to live there. He said, I did too. It's a trailer park that's still standing on Richards Road in Nashville, Tennessee. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, I was living in that trailer park, and I was living with a family on the economic bubble. And I remember back then when President Reagan came in and he offered tax cuts, that everybody characterized those tax cuts as cuts for the rich. But let me tell you all, when we saw those tax cuts implemented, Tom Tillis and Jelly Roll ended up finding opportunities beyond our wildest imagination. So it turns out that those so-called tax cuts for the rich back then lifted me out of that situation into a high-tech career and now standing here before you in the U.S. Senate. This and several other amendments are amendments that are standing in the way of other people getting lifted out of that same trailer park. So ladies and gentlemen, on our side of the aisle and those over there, I hope you will join us. Shout loudly no. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to. Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Arizona, Mr. Kelly, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't think we're looking to take any money out of Jelly Roll's pocket here. But giving a tax break to the richest people and most profitable corporations is a choice. And paying for it by kicking 17 million Americans off their health insurance is a choice. None of this is set in stone. Every one of us gets a vote here, a choice. We can help parents be able to take their kids to the doctor. We can keep seniors in their nursing homes.
or some rich guy, not Jelly Roll, can get another private jet. We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $100 million a year. Yes or no?
Senator North Carolina.
The reality is, let's fast forward now to 2017. I was in this chamber when we passed TCJA. And after we passed this, again, everybody was arguing this was all tax policy for the rich. But we unleashed an American economy that we have not seen in our history. In fact, it was better than the tax cuts of the Reagan era. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to get every bit of what we did in 2017 back on the books because people are not understanding the pro-growth nature of this tax policy. I hope my colleagues will vote loudly yes once again. No? No, once again.
Meeting.
The Senator's time's expired. Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. No. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Clerk will report. Motion is not agreed to. Clerk will report. No? Clerk will not report. Senator from Connecticut.
President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report back the same to the Senate in 3 days, not counting.
I'd ask that the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, at the foundation of this bill is something very simple, the most massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in the history of the country. That's essentially what we're talking about here. Now, that's really bad policy, but just as importantly, it is also deeply, deeply immoral. This bill is going to ruin people's lives. There are going to be moms who are going to watch their kids go hungry because of the cuts in SNAP. People are going to die when 17 million people lose their health care. And for what? To give an average $250,000 tax cut to the wealthiest families in America. We have tried to convince our colleagues to throw less people off their health care or to make the nutritional cuts a little bit easier to stomach, but they won't do it. So now we're just trying to address the other side of the immorality. This amendment would just say no tax cuts for people making over $500 million a year. If you are going to ruin people's lives by kicking them off their health care or cutting their food stamps, don't make the moral injury even worse by padding the pockets of the richest people in the country. Tax cuts for people making over $500 million a year while you throw 17 million people off their health care, yes or no?
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I'm guessing, well, they're probably focused a little bit less on me because I made an announcement this weekend, but you can already tell that this narrative is about how we're all about the wealthy. And I've already stipulated I have concerns with the Medicaid bill. You all know where I am on that. But we're talking about the tax bill. And there is nothing in this tax bill that I think falls short of extraordinary opportunity for economic growth that lifts up the very people that I grew up with. And for that reason, once again, I hope you will vote loudly no.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
I respond. We can solve this problem and solve the problem of people in trailer parks by limiting the tax cuts to people making $400,000 a year and less. That would cut the cost of this bill by 60%. It would also obviate the necessity of kicking 17 million people off of health care and thousands of young people and people across the country from SNAP. You can do this and give tax relief to the middle class without the unnecessary tax relief in this bill that goes to the richest people in our country. So my amendment is really simple. If you think people making $1 billion a year need and deserve a tax break, And also, if you want to give a really good ad to these guys in November of 2026, vote no on the amendment and say that billionaires, not billionaires, people earning $1 billion need and deserve a tax break. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Does the senator wish to call up his motion?
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Maine, Mr. King, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the
I ask that
committee.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, in truth, you could see this sort of upping of the ante. These are the gimmicks that we play when we want to get a show vote, especially with somebody who may be running for re-election. We know that this isn't going to materially change things. Now, my friend from Maine knows where I am on health care, and I hope that we get things fixed. But this exercise, by virtue of it being a voice vote, tells you all you need to know about this process. And for that reason, I would suggest just one more loud no vote.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Padilla, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know that you take great pleasure in criticizing the federal deficit under Democratic administrations. But the numbers don't lie. The biggest driver of the ballooning national debt has been Republican tax cuts for the wealthy and large corporations. And despite the parliamentary gymnastics that are being played here, our Republican colleagues know that this bill is adding an additional $3.5 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. Why else would they have included a piece of the bill to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion if this bill saved money as they claim? So if Republicans really do want to balance the budget or reduce the deficit, let's start by guaranteeing that this measure is at least deficit neutral. That's exactly what this amendment would do. I ask for your aye vote and reserve my time.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yes, CBO tells us if we adopt current policy for taxes, we will save $507 billion. The deficit will go down by $507 billion if we do this. In 2012, I was here. The Bush tax cuts were going to expire in December of 2012. President Obama sat down with Republicans, and they came up with a way to extend those tax cuts by not passing a new law. They called it the alternative fiscal scenario that CBO said is basically current policy. So alternative fiscal scenario in Latin means current policy. So we're doing what they did then. We're just doing it without any help from y'all because y'all will never do anything to make sure taxes go down. So we're going to make sure they go down forever. Current policy is good tax policy. Stick with the bill we wrote. You're going to be happy to reduce the deficit and make sure people's taxes don't go up tomorrow, the next day, forever. Good policy. Current policy is good tax policy.
How much time
I'm
do
done.
I have left?
Senator's time's expired. Questions on the motion? Sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
That the Republican budget chairman is using to perform this multi-trillion-dollar magical act of making huge deficit-busting numbers disappear. It's called Section 312. It has been used before, but it has always been minor, corrective, and bipartisan. I mentioned earlier the adjustment that was made on a bipartisan basis to the Power Marketing Administration's numbers to return the CBO to an agreement that the Senate had previously made. That was not enormously consequential. This is almost certainly the first time you're hearing about it. Again, in 2023, as budget chair, with Republican Chair Jody Arrington on the House side, we made a $105 million adjustment to a dairy program. Today we're talking about trillions. This was a $105 million adjustment. Again, bipartisan, minor, and corrective, fixing a technical issue on a bipartisan basis. Last year, Speaker Johnson and Leader Schumer agreed to direct CBO to score a fee program with an OMB estimate, and they used this rule again, collaborating on a bipartisan basis with a matter that was minor and corrective. Well, this is different. This is trillions. And Republicans are using this rule to pretend that it's not. Well, there are lots of ways to look at who's right. Time obviously will tell. But this bill actually has a tell right in it. Page 754 of this bill is the reality check on whether or not they're running up the debt by trillions. We know they're running up the debt by trillions because they say so in this bill. You can play Senate procedural fakery. You can wave magic wands around numbers all day long. But someday, soon, you hit reality. And you hit reality in the real world of markets and selling treasury bonds and having a legal debt limit. If this did not raise the debt by trillions, they would not need to raise the debt limit by trillions. Here is the text. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. The limitation under Section 3101B of Title 31 is increased by $5 trillion. They're dodging the parliamentarians' ruling by letting the budget chair make a $1 trillion magic wand maneuver because they know pretty darn well what the parliamentarians' ruling would be. And how do they know what the parliamentarians' ruling would be? Because the answer's in their own damn bill. I yield the floor.
Would the senator from Rhode Island yield for a question?
Of course.
You mentioned the use of Section 312, which gives some flexibility to resolve, as you put it, minor issues on a bipartisan basis to correct an issue, a technical issue. In those cases you mentioned, were those on a reconciliation bill?
Were they on a reconciliation bill? I don't believe they were.
No, they were not.
They were
In fact, that power has never been used on a reconciliation bill because the following Section 313 gives very specific instructions. It says each provision must be costed out for its impact on both outlays, the spending side, or revenue, should it be a revenue measure. And if you're saying, well, how do I do that? You say, well, if we pass this provision, what will it cost as compared to not passing this provision, not having the bill? That's a comparison to current law. This ability of the budget chair, and actually the law says the budget committee, to correct technical issues on narrow issues on a bipartisan basis, basically solve snarly little budgeting questions like on the dairy program you mentioned, never used on reconciliation ever, never used on a broad basis ever, never used to create a lie about what a bill costs in this fashion. Now we're turning to Senator From Maryland, who was ranking Democrat on the House Budget Committee for 6 years. So he brings a lot of experience and knowledge about the budget process. Senator Van Hollen.
Well, Mr. President, I thank my colleague and the ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Merkley. I just want to start by reading a statement. This is a quote. Anyone that says current policy baseline is the right way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud. It's intellectually lazy. My basic mission in life is just to try to create some honest math, unquote. That wasn't from Senator Van Hollen or anyone on this floor. This was from a Republican member of the House, Congressman Schweikert from Arizona, talking about exactly the issue we're debating here in the United States Senate. Let me read you another quote, a little more colorful. Again, about this Republican accounting fraud. Quote, this is fairy dust, and they're just full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. They're right. This is a fraud. This is a fraud that would make the Enron scammers blush. And I quote those House members for a reason, because we can disagree with what they did in their bill, and I strongly disagree with it. But at least they used honest math, and at least they used the math that is required by the rules here in the Senate. The honest math that Republicans here in the Senate want to dodge, because it will both tell the American people just how big the deficits are, but also because it will screw up their whole entire plan. Just so people listening have some sense of how these Senate numbers are designed to disguise the real impact of their deficits. Look at, for example, the basic individual tax rates in the House bill. When they extended those tax rates from the Trump 2017 bill, it costs $2.2 trillion. Under what we call the current law baseline, which is the reality baseline, because that's what it will cost when you understand that they sunset at the end of this year, and that's what it will cost to renew them. So under honest accounting, it's $2.2 trillion. Under the Senate fraudulent accounting, that $2.2 trillion deficit miraculously becomes an $83 billion deficit. Let's look at the House permanent extension of key deductions for businesses. That would cost honest accounting $821 billion. Under the Senate accounting scam, $6 billion. So what we're seeing here is this blatant, deliberate effort to mislead the American people about the true costs of this bill, about the deficit impacts of this bill, about how it will impact the debt. And we all know that when the debt goes up and we have to put more of our costs on Uncle Sam's credit card, it puts upward pressure on interest rates. That means Americans will pay higher interest rates on their mortgages, on their car loans, and everything else. So when you try to hide the deficit impact, you really are trying to fool the American people, and we're here to blow the whistle. Now, I just want to show our colleagues something that was put together by the Committee for a Responsible Budget. And if you look at the blue, you can see for each year, starting this year, 2025, 2006, the blue is what Senate Republicans claim their bill will add to the deficit. The red is how much more it will actually add to the deficit. So at the end of this 10-year period, what you see is Senate Republicans are claiming that their bill will add $441 billion, which is still a big number, but the real number when you do honest accounting, when you add up all of these, it's $4.2 trillion, a much bigger number. Now, I do want to point something out on this chart. I think everybody watching should understand it. If you look at these orange parts, these are the additional deficits from tax cuts. Starting here in year 2029, 2030, you'll see that they actually do start going down. Why is that? It's because the tax cut that President Trump promised for no tax on tips, they phased those out. This is all just a make-believe ruse. Yeah, we start providing no tax on tips, but those disappear. The tax breaks for wealthy people, they go on, and they go on not just for this 10-year period, but the reason they violate all the rules of reconciliation is because they keep going on after that. And as Senator Merkley said, if you look at the entire history of the Byrd rule, that's Senator Byrd, it was designed to make sure that 51 senators through a vote could not make these kind of permanent changes in any area, but specifically they were worried about areas that increased the national deficit and debt. So what Republican senators are doing is not only misleading the American people, but they're violating the entire structure that carved out this special procedure that we call reconciliation for the budget, which was intended to lower deficits and debts, not have them go on forever. As Senator Merkley has pointed out, I think if you look over a 30-year period, we're talking about $35 trillion plus additional to the debt. And Republicans want to hide that from the American people. That is budget fraud, pure and simple, and it is a violation of the rules of the United States Senate. This whole special structure that was created not to blow bigger holes in the debt and deficits, but to actually try to constrain them. So shame on everybody who's part of this fraud on the American people. I yield back my time.
Would the senator from Maryland yield for a question?
I will.
I found it very interesting that you pointed out that these tax provisions for the middle class, no tax on tips, is phased out, and no tax on overtime is phased out. And what you're saying, I believe, is that when they put into this bill that a tax break is ending, they're saying that it doesn't cost any more in the following years.
So they are certainly saying that their current policy baseline that they want us to make believe about would say that this wouldn't cost them. In other words, if they extended this, it wouldn't cost anything. It is interesting to note, not only does that expose the fraud behind the current policy baseline, but they made a very deliberate choice. Even though they now say that they can make these tax cuts permanent and still comply with the rules, they decided to make the tax cuts for very rich people permanent. But even though they say it's not going to cost anything anymore to provide, tax cuts with no tax on tips, they're phasing those out. And all of these areas are where President Trump made promises that he was going to take care of some working people. Well, man, those go away fast. Tax cuts for the rich, they go on for not just the full 10 years, but they keep going, which is why this is a violation of the entire reconciliation process.
So I find two things very interesting. They're saying if something was in the law that they passed in 2017 and it expires, they're pretending it doesn't expire and therefore extending doesn't cost anything. But in their own bill, when they say a provision expires, they're saying, no, it really does die, and therefore we're saving money in the years after. How is those two things possibly consistent?
Clearly they're not. I mean, this is literally magical thinking. This is why Republican Congressman Schweihart called this, or Chip Roy called this fairy dust, and why the Congressman from Arizona said this was pure intellectual and economic fraud. That's what it is. That's the bottom line.
Well, I really thank the senator from Maryland also pointing out that President Trump, he did, when he was campaigning, say he was fighting for ordinary families. But at his inauguration, Who do you have standing behind him? Not champions for health care or champions for housing, certainly not champions for nutrition or education, but in fact a series of like 5 or 6 billionaires. And now you're telling me that in this bill, and I want to make sure the American people understand this, the provisions that were sweeteners to say we were helping working people are being phased out, but they're keeping all the tax breaks for billionaires.
Well, you're right. It was right down this hall, actually, that President Trump was sworn in, and he said it was going to be a new golden age for working people. Well, as you're pointing out, and this chart clearly shows, and their own budget reveals, it's clearly a golden age for billionaires and people who make a lot of money. And in this bill, they make sure that that golden age for very rich people goes on forever. They had a few little crumbs that they were throwing for a little while, we can see, to others, but just for a little while and just small amounts compared to the golden age for the billionaires.
Well, I must say my impression is, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Republicans are embarrassed by the fact that they're proposing a bill that creates over $3 trillion in debt in 10 years and over $30 trillion over 30 years, and that the vast bulk of it goes to billionaires. And so they want to say, we're so embarrassed because we mentioned fiscal responsibility when we were running for office. We were going to get the budget under control, and they're doing the opposite. And they're embarrassed that they're doing these cuts in programs to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Cutting regular health care, 16 million people losing health care for tax breaks for billionaires that, as you point out, go on and on and on, actually permanent. I would certainly love to yield to my colleague from Rhode Island.
When I was budget chairman and we were trying to focus, for instance, on the impending economic nightmare coming our way through climate-caused property insurance failures, what I would get is nonstop regular lectures from Republicans on the Budget Committee about how we had to take responsibility for the deficit, we had to reduce the debt, nothing else mattered as much, it was absolutely vital. And now, of course, we see that at their very first shot, with the power to do anything through their majority and using reconciliation, they're raising the debt. They're raising the deficit, and not by little, but by trillions. And I'm wondering if in your time as chairman, or perhaps in Senator Murray's time on the committee, or perhaps in Senator Van Hollen's time over on the House committee, you were favored with such constant lecturing by Republicans about the debt and the deficit, and how credible that all seems right now.
I'll yield to Senator Murray.
I thank the senator for his question, because it's just stunning to me that the vast majority of debate, in fact, all the debate that came from Republicans at the time I was chair of the Budget Committee trying to put forward a smart budget for the United States of America, the only thing they talked about was debt and deficit. The only challenge they made to us was debt and deficit. The only time we tried to do anything for child care, for health care, they threw the debt at us. So it is pretty stunning to me that now that they need to raise the debt for giving tax breaks to the very rich people who stood behind the president at his inauguration, then they play with the numbers and pretend it's not real, and a trillion all of a sudden becomes zero, and I'm using some rule you've never heard of to try and pretend that this isn't real. It's fairy dust.
I just want to say, to answer the question from the senator from Rhode Island and pick up on what my colleagues have said, that when I was the senior Democrat, the ranking member on the House Budget Committee, Paul Ryan was the chairman of the committee. And look, we disagreed on many things. We agreed on many things. We both agreed that we should get our deficits and debt under control. We had different ideas on how to do it. He wanted to privatize Medicare. We wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But we wanted to close tax breaks for the rich. But the reality is that the holy grail, I mean, the only guiding North Star for Republicans at that time was we've got to bring down deficits and debt. This is not that Republican Party, not in any way, shape, or form. They clearly don't give a damn. In fact, they are worried, as we can see, that the American people still care, which is why they want to engage in this fraudulent scheme. But I'll just close on this. I remember one of those years, I believe it was the 2012 Republican convention. They even put up a debt clock. They put up a debt clock at the convention.
I can't find it.
Right? I'm looking under my desk for the debt clock here because Republicans seem to have hidden it away forever. They want to wish it away. That's what they're telling us.
But the bill actually is required to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion. So in reality, there's a huge hit to our debt, huge additions to our deficit, and it makes me a little bit frustrated to think back to all those lectures that I had to receive as budget chairman, which the senator from Maryland witnessed as a longtime member of the Senate Budget Committee, which the ranking member witnessed in his time on the Budget Committee, and which Senator Murray experienced when she chaired the Budget Committee. We have been lectured to death by our colleagues, and at the very first instance when they had the power to do something about it, they went 180 the other direction and are cranking the national debt in order to give big benefits to the rich people who fund their campaigns.
For a question, and I know we need to move on here. I just want to add one thing. It's not just that it's going to be debt. It's the cost to families because this debt they are putting in place. I would ask the chair of the Budget Committee now.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the...
I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The legislation we're debating today would modestly increase the size of the child tax credit while leaving out more than 17 million children from the full credit. America's poorest children, whose families are struggling to make ends meet, receive nothing from this bill. Everywhere I go in Colorado, I meet parents who are working hard, often 2 and 3 jobs, just to keep their families' heads above water. Like Americans all across this country, Mr. President, they are wrestling with the legacy of 50 years of trickle-down economics that have benefited the wealthiest Americans while leaving working and middle-class families behind, which this bill does again. Today, the United States boasts one of the highest childhood poverty rates in the industrialized world. This is a moral disgrace, but we know how to end childhood poverty in this country. In 2021, we expanded the child tax credit and our childhood poverty. We cut it nearly in half and hunger by a quarter.
The senator's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President. We should refuse to pass a bill that adds millions to our debt in order to cut taxes for the wealthiest while doing nothing for our kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the Democrats contend that they want to increase and expand the child tax credit and ensure that big corporations and ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. Despite the rhetoric behind these claims, I remind my colleagues that Republicans created the child tax credit, expanded its availability, and doubled the amount of the credit in the TCJA, which we are working on tonight. This bill not only makes that doubled child tax credit permanent, but also increases it, providing significant relief for families. In addition, as a result of the TCJA cutting taxes for overwhelmingly the majority of Americans, with the middle class receiving the largest proportional benefit of these cuts, Republicans made the tax code more progressive, not less. The legislation before us makes those tax provisions permanent. Americans deserve more than empty platitudes. They deserve meaningful tax relief and real results.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Banks. McCormick. Britt. Curtis. I got you.
Over time, that in fact they were concerned about the deficit. They were concerned about American families. Because if you are concerned about the deficit and debt, if you are concerned about families, you must vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I really want to thank my colleagues. I mean, you just said they used to call themselves deficit hawks. We need to call them deficit robins. They're robbing from you to pay for the billionaires. They are no longer deficit hawks. Agree? Thank you.
My colleagues, and I think as Senator Merkley said, if you care about deficit and debt and you don't want working families to have to pay for these tax cuts for billionaires and the rich, vote no on the bill.
I'd only add in my last words, watch. Everybody watch as this goes forward, because we will give the Republicans a chance to reduce the increase to the debt and the deficit by peeling back just the tax cuts for the greedy billionaires. We would be voting for working class tax cuts, I'm almost certain. We'll have a chance to bring into stark focus through our amendments what really matters to the folks on the other side of the aisle, and that is the tax cuts for the super wealthy, for the billionaires, for the corporations that are offshoring jobs, and for the biggest polluters in the country. That's where their sweet spot is, and we will expose that through these votes.
Those votes, we're not sure when they will start, because the Republicans are redrafting provisions of this bill right now. That's how little time this Senate will have to actually know what's in this 1,000-page bill with all kinds of special deals tucked into it for various members. We will have little time to see because they're still writing it. So those amendments that my colleague from Rhode Island mentioned, stay tuned. We're not sure if those amendments are going to start at 2 in the morning or if they'll start sometime later tomorrow, but stay tuned and pay attention because you're going to find out who stands with families and who stands to hurt families in favor of helping billionaires. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, thank you. I think it's really important, the discussion we had right now about the deficit and debt, but I want to talk a little bit more about this bill in general. You know, recent KFF polling shows that this Republican big, ugly betrayal bill is overwhelmingly unpopular. In fact, this thing is more underwater than the Titanic. Nearly 2 in 3 Americans view this bill unfavorably. That goes up to nearly 3 in 4 when they learn it will kick millions off their health insurance. And it goes up to nearly 4 in 5 when they learn it will choke off funding to their local hospital. In other words, the more the American people hear about what is actually in this big, ugly betrayal bill, the more they dislike it. So with that in mind, I want to be here today to say a little bit more about what is in the Republicans' latest version. Spoiler alert, it is still big, it is still ugly, and it is an absolute betrayal of the people who sent us here to fight for them. The Republican plan is still going to mean over 16 million people losing health care as patients get kicked off their ACA plans. Kids and struggling families will get kicked off Medicaid. Rural hospitals are going to be forced to shut their doors. The Republican plan is still going to mean more starving families. New red tape is going to cut people off from their SNAP benefits that they need to put food on the table. And it is going to take away kids' school meals. The Republican plan still rips away support from the people in this country who are struggling the most to give away billions in tax breaks to billionaires who need help the least. In short, this latest version of Republicans' bill would still be one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the people at the bottom to the people at the top in our nation's history. When it comes to health care, this Republican abomination will cause millions of people to lose their insurance and see their costs skyrocket in one way or another. It will create mountains of new paperwork and bureaucratic barriers that are positively meant to kick people off their Medicaid and ACA coverage. And there is new sabotage to the ACA healthcare markets, which will mean more people losing their affordable coverage. Meanwhile, there is nothing, a big fat zero, when it comes to renewing the tax credits Democrats passed to lower your healthcare costs. That's right. While Republicans are showering their billionaire donors in new tax breaks, they will not lift a finger to extend healthcare tax credits that are saving millions of families thousands of dollars a year on health coverage. Instead, they're going to make sure people lose health care coverage, including our seniors, people with disabilities, pregnant women, millions of patients who rely on Medicaid. And let's not forget, the cuts in their bill are going to shutter hospitals across the country, especially in our rural areas. Do you have Medicaid, Medicare, employer-sponsored coverage? Regardless, Republicans have some pretty bad news for you, because it hardly matters what insurance you're on when you don't have a hospital to get care anymore. In Washington State, we have 14 rural hospitals that are fighting to survive and would likely close under this bill, mostly in areas represented by Republicans, I should add. Not to mention, we have 6 rural labor and delivery units that could be forced to close their doors under this bill. And you know what the Senate Republicans did? They made that problem worse. They put even more pressure on our rural hospitals. I'm telling you, this betrayal is getting bigger and uglier by the day. And this cannot get lost. Republicans want to shut the doors of one of the biggest healthcare providers in the country. They want to defund Planned Parenthood. That is wildly harmful and wildly unpopular. It would shutter at least 200 health centers that provide a wide spectrum of care, including cancer screenings, pap smears, birth control for millions of women. And let's not forget, Republicans are cutting nutrition assistance too. This big, ugly betrayal would make one of the biggest cuts to SNAP in history. We are talking around a $200 billion cut over the next 10 years. Now, it should be obvious, but that would be devastating for our country and for our kids' future. And yet, Republicans are not giving up on taking dinner off the table, taking school lunch off kids' trays, all so they can shovel tax cuts at billionaires and wealthy corporations. And it is worth underscoring the new red tape in their bill is even targeted at some of our most vulnerable families, because it expands work requirements to apply to seniors and parents with kids in school. Mr. President, when my dad, World War II veteran, got sick with multiple sclerosis, he lost his job. He lost his job. My mom was at home, 7 kids she was raising. My dad lost his job, and they had to spend, my mom had to spend some time getting some new skills so she could go back to work and take care of our family. You know what, during that time? We had to rely on food stamps in my family to feed those 7 kids in my family. But under this Republican bill today, because neither of my parents had a job during those few months, my family would not be eligible for SNAP benefits. We would not have even gotten food on our table at the worst time in my family's life. This is wrong. thanks to those food stamps, my family did get through that rough patch. And all 7 of us kids grew up to give back to our communities. Whether it's a firefighter, or a middle school teacher, or even here as a United States Senator. So I can't emphasize enough. Republicans want to cut families from SNAP and Medicaid, programs that give people a hand up in hard times. Why? So they can give an enormous handout to the richest people and biggest companies in our country. Oh, and at the same time, they're making it harder to afford groceries and health care. I should mention, they are also gutting energy investments in a completely chaotic way that is all but guaranteed to drive away jobs and drive up energy costs for all of American families. And at the same time, in this bill, they're giving billionaires billions of dollars. Republicans are going to give students the short end of the stick. This big mess of a bill would tear away programs and protections that make it possible for many students to pursue a higher education. It eliminates Grad Plus loans. It cuts families off from Parent Plus loans. It punishes students who go into public service or a medical residency, and more. Meanwhile, they are tearing down the guardrails from gutting regulations that protect students whose universities commit fraud, to opening a Pandora's box for Pell Grants with a new loophole that will let low-quality programs suck up our taxpayer dollars. These changes are especially going to hurt students from low-income families and first-generation college students and our veterans. Some of them will have no way to go to college when Republicans take their support away. Some will be driven into predatory private loans they can't afford. And some will get lured into low-quality programs that take their money, waste taxpayer dollars, and leave the student worse off. And if that wasn't enough, if the Secretary of Education wanted to try and stop this kind of fraud and protect students, Republicans will leave them at about as much authority as a school hall monitor. Because in this bill, Republicans prevent any Secretary of Education from making regulations that carry added benefits for borrowers. And it hardly matters if that is a good impact, like saving students money or protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud or making higher education more accessible. Republicans are going to make problems worse and make fixing them even harder. Students in this country should be outraged. And I want to be perfectly clear about something. If Republicans charge ahead with this big, awful mess, which they seem intent on doing, they can kiss any last shred of credibility goodbye, as we just talked about, when it comes to pretending they care about balancing the budget or addressing the national debt. The idea was already laughable. For the entirety of the 21st century, the biggest driver of the national debt has been tax cuts that Republicans championed. But now, as we just talked about, they want to put at least $4 trillion, that is trillions with a T, on the national credit card. Why? So they can shower the richest people on the planet with more money. And then they're pretending all the math works and it's kind of easy peasy if they can do it if they kick people off health care or take enough meals away from kids or close enough hospitals or better still, use some absurd accounting gimmick to pretend that billions of dollars in new tax cuts for their billionaire donors actually just don't cost anything. Well, I've got some bad news for Republicans. Your math is terrible, and so's this bill. This thing is very expensive, and you don't have to take my word for it. Ask the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which just said the latest version of this bill will add $4 trillion, to the debt with just over the next 10 years. If Republicans want to ignore them, you can also ask the fiscal hawks at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. They calculate that the House bill adds $5 trillion to our debt when you include interest payments and the cost of making temporary provisions in this bill permanent. And we are told the Senate bill is even less fiscally responsible. Everyone agrees this thing is not beautiful, but it is recklessly big, and it won't just increase the debt, it will blow it up. Mr. President, this may very well be the most expensive bill in history. I say may because Republicans are still planning changes. We have not yet gotten the final bill. They already cut out even more taxes for multinational corporations. SNAP benefits, they're still on the chopping block. Healthcare, still on the chopping block. In fact, they want to cut Medicaid even more painfully. We may not know how expensive the Republicans will be in the end, but we know who is paying for it. Paying for it is you, working families. And it is important for people to know, as bad as this bill is, Republicans were trying to make it even worse. Now, Democrats have been fighting them every step of the way, and we have notched a few important wins by challenging every single provision we possibly could under the Senate rules. So I want to talk about some of the things Democrats were successful in getting out. Because if Republicans had had their way, not only would this bill take away more food from our struggling families or shutter even more hospitals and kick even more people off their health insurance, it would have also sold off all of our public lands. And if instead of just slashing CFPB funding, it would have completely shuttered the doors of a very important federal watchdog that protects Americans from getting scammed. If Republicans had have had their way, this bill would make it easier to buy gun silencers, harder to get your earned income tax credit or pay off your student loan, and effectively impossible to get insurance plans on the marketplace that cover abortion care. If Republicans had had their way, this bill would have also given Trump more power to deny funding to our constituents on a whim and less power for the courts to stop him. We're talking about a whole smorgasbord of really awful, unpopular ideas and policies that would have hurt our families and weakened our democracy. Ideas that were this close to making it into this bill. But Republicans did not have their way. Democrats have been fighting back at every single step. We got those provisions tossed in the shredder, and we are still doing our darndest to send the rest of the bill to the shredder as well. Now, let's be clear. When we talk about how unpopular this bill is with the American people, the reason is simple. This bill polls like garbage because it is garbage. That's why it should go nowhere except a trash bin. Democrats are going to keep pushing back on this monstrosity with absolutely everything we've got at every step we can. We're not going to stand by as Republicans shutter hospitals so the richest people in the country can build another vacation home. We are not going to sit around and let Republicans kick millions of people off of their insurance and raise working families' premiums so corporate executives can get a bigger bonus. And we are not going to be silent as Republicans take food away from struggling families so they can help billionaires fuel up their private jets. We're going to keep speaking up. We're going to keep pushing back, and we're going to make sure everyone knows exactly what is going on here. This bill is deeply unpopular, that much is clear, but if Republicans keep pushing for this disaster, buckle up, because we are only going to keep getting louder and louder about how big this is, how ugly it is, and it's only going to get more unpopular with the folks back home as these provisions are enacted if this bill passes. I'm pretty astounded by how far some Republicans are trying to stick their heads in the sand on this. One Republican senator told their concerned constituents, and I quote, "We're all going to die." Well, maybe that's a better name for the bill. At least it's more honest. Because when you take health care away from people, when you make it harder to get, when you make it harder to afford, when you close the only hospital for miles, yeah, you're right, people will die. You'd think my colleagues would show a bit more concern about that. Instead, that senator actually doubled down, and in a response video, she filmed walking through a cemetery. I don't know how you get out of touch that much to misunderstand this, but let me be clear about something to our Republicans. Whistling past the graveyard is a metaphor to stop ignoring dangers. It is not a literal messaging suggestion. And if you thought Republicans couldn't be any more dismissive to their own constituents, this week another Republican senator who was speaking about people voicing their concerns about these Medicaid cuts that said they will, quote, people will get over it. Mr. President, I have news for every one of my Republican colleagues who is trying to deny the reality of this bill and pretend the fairy tales they are telling themselves are true. When someone's local hospital closes, they don't get over it. When someone's kid is kicked off health care, they do not get over it. And if Republicans don't want to take my word for it, they can listen to the doctor I spoke with who warned when patients go uninsured, they delay care and it increases costs for everyone. Instead of paying $10 for diabetic medication, we'll pay $10,000 for an amputation. Or Republicans can actually read the countless letters I'm getting from my constituents, sharing their stories. Quote,
on this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to. Okay. Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, may I have order, please?
We have order in the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2812 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Maine, Ms. Collins, proposes an amendment number 2812 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, my amendment would increase funding for the Rural Healthcare Provider Fund to $50 billion and expand the list of eligible providers to include not only rural hospitals, but also community health centers, nursing homes, ambulance services, skilled nursing facilities, and others. Rural providers, especially our rural hospitals and nursing homes, are under great financial strain right now, with many having recently closed and others being at risk of closing. Mr. President, when these facilities close their doors, the people they serve are often left behind without access to health care. This amendment would help keep them open and caring for those who live in these rural communities. The additional funding is fully offset through a modest increase in the top marginal tax rate, equal to the pre-2017 rate for individuals with income above $25 million and married couples with income above $50 million. I urge support for this amendment to provide the additional funding for rural and Medicaid providers who desperately need it.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President and colleagues, here is how flawed this plan is. The danger Senate Republicans are causing for rural hospitals is so great, Republicans have had to create a rural hospital relief fund so they can look like they are fixing the problem they are causing. It is a Band-Aid on an amputation. It provides just a tiny fraction of the nearly $1 trillion in cuts the bill makes to Medicaid. It would be much more logical to simply not cut $1 trillion from Medicaid in the first place. This amendment doubles down on that flawed plan that's going to set rural hospitals adrift. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back. Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure violates Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Senator from Maine.
President, Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker.
Millions of dollars in new tax cuts for extraordinarily wealthy oil and gas companies, and $40 million for a Garden of Heroes, a sculpture garden to honor President Trump's favorite historical personalities. And at the same time, it slashes the budget for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which makes sure that shady payday lenders, mortgage lenders, and banks don't fleece American families. And in particular, the military division of the CFPB protects men and women in the uniform of the United States. We were able to pass an interest cap of 36% for active duty personnel. And that is going to be ignored because there's no one to enforce it. And we are going to see, as we have in the past, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians exploited, systematically exploited by all those little automobile shops and payday lenders and everything else that surrounds every military fort base in this country. It's a tale as old as time. My Republican colleagues showering the rich with tax benefits and prioritizing favored industries and friends. President Bush joined with the Republican Congress to do that. Of course, I opposed it. And well, by the way, when President Bush did that, we were projected to have, over the next 10 years, a multi-trillion-dollar surplus. Of course, this legislation will lead us to a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. And it's interesting because when I was younger, the Republicans all associated themselves with fiscal responsibility, balanced budgets, surpluses. That's not the case. President Trump exacerbated the situation in his first term by his grand giveaway. But this time, President Trump and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are depriving millions of Americans of their health care coverage to pay for it. They are intent on punishing the most vulnerable Americans in this bill, simply for the crime of being poor. In fact, in many cases, despite working very long hours and being poor. I came here to Congress, to the Senate, after serving my country in the U.S. Army, as the President did with great distinction in the United States Navy, as a Navy SEAL. I came here to serve my constituents and improve the lives of average Americans. And I think most of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans alike, came with the same goal. And according to press reports, a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are starting to realize that this bill is going to do great damage to their constituents. One Republican colleague has warned that this bill could leave 600,000 of his constituents without health care coverage and blow a $38 billion hole in his state's budget. That would be a devastating effect. One of the other aspects of this attack on our health care system is there's some people that believe, well, Medicaid doesn't touch me. It certainly does. Because when you extract that much money from the health care system, what will private health insurance do? They'll raise their rates. Everyone will be paying more. And some won't be able to afford it. They'll have to go without coverage. And that is going to be a tragedy for this country. Now, knowing the damage this bill is going to do, one must ask, why would anyone support this? But this legislation is more than just numbers. I've heard from countless Rhode Islanders who are concerned about these cuts during meetings, in letters, when I bump into them at the grocery store or the pharmacy. They've been telling me about how Medicaid has helped them and their families. I've been meeting, for example, with Christina from Smithfield, Rhode Island, for many years. Her daughter, Lauren, was born with cystic fibrosis and has endured countless hospitalizations, procedures, medications, and other challenges as she navigates life with this disease. Christina, Lauren, and their family have private insurance. But Medicaid also helps cover the expenses not covered by private insurance for people with serious illnesses who are not able to work. When President Trump and congressional Republicans began proposing these cuts to Medicaid, Christina told me, and I quote, "Lauren was born with CF, a rare genetic progressive disease which affects her lungs, GI, and endocrine systems. I had no idea we carried this gene. When Lauren was born, she spent a month in the hospital. We almost lost her. When she was 5, she contracted a germ that put her in the hospital for a month and almost killed her. Her lung function fell to 70%. At 13, I thought she was going to die. Her hospital stays were every 3 months for 2 weeks with IV treatments. Her lung function fell to 30%. With one of the medicines for CF, she was able to finally get her lung function back to 65% at 23 years old. She still suffers every day. Just trying to breathe is difficult. If she catches the common cold, it could put her in the hospital. She has had a hard time keeping weight on, and her GI is a disaster. She spent hours in the bathroom. She developed CF-related diabetes, which always puts her in danger. Every day is rigorous treatments and medications just to stay alive. It is with the help of the NIH and the FDA that she is still alive. Please do not make these cuts. If Medicaid is cut, when she is 26, 2 years from now, she will have no way to pay for all of her hospitalizations, medications, and treatments. Few could afford to keep her alive. It is this simple. Without Medicaid, she will die. We need your help. Carolina from Central Falls, Rhode Island, shared similar concerns for her daughter. My daughter has special needs, and we rely on Medicaid for her needs. Not having Medicaid would create a sinkhole for us. People with profound autism need lifetime, 24/7 care. As you consider budget cuts, it is important to me, as your constituent, that you work to ensure that this vulnerable population has access to the critical supports that it needs to survive. I will be looking to you for your courage and leadership. Indeed, and now we're looking across the aisle for courage and leadership to reject this flawed bill. I received an email from one constituent, Wally, in Cranston, Rhode Island. She is a 71-year-old retiree on Medicare. Her husband is 72 with Alzheimer's disease, living in a nursing home under hospice care and relying on Medicaid for his health care. She wrote to me that she was, quote, terrified at all the cuts to programs and services. that she and her husband so desperately rely on. Without Medicaid, she wonders if she or her husband would be able to continue receiving care. I also heard from Diane in Coventry, Rhode Island, whose daughter gets life-saving care through Medicaid. Diane said, "Medicaid is important to me personally. Medicaid matters to me and my family. My 15-year-old daughter suffered a brain bleed and a stroke at the age of 5. It came out of nowhere and was very unexpected. She has spent a lot of time in the hospital, rehabilitation services, doctor's offices, appointments, etc. over the past almost 10 years. Medicaid allows her to be home and taken care of on a daily basis. Without Medicaid, she would not be able to receive hospital-level care at home. She wouldn't have a wheelchair or any other durable medical equipment. She wouldn't be able to get her life-saving medications or the nourishment she needs through her G-tube. Please, I urge you to save Medicaid, not only for my family, but for millions of others. All of our lives depend on it." Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may say, we're not going to cut these people's Medicaid. We're just going after the fraudsters, the freeloaders who aren't working. Now, who exactly are these fraudsters and freeloaders? Is it the elderly patient who needs expensive nursing home care? Is it the child with a serious chronic health condition? Should we cut off these people's access to health care because they can't work? They physically cannot work? Or because the constant paperwork requirements got lost in the shuffle? Let's be clear. If my colleagues were serious about eliminating fraud, they would be providing states with more resources to investigate questionable claims and bad actors. Medicaid coverage is not extravagant. It is a lifeline. If my colleagues were sincere and they claim that these cuts are about protecting the program, quote, for the people who need it the most, as the majority leader has claimed, then they would be investing the so-called savings back into Medicaid instead of blowing it on tax cuts for the well-off. Instead, this bill is cutting funding to states for Medicaid, and states will have no choice but to pick and choose who will get access to care. But don't take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, CBO, estimates that this bill will cause nearly 17 million Americans to lose their health insurance. 17 million people. That's not fraud. It's just making it harder for people to get health care. On top of that, even if you're one of the lucky ones who gets to keep your Medicaid, will you still be able to get it? Nursing homes rely on Medicaid. More than 6 in 10 nursing home residents in Rhode Island are on Medicaid. As Medicaid funding is cut, what will nursing homes do? I imagine some will have to close their doors or dramatically reduce the number of beds. So you could be one of these fairly well-to-do Rhode Islanders trying to get mom in the Medicaid home, in the nursing home, I should say, and you're willing to pay, but if it's closed, or there's only 5 beds where there used to be 20, she's going to be where, in my generation, grandparents were, in the living room, in a hospital bed, being cared for, in those days, typically by your mother. So this approach to Medicaid is going to touch every aspect of American life. And the same can be said about the community health care centers. Medicaid makes up a huge portion of the operating budget for community health centers, which provide primary, dental, and behavioral care to more than 200,000 Rhode Islanders. That's roughly 1 in 5 Rhode Islanders. It's hard enough to find a doctor now. It will only get harder if a community health center closes its doors and thousands of patients don't have a doctor anymore. And where do all those patients end up when they can't get routine care? The emergency room. That means there will be lines out the door, and if you have a serious health event and need to get in, you better get used to waiting a long time. This is not how a health system is supposed to run. And in Rhode Island, our health system is already on the brink. People are just getting by. People are waiting in the hallways of ERs for a bed upstairs. People are spending days on the phone trying to find a doctor. We should be making these things better, not worse. But again, Republicans' main priority seems not the physical or financial health of everyday Americans. It is providing massive tax cuts to President Trump's billionaire and millionaire friends. There's certainly nothing wrong with being successful, and there's nothing wrong with wealth. That's something that has been part of the American dream since our beginning. But what it requires is opportunity. And one of the fundamental opportunities it requires is good health and good education. And what this bill will do is destroy our health care system and force the states to make dramatic cuts to the education system. We are shutting down opportunity in America while we enrich the wealthy elite. The American dream, as I believe it, is about the middle class and a government that's focused on them, not taking $1 trillion from Medicaid so Republicans can gift to those who've already benefited from many other gifts. Mr. President, let's put the enormity of this transfer to the wealthiest in perspective. There are about 128 million households in America. Yet somehow this bill gives the top 0.1% of households a $250,000 tax cut, a giveaway that's over 3 times larger than what the median American household makes in a year. When confronted with this point, Republicans consistently try to hide the ball. Middle and working class Americans are getting tax cuts too, they say. Who cares if the rich gets richer? Well, the Senate bill raises taxes on the lowest income Americans, the same families from whom Republicans are ripping away health care and other benefits. While we are voting on this bill without a full analysis of its impact on households, the Congressional Budget Office found that the House-passed version would take around $1,600 away from these lowest income households each year after accounting for tax changes and benefit cuts. And it's not just low-income Americans. Researchers at Penn's Wharton School of Business have found that most Americans lose money under the House bill in future years, too. I want to be crystal clear. We need to reform our tax care system. We need to make it fairer for working Americans, not just for the ultra-wealthy. We hear from people so often that government is broken. They're right. Our tax system is unfair and needs reform. But giving the top 0.1% of Americans an extra $250,000 every year is not fixing the government. It's just adding to the sense of unfairness and brokenness that so many citizens feel. We can do a bipartisan tax bill that is both fully paid for and that helps average Americans. In fact, we almost did that last summer when the House passed the tax bill 357-70 that would have extended the child tax credit and reinstated tax cuts for businesses without increasing the deficit. 48 bipartisan senators voted for that bill in this very chamber, but it was blocked because Republican leaders wanted to pass something like this bill before us today. My Republican colleagues have drafted a bill that is neither paid for nor helps most Americans. Worst of all, they have chosen to take from the poor and the middle class and the working class to give to billionaires. This bill is very bad policy. It's almost un-American if you believe that the essence of America, as expressed by one of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, was to give every person a fair chance in the race of life. This bill denies that chance to millions and millions of Americans while enhancing and filling the pockets of the wealthiest. And I oppose it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Good.
Thank you. I'm honored to follow my colleague, Senator Reid, and he is absolutely right that this bill is almost un-American. In fact, I would say it is un-American because it is so destructive to the middle class, to health care, to education, to basic fairness and decency in our great country, the greatest country in the history of the world. It would balloon the debt and the deficit by $4 trillion, and yet my Republican colleagues have sought to disguise and hide that reprehensible pain and damage to the American system. It would cut Medicaid by $930 billion, which means billions in cuts for Connecticut, hundreds of thousands of Connecticut children and families off Medicaid, food nutrition shredded, and student loans decimated. These kinds of impacts on Connecticut are mirrored through the whole country. And the American people are beginning to get it. That's why this bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, is so deeply unpopular, in fact, by 2-to-1 majority. And I want to talk not only about Connecticut, but two of the states that are represented by colleagues here. They are so-called red states. But make no mistake, this bill is seismically catastrophic, not just for Connecticut, but for the whole country and for Louisiana, where this measure, if it's passed, will mean that my colleagues from Louisiana are voting to kick roughly 250,000 people in their state off health insurance. They will be voting for a bill that could close 33 rural hospitals in their state alone and cost their state's health care providers $588 million for services that newly insured patients simply will not be able to pay back. Their state program would lose $4 billion. That's Louisiana alone in funding. These numbers are staggering, and they're the reason that every major health system in Louisiana is opposing this bill. Just yesterday, they sent a letter warning that cuts in this bill, and I'm quoting the Louisiana health care providers here, quote, would be historic in their devastation and warrant our shared advocacy to protect our patients and the care we provide them in hospitals and clinics. I could go on about Louisiana. I'm going to abbreviate my remarks and put my full statement in the record if there's no objection, Mr. President.
Without objection.
But this bill also reduces SNAP benefits for 206,000 Louisianans. It eliminates the benefit entirely for 94,000 of them. I want to see my colleagues from Louisiana go home and face their constituents, having cut the legs from SNAP and Medicaid programs and many other benefits. And in Utah, same tragic scenario unfolding in a state where 337,000 children and adults depend on Medicaid. Nearly half of all children in Utah are covered by Medicaid. 59% of nursing home residents. 60,000 people living in rural Utah communities covered by Medicaid. If this bill passes, at least 180,000 Utahns will lose health care coverage, and Utah's uninsured rate will increase by a staggering 67%. If this bill passes, 31,000 of the people in Utah could see their benefits slashed, and 13,000 would risk losing their benefits entirely. Now, I just want to say in conclusion, these numbers for Connecticut, for Louisiana, for Utah, for the state of Washington, where my wonderful colleague, Senator Cantwell, will be talking shortly, they're not just numbers. They are faces. They are lives. They're children who are just beginning to be Americans. And their productivity, their contributions back to America will be hamstrung. Their lives will be financially handicapped. And health-wise, they will be impaired as a result of these irresponsible and reprehensible cuts. I couldn't be angrier about these kinds of cuts in programs done only so that the ultra-wealthy will receive tax cuts. I'm willing to bet that a lot of those billionaires and millionaires would forego those tax benefits if they understood the consequences. But my Republican colleagues, who are in disarray at this moment, they can't come together on a program because they know how abhorrent its effects would be on their states, ought to listen to the people of America, not the ultra-wealthy. And the people are speaking in the polls, they're speaking through their elected representatives, and they are speaking because their conscience simply won't let them support a bill that does such abhorrent damage to the American middle class, the American way of life, American values. And I'm proud to stand here. I wish we weren't here going all night into Monday morning, but I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues, and I just wish my Republican colleagues were on the same sides of these issues, because they're going to go home and they'll have to face the children and families who will be hurt so deeply by this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise to ask my colleagues to turn down this legislation in front of us, to reject it, and instead work together on fiscal policy that would help us by growing our economy more successfully and not devastating our constituents. Before I start, I want to thank the presiding officer for speaking up about not selling public lands. I very much appreciate his voice in that debate, and it's critical that we were able to successfully get that out of this legislation. I want to work across the aisle to talk about these policies so that we can move our country forward in a competitive fashion. But I'm afraid that what we have in front of us is not the answer to what will make America competitive, particularly at a time when we are putting tariffs on American imported products, when we are basically getting into a trade war, and when we are devastating what I think is the underpinning of the economy of today, that is an information age, innovation economy, and here we are devastating all of our investments in NIH and NSF and in the competitiveness that we just implemented in the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act that is making us the envy of countries around the world for innovation. We do have great capital markets, and those capital markets help us innovate. And I think some of my colleagues think, well, we have a promise to families here to give them a tax break, and while many of us would support that, you're asking us also to give tax breaks to big corporations before they can get their tax break. And that we don't like. We don't like it because it raises the cost on everybody, and that cost for middle class and lower income people will be devastating, particularly at a time when we continue with this tariff policy. This bill would make the entire healthcare system less responsive and more expensive for everyone by dismantling Medicaid and shifting more of the cost burden onto states and threatening the very existence of rural hospital. This bill also sells spectrum out from under our national defense and safety agencies and forces states to choose between protecting their citizens from dangerous AI or providing broadband service, and it just gives away big breaks to companies like Meta, that's Facebook, or Google, who I'm sure at this point in time don't really need that additional tax break. Clearly, though, the most egregious and certainly most destructive part of the bill of this reconciliation is the changes to health care. The fact that 17 million people will be uninsured and raise the cost on everyone. This is from the Congressional Budget Office. We don't need to be raising health care costs on our constituents. The CBO analysis revealed that hasty negotiated updates by Republicans discussed on behind closed doors early Saturday morning added that $130 billion in Medicaid cuts to the bill. That's a whopping $930 billion in total Medicaid cuts. That is how CBO got to this number of 17 million people. The challenge is nobody marked up a bill in committee. Nobody even had a hearing where somebody presented this information. No, this is all being changed on a daily basis, and everybody's trying to catch up. But what we're really trying to do is fight for our constituents and make sure that we know the impacts. The impacts of these 17 million people will be severe cuts felt in every corner of the United States. State governments will be the first to feel this tsunami of cuts, and unlike the federal government, they must balance their budget, so they can't borrow the money to make up for the deficit. In our state, the state of Washington, our governor and legislators have to grapple with an estimated $3 billion shortfall that this will bring to them as a result of this many people losing coverage. Yesterday, I held a virtual press conference with a group of Republican state representatives. A Republican Utah state representative who, Ray Ward, who just also happens to be a physician, warned that these cuts will amount to $1 billion budget deficit per year in his state of Utah. That budget shortfall forces his state government to make some very difficult decisions. They have to decide whether to cut reimbursements to providers, cut medical services, cut more people off the rolls, or make drastic measures like increasing everyone's taxes. Kevin Leonard and Steve Hobbs, one of them is the executive director of the Association of County Commissioners of North Carolina, and the other, Missouri representative, basically said as county government leaders and state leaders, they are worried that this bill basically is an unfunded mandate on them. Commissioner Hobbs said where they will feel it most is that services like behavioral treatment will now have to be provided through the jails instead of a medical setting. Our own Peninsula Health expert who was on the call basically said that in their region of our state, this could be as much as a 25 to 45% cut in behavioral health. So that's what happens when you cut people off of Medicaid. The amount of money, since Medicaid is $1 in $5 is a Medicaid dollar, you're going to take that much out of the system. These people do not operate on wild, profitable margins, oftentimes barely breaking even, or in behavioral health, oftentimes losing money. But I guarantee you, if instead of seeing this Medicaid population in a behavioral health setting, you think you're going to see them in the emergency room or a jail, it is going to cost us a lot more money. It's going to cost our state, our county, and the local region a lot more money. Not only will this bill diminish their Medicaid revenues, but it will also increase the uncompensated care. Some are estimating to be $42 billion. Our rural hospitals, our rural healthcare challenges will be devastating. In Washington, over 300,000 people will lose health insurance. And these are people who were easily treatable, conditions that if you treat them, chances are they will be dealt with. But now, if you don't treat them, they're going to go to the emergency room and they're going to raise costs on everyone. These families depend on this care. Last week, I spoke on the floor about one of my constituents. Britton Winterrose talked about his daughter Leda, a 5-year-old girl who had a rare condition that when she stopped breathing, she does stop breathing in her sleep if she doesn't have oxygen. Mr. Winterrose talked about how even though he had a very expensive platinum plan, it didn't cover her costs. And just by doing this Medicaid and covering their cost, basically they have saved her life and they have enjoyed her in the many years enjoy that they have given to them. Why are we making the Winterroses sweat over whether their daughter is going to be able to keep Medicaid, about whether the whole system in their part of our state is going to be able to keep doing Medicaid? Right now, people are estimating that 5.4 million people will get pushed into medical debt because of health care and the cuts in this bill. The total amount of medical debt that Americans will owe will increase by $50 billion. So is it really worth it to take $880 billion or whatever it is now, $930 billion out of Medicaid so that you're actually increasing the personal debt of people, making counties basically have unsustainable budgets, or having state legislatures come back in to cover our costs? As one of these commissioners said, this is nothing more than cost shifting to the states. It's irresponsible. According to the Center for American Progress, a 60-year-old couple who will be in the affordable care market today, making $85,000 a year, could see their annual premiums raise as much as $15,400. Why? Because when you have uncompensated care and you basically kick people out of Medicaid and off of the Affordable Care Act, what you're going to do is raise premiums on all of us. A low-income Medicare recipient also qualifying for Medicaid could see their costs go up as much as $8,340. So why are we doing this? And the out-of-pocket expenses now that a Medicaid person has to pay for, they could be paying as much as $1,650. You want to do that to give a tax break to Google and Facebook? That's why you're doing this? The tax break that you want to give them, multinationals, and I could just say for a minute about this. You know, when the 2017 tax bill came along and everybody said the corporate rate is too high, we need to have our companies be competitive around the world, I would have considered lowering that rate to something. In fact, my colleague, Senator Kane from Virginia, proposed something, but we didn't accept that. Instead, they lowered it to a very low rate and then said this year, we'll smidge it back up. That means they'll increase it back up a little bit this year. That was their plan. But somehow these multinational corporations have got to my colleagues on this side of the aisle and basically said, give us the same rate that we had in 2017. Now, the reason I didn't support that in 2017 because it was kind of ludicrous. You were saying to companies like Microsoft, we'll give you a tax break. I don't think they really needed that big of a tax break. But by the way, we're going to raise taxes on the people who work at Microsoft. We are going to raise, because of the SALT deduction, we're going to raise your taxes. So literally hundreds of thousands of people in my state paid higher taxes to do what? Give Microsoft a tax break, which they gave in dividends. Now, did that help our economy? Did that help really grow our economy? I'm pretty sure the innovation at Microsoft helped grow our economy. I'm pretty sure the people who hustled on AI helped grow our economy. I'm sure the investments that we made at agencies across our federal government helped us meet the challenges that we are facing in innovation and competition from China. Not that dividend, but now we're doubling up again. And how much is that multinational tax break? To over $200 billion. So literally, you could take half of that money and you could give it to Medicaid instead and not cut Medicaid. Now let's see. Tax breaks to Meta and Google or paying for Medicaid. Tax breaks for Facebook and Meta, the same company now changing their name, and Google, or a tax making sure there's enough revenue to pay for Medicaid. This is ludicrous. The notion that we are continuing to make big corporations the priority when they knew this tax extension was not coming. And I'm pretty sure if you look at the numbers that you see from Facebook, Meta, and Google, you will see they don't really need a tax break. They're doing pretty well right now. So the budget reconciliation bill really threatens our progress on health care. Now let me explain what I mean by that. It's not enough to just say that this health care issue, that we are really winning the day. When you look at what happened to us in health care, when our whole goal of doing the Affordable Care Act was to basically get more people covered under insurance. Why? Because we wanted to lower all the costs on health care overall. We wanted health care costs to go down, and we wanted the cost of premiums and the cost to individuals to go down and to be more like the rate of inflation, 3 to 4%. That has been our goal forever. Forever. And so prior to the Affordable Care Act, it rates on an annual basis. Think about this. On an annual basis, your healthcare premiums, your healthcare costs were generally rising about 5.4% a year. Okay? Who could keep up with that? Who could keep up with every year your healthcare costs continuing to rise? And so we did the Affordable Care Act, and guess what? We did get that into the rate of inflation. I think there's more we could have done. Lots of things happened in between, but we literally got it down to 3.7%. And we did that by covering more people. The audacity of my colleagues over here to now claim that Medicaid expenses got too expensive, when in reality we made this choice to drive down these premium costs so they were only rising close to inflation, and that was our goal, and we succeeded. So what are we doing now? Well, under the GOP plan, Wakely Healthcare Institute and the Center for Budget Policy, these are numbers that come from them. The GOP plan will now go back to raising your premiums and your healthcare costs between 7 and 11% a year. A year. So we're going to go blowing way past the 5.4. We're going to go back here. And why? Because you're going to cut off millions of people from health care. You're going to increase the cost of uncompensated care. You're going to make people wait to go to emergency rooms, and then they're going to be sicker, and that's going to cost, I don't know how much it costs, but it's definitely a multiple of 5 or more. I don't know if it's, what do you know? What do you think it is, Kevin, at emergency room? 10. Okay, 10. He says 10. It's 10 times more expensive to deal with somebody at an emergency room than just get health insurance and get covered. Okay, so now we want to know, why are we raising the cost on everybody's health insurance, including these plans? Because this side of the aisle basically wants to cut a bunch of people out of a system that lowered the cost of healthcare plans overall and kept it more in the rate of inflation. Why? Why would you want to do this? So it makes no sense, and I hope our colleagues will think long and hard about that. I also think that you could still take the Google Meta tax break for multinationals and pay for $100,000 and cover the Medicaid. You could take another $100,000 from that big tax break, and you could pay for some of the energy tax credits that were so essential to combating the Chinese in what they are doing on the clean energy front. The Chinese firms are doing everything they can to invest and undercut the United States in EV and battery technology. The U.S. is responding aggressively to that. That's why we did the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act, we basically enacted more than 2,000 new clean energy industrial manufacturing jobs, more than 980 private sector jobs, and more than 3.4 million Americans claimed clean energy tax credits that improved their efficiencies. In fact, the Joint Economic Committee estimated that the typical household could save between $460 and $1,000 in annual energy costs, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. But what do we have now? We have President Trump and inflation. We have inflation because of multiple issues, consumers struggling to keep up amid higher prices, mounting debt, and fiscal uncertainty. That's what we have. And so we're reversing the very tax credits that help lower the cost, and we're going to help us be competitive against China and help us succeed as a nation in the one thing that I always think the United States is really great at, and that is innovation. I don't know if it just started with Ben Franklin or many other people along the way, but you give Americans the task and they will do the job. If you give them the education, if you give them the R&D with a university partner, they will get the job done. And so now, don't take my word for it, take Mr. Musk's word for it. The latest Senate draft bill destroys millions of jobs in America and causes immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane, destructive. It gives handouts to the industries of the past while severely damaging the industries of the future. Yeah, he said it best. But back to that chart, we were doing the energy because we wanted to diversify, but we also wanted to lower costs and we wanted to be competitive. Right here it says the vehicle. Okay, natural gas, propane. Okay, that's why we were diversifying, because all those things are going up. So, and this bill is not going to help electricity. You're getting rid of the electricity tax credit. So again, instead of helping Meta and helping Google, you could be helping to lower the inflationary cost by making the investments in these tax credits. But Mr. President, there's more in this bill that I don't like. My colleague from Texas is proposing an AI moratorium. He literally wants to stop states from regulating the rollout of autonomous vehicles, like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who signed a letter last week to regulate how autonomous vehicles are licensed and deployed in Texas. And how do proponents of this moratorium propose to get started? By holding broadband money hostage unless you implement an AI moratorium. Well, I know what the Heritage Foundation said. The Heritage Foundation said that federal AI power grab could end state protection for kids and workers. Again, you are giving states a big, fat bill, and now you're trying to override laws that have been on the books for a long time, protecting consumers from fraud, from abuse, and from protecting, they are there to protect kids, and now you want to get rid of them. So it's no surprise that stakeholders on the right and left oppose this in the bill. They include 17 Republican governors and 40 attorney generals from both Democrats and Republicans, and other organizations ranging from the Heritage Foundation to the Center of American Progress. So anytime you can get the Center for American Progress and the Heritage Foundation on the same side of an issue, chances are you should be listening to what they have to say. But Mr. President, this bill, this letter, I would like to enter into the record from the National Association of Attorney Generals.
Without objection.
This bill would affect hundreds, I'm quoting now from this letter, quote, this bill would affect hundreds of existing and pending state laws passed and considered by both Republican and Democratic state legislatures. Some existing laws have been on the books for many years, end quote. Okay, so these are attorney generals from a variety of states who basically know the laws on their books, and they're basically saying, don't do this to us. Don't override our laws. So I'd also like to enter into the record, Mr. President, a letter from 17 Republican governors also against this provision.
Without objection.
Their letter, I'd like to read from, is really about this point I was trying to make about fighting China. I mean, I thought we were here to be competitive against them, to basically beat them in a race on innovation, just like we did with chips and science to try to move for the future. But basically their letter says, quote, we fully recognize that AI is dominant in the next industrial competition between the United States and adversaries like Communist China. States have led anti-Communist China action, banning Chinese affiliated companies from owning farmland and property critical for infrastructure and military bases. But America should not sacrifice the health and safety and prosperity of its people in this fight. We must curb AI's worst excesses while also encouraging growth, which is exactly what states have done through their creation of their own regulatory framework. End quote. So they're basically saying the states are on the front lines of helping to protect on AI. Now, Mr. President, I have no idea why the President of the United States has not protected the American people or the American military from the Chinese scams that are happening on TikTok. No, we would never let China own ABC News and put out Chinese communist propaganda on ABC News, but we let them do that on TikTok. This body and our colleagues said, no, stop that and stop the Chinese. And yet we still haven't stopped the Chinese. So now, here we are in this bill cutting out the state's abilities to fight Chinese AI companies like DeepSeek or Alibaba and they have no interest in stopping the scammers from using their AI products to harm Americans. They have none. And if you think we're going to pass something here, I'm always ready to sign up to get legislation done. But that isn't going to happen anytime soon. And so now you're telling these governors, these attorney generals, yep, I'm not even going to let you fight China because I'm going to take that tool away from you. So clearly, I don't support this part of the legislation, and I appreciate my colleague from Tennessee and her attorney general working on this very important issue. And finally, I come to the issue of spectrum. This is a very ill-conceived plan to auction off our precious spectrum. Such an auction will fundamentally compromise our defense capabilities while endangering aviation and important federal capabilities like weather forecasting and scientific research. This bill would require the FAA would require an auction of 800 megahertz of spectrum critical to our military and civilian infrastructure. It would compromise military radio frequencies and weather and other spectrum issues, most importantly, drone operations. And I know the presiding officer knows how much drones are now at the epicenter and forefront of warfare and is reshaping the battlefields across the globe. So why would we do this? Well, my colleague, Senator Cruz, is pushing for something that experts say would risk military operations. Last Congress, we got the Department of Defense and the Department of Commerce to agree that we should test bed the next generation of technology because we don't like interference. Now, I'm sure most Americans sitting at home thinking, what is she talking about? Well, if you drive in a car and you have a radio station and all of a sudden the radio station doesn't get its signal or has some interference, you know that there is an issue. The tower, not big enough, not strong enough. This is the same. This radio spectrum has been used by Department of Defense for secure purposes, very important secure purposes. Mr. President, think of the Chinese balloon and the fact that we want to detect when a Chinese balloon is flying through our airspace. We want to be able to stop people from spying on the United States of America. And yet, instead of basically saying, we are going to look at this military spectrum and make sure that it continues to be secure, my colleague is suggesting to all of us that we sell that and basically allow, I believe, for what is going to be a good amount of interference without solving this problem first. Why does that bother me? Because I think we live in a world where you're going to see more and more spectrum, more and more warfare based on satellite and communication, and the landscape is changing. So I certainly don't want our military preparedness to be affected. Air Force leaders warned that spectrum bands are crucial to this radar operations, and I'm not going to go into more about why, but I'm just saying, just like you can't have 4 radio stations basically interfering with each other, my colleagues want to allow the major telcos, mostly AT&T and Verizon, who are so hungry to sell more, whatever it is, $79.99 plans or $59.99 plans. They literally are going to give away national security just so they can sell more telephone plans. In fact, I would ask them, what have you done to clean up the last disaster that you had when the Chinese hacked you on Salt Typhoon? Now, they didn't successfully hack the telecom company in my state because they were smart enough to do all the preparatory work not to be hacked. But these guys didn't do the work, and now they're up here pushing our colleagues to say, give us more, give us more, give us more, without doing the homework required to figure out how to make sure our military is protected. But what's even more infuriating is they want the same spectrum from our airlines as well. They want to cause confusion between the spectrum of aviation and in this telecommunication. Last time the Trump administration did this, there was a major debate, and the White House and the Biden administration had to come in and fix it. It's all related to the altimeter on a plane. Again, the presiding officer knows this well. An altimeter helps tell the plane what altitude they're at and what to do. But if you have interference with that altimeter, as we just saw in this helicopter accident, we're pretty sure now that this accident between an American plane, regional jet, and an Air Force helicopter, there were some altimeter issues, and that caused a discrepancy and a crash. So I am not for any interference with an aviation altimeter. I'm not for it. But instead of figuring this out, working together, both commercial and defense, we're jamming into a bill the overriding of the defense interests and saying just give it to these 2 commercial bidders, maybe more, who then will basically just feel empowered to sell more of these telco plans. Mr. President, our competitiveness is too important. Our effectiveness is too important. Collaboration and working together to solve these problems is how the United States is going to succeed. Basically, trying to pit each other against each other in these kind of technology issues is not going to help us win. So, Mr. President, I've outlined many issues here.
The yeas are 22, the nays are 78. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2775 on behalf of Senator Kennedy and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 2775 for Mr. Kennedy to amendment number 2360.
Okay. Use all your time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, as you know, as we all know, many of our teachers in America come out of pocket to pay for school supplies. In 2002, 23 years ago, we allowed teachers to deduct $250 when they come out of pocket. My amendment would raise that deduction from $250 to $600. Teachers right now spend an average of $650 out of their own pockets, so we would allow them to deduct that instead of the amount we set in 2002. And I ask favorable consideration Mr. President, of my amendment. This will just let teachers break even for coming out of pocket.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I wouldn't have much dispute of subsidizing the out-of-pocket expenses of our public school teachers. When I was a child, my dad, the mechanic, said, "Son, because we're so fortunate to live in America, if you go through the doors of that public school and you study hard, you can do just about anything." So I'm certainly a lifetime fan of public education. But in addition to expanding this for public school teachers, it has a new policy of expanding it to homeschool teachers. Well, that's quite a new policy to put into a reconciliation bill that really should be in the Education Committee and debated and bring people to bear. I'm not immediately struck that that's a great idea, but certainly as a new policy, it should go through committee. And for that reason, I think I'll do a point of order on this particular amendment. Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the amendment violates Section 4106 of the fiscal year 2018 budget resolution, House Con Res 71 of the 150th Congress, known as the Senate Pay-As-You-Go point of order.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Do I have any time left, Mr. President?
No.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and on behalf of all of the teachers in America, and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move, on behalf of all of teachers in America, to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget resolutions for purposes of the pending amendment. And once again, on behalf of our teachers, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Oh, good. Excellent. Congratulations.
Mr. Booker.
Boom.
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Did everyone have a good weekend? Yes. Good. It's good to see you back here. We have another busy week. On a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. We are truly coming off a historic week of President Trump racking up win after win on behalf of the American people. President Trump restored peace through strength and acted decisively as commander-in-chief to obliterate the immediate threat of the Iranian regime's nuclear capabilities and then brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, which continues to hold. Then, the president traveled to the Netherlands and achieved a monumental win for the United States and the NATO alliance by getting our allies to dedicate 5% of their GDPs to military spending. As a result of President Trump unleashing American energy dominance, summer gas prices are at the lowest they have been in 4 years, heading into the July 4th week. And with the incoming Trump economic boom, the stock market continues to roar back, with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both hitting record highs. And on this point of an economic boom, I bring to you original correspondence from the President of the United States to our Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. As the president has consistently stated, the American economy is booming. And there were so many economic analysts who said that this president's policies would drive our economy down, when in fact we have seen the opposite. We've seen a massive deregulation campaign take place. We've seen inflation completely diminished from where it was under the reckless spending and the bad policies of the previous incompetent administration. I would remind the Fed chair, and I would remind the entire world, that this is a president who was a businessman first, and he knows what he is doing. He has a proven economic formula that worked in his first term as president, and it is working again. The one problem that remains is high interest rates for the American people. The American people want to borrow money cheaply, and they should be able to do that. But unfortunately, we have interest rates that are still too high. So the president sent this note to the Fed chair today. And if you look at this chart, this is a chart of all of the interest rates of many countries throughout the world. At the top is Switzerland. They're only paying a quarter for interest rates. Cambodia, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Botswana, Barbados, Taiwan, Bulgaria, Cuba, Sweden, Morocco, Cabo Verde, South Korea, Algeria, Canada, Albania, Libya, Malaysia, China, New Zealand, Trinidad and Tobago, Czechia, Bolivia, Australia, Costa Rica, the Bahamas, Kuwait, Papua New Guinea, Bosnia, United Kingdom, and the UAE are all paying lower interest rates than the United States of America, which has one of the hottest and strongest economies in the world. The president sent this note to the Fed chair. It says, Jerome, you are as usual too late. You have cost the USA a fortune and continue to do so. You should lower the rate by a lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars are being lost, and there is no inflation. And the president is right. There is historically low inflation thanks to his policies. And we will continue to drive down the cost of living in this country for Americans. We will continue to deregulate. And it's also incredibly important that we pass this one big, beautiful bill, which is the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's why the White House and the president himself have been in touch with lawmakers all weekend long to get this bill passed. And they are working very hard to do so. It remains a top priority for the president. And this bill has exposed the clear differences between Republicans and Democrats in 2025. The Democrats are doubling down on craziness and radical policies that are undermining the very fabric of our country. Just look at the Democrat nominee for New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani. He's a Democrat socialist, really a communist, who proudly calls to defund the police, peddles anti-Semitism, praises pro-Hamas groups, wants Israel abolished, and believes wealthy Americans should not exist. Those are his words, just as recent as this weekend. Meanwhile, under President Trump's leadership, Republicans are fighting tirelessly for everyday, middle-class, working Americans who re-elected this president. And we're carrying out a revolution of common sense. And all of that is packed into this one big, beautiful bill. It delivers the largest middle and working class tax cuts in U.S. history. It keeps America safe by funding the largest ever one-time investment in border security. It's enough to reverse the Biden border invasion. And every single Democrat is against that, against securing our border and deporting millions of criminal illegal aliens. The One Big Beautiful Bill also strengthens and protects Medicaid benefits, despite what Democrats are saying, for eligible American citizens who rely on it, like pregnant women, children, seniors, and people with disabilities, by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse that threaten to destroy this program that was intended for the most vulnerable in our society. And every single Democrat in Congress is against rooting out that waste, fraud, and abuse, in blocking the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently improperly receiving these benefits that should be going to American tax-paying citizens. The Democrats in Congress are more concerned with defending illegal aliens than they are hardworking Americans. And the Big Beautiful Bill also revitalizes our military and enhances our defense capabilities, protects our country from emerging new threats by funding a cutting-edge missile defense system called the Golden Dome. And as we all know, the One Big Beautiful Bill makes the Trump tax cuts permanent. The White House and the President are adamant that this bill is passed and that this bill makes its way to his desk. Republicans need to stay tough and unified during the home stretch, and we are counting on them to get the job done. So, with that, we will take up questions. John Fredericks is in our new media seat today. John, thanks for being here. We'll kick it to you.
Thank you, Caroline. Let's get to the One Big Beautiful Bill first. It appears now you're going to get at least 50 votes in the Senate. There'll be some amendments. What is the President's confidence level in getting 218 votes in the House by the end of this week in order for him to sign it on Friday?
Well, look, we are very well aware, the President is very well aware, that this bill needs to not only pass out of the Senate, but it needs to go back to the House, and we need the full weight of the Republican conference to get behind this bill, and we expect them to, and we are confident that they will. The President has been working hand in hand with Senate Majority Leader Thune and also our House Republican leader, or the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, both of whom will be at the White House today to meet with the President yet again. I believe they were here this morning, actually.
I have one follow-up.
Sure.
You outlined Jerome Powell and the note that the President just sent to him. There are many who believe that Powell has been politicized in a lot of different ways. The President has not been shy about acting on things that he believes in. Why not just fire Jerome Powell and put in somebody that is going to lower rates? Why wait?
Well, it's a good question, and one you can ask the President, because that's a decision for him to make. But you're right to point out the politicization of the Fed, and it's very unfortunate for our country. But Jerome Powell cut rates numerous times ahead of the election when Joe Biden was in this Oval Office, but now he refuses to, and the economy is in a much better place. So there really isn't a good explanation for that, and the President is rightfully calling attention to it.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Good afternoon. On Iran, the President posted on his social that he is not even talking to them anymore. When we were at NATO, he said he expected the U.S. and Iran to have talks as early as this week and that he might even want to see a written agreement. What is the update now if he's saying he's not even talking?
So as I told you from the podium last week, I said the administration, and namely our special envoy Steve Witkoff, has been in communication both directly and indirectly with the Iranians. That communication continues. The President himself has not talked to Iran, which he pointed out in his truth statement. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he does not want this individual to be elected. I was just speaking to him about it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the President holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman, Andy Ogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings because he thinks Mamdani could have misrepresented or concealed material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017. Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile use of the Attorney General's time?
Well, I'll let the President speak to that. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated.
And could President Trump see himself, you said you just talked to him about this, could he see himself working with a Mayor Mamdani, somebody who, on Meet the Press this weekend, was given 3 chances to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, but he couldn't?
Yeah, look, the president is always willing to work with everyone. He's working with Democrats across the country, Democrat governors, and he said he'll work with people on the far left. He works with Republicans. He works with people in the middle. He wants to do what's right for America, but surely someone who holds these values and is quite literally a communist and condemns every value that makes this country great. Common sense, law and order, low taxes, working hard, and earning your keep in this country. He's against all of that, and I think the president would find it difficult to work with someone like that. If he is elected, I'm sure you'll hear more from the president on that, but we'll have to see. Hopefully the voters of New York City choose wisely. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president on Friday said that he was hopeful of a Gaza deal within the next week. Can you give us an update on any progress towards that, and on any talks that the White House is having with Israel on that?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, I know that Mr. Dermer is in Washington this week to meet with senior officials here at the White House. I also know that this administration is in constant communication with Israeli leadership, and the president himself speaks frequently, as you know, to Prime Minister Netanyahu. But this has been a priority for the president since he took office, to end this brutal war in Gaza. It is because of this president that humanitarian aid is being brought into the region. It's heartbreaking to see the images that have come out from both Israel and Gaza throughout this war, and the president wants to see it end. He wants to save lives. And however, the main priority for the president also remains to bring all of the hostages home out of Gaza. As you know, his tireless effort has brought home many of the hostages, including all of the American hostages who were held there. So he wants to see both things happen, and we're continuing to work very hard to do those things. Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. What is the White House's response to Senator Tillis's criticism articulated from the Senate floor yesterday, in which he said passing the big, beautiful bill would betray President Trump's promise to protect Medicaid?
Well, he is just wrong. And the president and the vast majority of Republicans who are supportive of this legislation are right. This bill protects Medicaid, as I laid out for you, for those who truly deserve this program, the needy, pregnant women, children, sick Americans who physically cannot work. And what it does is it ensures that able-bodied Americans who can work 20 hours a week are actually doing so, and that will therefore strengthen and protect those benefits for Americans who need it, as well as cutting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as getting 1.4 million illegal aliens off of the program. So all of those measures are actually going to protect it for those who need it. That's the president's position, and that's what this bill does, and that's why Republicans need to vote for it and get it to the president's desk.
That kind of criticism from a Republican senator, is that reason for concern for the passage of this?
No, it's not. We're confident this bill is going to be back at the White House by the 4th of July. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. On the New York mayoral race, does the president plan to make an endorsement? And secondly, on Jerome Powell, a lot of the focus obviously has been on interest rates and him keeping them high, but a new controversy erupted today. My colleague first reported that he's facing Chairman Jerome Powell is facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime, about luxurious details of the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation project. Senator Loomis has called attention to this. Some experts want him to be investigated. Does the White House want these allegations investigated and, if found substantiated, punished?
I'll have to take a look at those allegations, and I will raise them to the president's attention and let him speak on them himself. To your first question regarding the mayoral race, the president was asked that yesterday by Maria Bartiromo. He refused to give an endorsement, so you won't get one from me at this podium unless he wants me to do that. Phil, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sure. And then I can go to you.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. The president said that he's working on a temporary pause for immigration enforcement in certain industries. I'm wondering what you can tell us about how he's determining which industries are deserving of a pass. He mentioned farmers, but what about, say, construction workers? I mean, shouldn't there just be one standard here?
I don't have any more details to read out for you, but what I can tell you is that the White House is working closely every day with the Department of Agriculture as well as the Department of Homeland Security when it comes to workforce enforcement, worksite enforcement, and the president's focus and the focus of this administration is, of course, to remove public safety threats from the streets and to deport as many of the illegal criminals, especially the violent criminals that we know are still here because of the previous administration. So that's the main priority and the goal.
And then the president has already made cuts to the office of the Director of National Intelligence, but now Senator Tom Cotton has put forward a bill that would cut the office by another 60%. What's the president's reaction to that legislation, and is this something that he would support, those additional cuts?
I don't know if the president's even aware of that legislation, but I will get you a response if he is aware and if he wants to respond to it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Carolyn. You mentioned the dangerous wildlife at the alligator Alcatraz. Is that a design feature? Why is the president going with this mega bill in such a precarious position in the Senate? And then also, can you talk about the CBO estimate that it would add about 11 million uninsured?
Well, look, when you have illegal murderers and rapists and heinous criminals in a detention facility surrounded by alligators, yes, I do think that's a deterrent for them to try to escape. We do know that some of these illegal criminals have escaped from other detention facilities, like one in New Jersey, which I know was recently reported on. So, of course, we want to keep the American people safe, and we want to remove these public safety threats from our streets, and we want to effectively detain them as best as we can. As for why the president is going, I think his trip to this detention facility actually underscores the need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, because we need more detention facilities across the country. The last administration let in nearly 20 million illegal people from all over the world, and this administration is focused on arresting and detaining them. But in comparison to that 20 million illegal criminal population in our country, we only have 7,000 ICE agents in the interior who are doing this very important work. And so we obviously need more personnel, we need more resources, and that's why we need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill.
On the CBOs.
Go ahead. Yes, in the pink.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Welcome. Can you please share some details of China trade deal? Has the U.S. agreed to ease some export, technology export restrictions?
Sure. Well, the final language that was agreed upon in both Geneva and in London was signed just past week. We can get you that final text of the agreement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Eamon, and then behind you.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. So on Jay Powell, has the president got a short list of who he wants to see as Jay Powell's successor, and is he going to name a successor as early as this summer?
I won't get ahead of the president on any announcements on that.
Does he like Scott Besson for the job?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president.
And on TikTok, if you could, real quick, he said yesterday he's got a buyer, but the question there is, does he have a seller? And do you have any indication from the Chinese government that they've authorized a sale of TikTok to the U.S. or to U.S. buyers?
What I can tell you is that these discussions with China regarding the sale of TikTok have been ongoing at the highest level, and they will continue. As you know, we have another 90-day extension, and it's just to continue to work out this deal and make sure that TikTok stays on for the American people. That's the president's main goal in this, while protecting their privacy and their security. Behind you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been calling for a deal in Gaza for 2 days and many posts. Who is blocking the deal? And one other thing, when he posted on Netanyahu's trial, also he said it interferes with the negotiations on Iran and on Gaza. What did he mean by that?
I'm sorry, to your second question?
When he posted about the Israeli Prime Minister trial,
yes,
he said it interferes with the negotiations on Gaza and on Iran. What did he mean by that?
It interferes because it physically and logistically was interfering. The Prime Minister was slated to go to court last week when he's in the middle of negotiating a peace deal and bringing hostages out of a war-torn region. And so the President was simply, I think, emphasizing his empathy that he has for Bibi Netanyahu and seeing him go what he's going through with his own judicial system in the state of Israel. Clearly, the President knows that very well. He, too, was a victim of a judicial system that was trying to put him in jail, as you all know. You all covered it. But President Trump prevailed. That's why he's back in the Oval Office, and he believes that Bibi Netanyahu is a great leader for the people of Israel. The President just worked with him closely to end that 12-day war and to obliterate Iran's nuclear facility, to take out that imminent threat, not just to the state of Israel, but also to the United States of America and the rest of the world. And he believes that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be praised for that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On the mega bill and the amendment that would limit Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, does the president want that amendment to pass?
The president wants this bill to pass. Meredith. Hey, thanks, Caroline. On trade, we have this looming July 9th deadline coming up. We heard the Treasury Secretary say that he expects to wrap up these trade deals by Labor Day, but when President Trump was asked yesterday about any extensions by July 9th, he said, I think that would be necessary. So is the president ruling out any extensions on trade for any nations, even if they're negotiating in good faith? Well, you heard from him directly. He said he did not think that it would be necessary. He is going to set the rates for many of these countries if they don't come to the table to negotiate in good faith. And he is meeting with his trade team this week to do that. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I just watched a CNN segment on a new app called Ice Block, and it kind of appeared to be promoting this app where you can tell people where ICE agents are. Given the recent rise...
An app that tells people where ICE agents are?
Yes. And given the rise, I believe 500% increase in assaults on ICE agents, I wanted to see if you could comment on that and why CNN would be promoting such an app.
Well, it's a very good question. I'll have to go back and watch the clip myself, but surely it sounds like this would be an incitement of further violence against our ICE officers. As you know, as you stated, there's been a 500% increase in violence against ICE agents, law enforcement officers across the country who are just simply trying to do their jobs and remove public safety threats from our communities. And that's something we as Americans, including journalists at CNN who live in many of these cities where illegal aliens are hiding and were let in from the previous administration, should be very grateful for. So we haven't seen the clip. We'll take a look at it, but certainly it's unacceptable that a major network would promote such an app that is encouraging violence against law enforcement officers who are trying to keep our country safe.
Caroline,
Shelby.
I just wanted to get a clarification on the Senator Rick Scott's amendment. It sounds like the president is agnostic about whether it's attached. Is that accurate?
Look, I'm not going to get into the details of the discussions that are ongoing right now, but the president wants these senators to come to a conclusion, to get this bill back to the White House as soon as possible and make sure that it's a piece of legislation that can make its way back through the House as well. So obviously there's some ping-ponging between both sides of Capitol Hill right now, but that's why Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson are working with the president in lockstep every step of the way. In the back, News Nation, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president did
and then in front of you,
yes. In front of
Sure, I'll take both of you.
The president did announce last week that the trade deal with India is closed and this could happen anytime soon. Are there any roadblocks as of now? Are there any updates on that? And how does the president see this about China's role or its influence in the Indo-Pacific region?
Sure, yes. The president said that last week, and it remains true. I actually just spoke to our Secretary of Commerce about it. He was in the Oval Office with the president. They are finalizing these agreements, and you'll hear from the president and his team, his trade team, very soon when it comes to India.
And on China? How do we counter China on that front?
Yes, I mean, look, India remains a very strategic ally in the Asia Pacific, and the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Modi, as you know, and he will continue to have that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. On the reconciliation bill, Senator Tillis from the floor yesterday seemed to suggest President Trump was getting bad counsel on the effects of the bill. Is President Trump aware of the analyses, and there are several of these, that suggest if rural hospitals potentially close, if there are Medicaid patients in the millions that become ineligible for that?
Yes, and that claim is just simply untrue. Rural hospitals comprise 7% of all hospital spending on Medicaid, and that illustrates that they have not benefited from the massive increase of waste, fraud, and abuse under the Biden administration. So this bill strengthens Medicaid. It will protect those benefits that hardworking Americans need, and that's why the president wants this bill to pass. The senator was wrong. The president put out a Truth Social post addressing it, and then the senator announced he's no longer running for office anymore. So I think that case has been closed, and the White House is continuing to focus on getting this legislation to the president's desk for his signature. Go ahead. Yes, you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, you and then you. There's confusion here.
A question on Syria.
Go ahead.
Has the Syrian government get back to you that they are ready to join the Abraham Accord? Is there any discussion with the Syrian and Israeli government for having a security agreement? Is the first question. And the second question, what's the end goal for talking with the Iranian? Is that only focused on the nuclear program, or they are willing to speak about other issues like the proxy groups and ballistic missiles, or even trade with Iran?
So as for discussions between Syria and Israel, you'll have to reach out to those respective governments. I can't comment on that. But what I can tell you is that this afternoon, the president will be signing an executive order to terminate the United States sanctions program on Syria. And this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path to stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. And this is, again, an action that the president promised and shocked the world with in Saudi Arabia, because he's committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, unified, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. The president met with Syria's new president when we were in the Middle East, as you know, and so this is another promise made and promise kept by this president to promote peace and stability in the region. Go ahead, Alice.
Sure. Questions on two topics, if you don't mind. Alice Howe with NTD here. First, on Canada. Canada says it's now dropping its digital services tax on American tech companies days after President Trump says he's halting all trade talks with Canada. First, what's the president's reaction to this? Can you tell us more about his call with Prime Minister Carney over the weekend? How did he get Carney to drop it? And also, what's the impact on American tech companies given this latest progress, as the president says he has been fighting for American tech companies?
It's very simple. Prime Minister Carney in Canada caved to President Trump in the United States of America. And President Trump knows how to negotiate, and he knows that he is governing the best country and the best economy in this world, on this planet. And every country on the planet needs to have good trade relationships with the United States. And it was a mistake for Canada to vow to implement that tax. That would have hurt our tech companies here in the United States. The president made his position quite clear to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister called the president last night to let the president know that he would be dropping that tax, which is a big victory for our tech companies and our American workers here at home.
And on Harvard, if you don't mind, the administration today formally accused Harvard of violating civil rights laws by not doing enough to fight anti-Semitism. We know that the president has talked to us before about Harvard potentially having a deal with the administration in the coming days. Do you have an updated timeline for that? How is the negotiations going? And is more pressure needed for Harvard to take fighting anti-Semitism seriously?
Well, there was quite a direct letter that was sent to Harvard this morning, as you know. The negotiations are taking place behind closed doors, so I won't comment on that. But what I will share with all of you, for those who haven't seen it, is the context of this letter, because I think it's very important. And this comes from the Department of Health and Human Services, which concluded after a thorough investigation that Harvard University is in a violent violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin. And if you read some of the content of the investigation and what they found, the majority of Jewish students reportedly experienced negative bias or discrimination on their campus, while a quarter of Jewish students at Harvard felt physically unsafe. Jewish and Israeli students were assaulted and spit on. They hid their kippahs for fear of being harassed and concealed their Jewish identity from classmates for fear of ostracization. Images were widely circulated amongst the Harvard community that trafficked in obvious anti-Semitic tropes, including one that showed a $sign inside of a Star of David, and the campus was vandalized with anti-Semitic stickers, including one that showed the Israeli flag with a swastika. The Harvard campus was racked by demonstrations, as you all know, violent protests that violated the university's rules of conduct. The demonstrations called for genocide and murder, denied Jewish and Israeli students access to campus spaces. These are all facts that Harvard cannot dispute, and that's why the administration has found them in violation of Title VI and has threatened to withhold their federal funding, because if you break federal law, you should not be receiving federal tax dollars. And so I rest my case on Harvard. Andrea.
Yeah, so President Macron of France earlier today said that tariffs levied by powerful countries are often a form of blackmail, and criticized the sort of process that's underway. He didn't mention the United States specifically, but said that these tariffs are really hurting developing countries. So there's this big UN conference going on. What do you say to that? What is the president, was he aware of that comment, and did he have any response?
I think the president and the White House would certainly reject that characterization by Prime Minister Macron. Tariffs are an effective use of presidential power to bring back the middle class, to bring back our manufacturing industry, which was the backbone of our American economy and has been hollowed out by globalist politicians who have caved to foreign countries instead of doing what's right for American workers. That's why the president is effectively utilizing his authority to wage tariffs and to utilize tariffs, and continues to be in discussions and negotiations on trade to do what's right for America. And Europe and the rest of the world might not be used to that, but President Trump is back in town, and he's going to do what's right for our people and our country.
Can I just follow up on Netanyahu? So there's a report in Israeli media that the Prime Minister will actually be here, that Netanyahu will be here today meeting with the President. Can you confirm that?
I don't believe Prime Minister Netanyahu is here today. I think you guys would know about that by now. Unless there's something going on I don't know about, but I don't believe he is. I do know he has expressed interest in coming to Washington and meeting with the President, and we are working on a date for that. I do not believe it is today, but that would be fun. You never know in this White House, let's be honest. Go ahead.
Thanks, Carolyn. Does the President support this new measure in the big, beautiful bill that would impose steep new taxes on new wind and solar projects?
I believe you're referring to the credits for wind and solar projects.
No,
and what
I'm talking about the new tax. There's a new tax that it's estimated would add 10 to 20% to the cost of any new wind and solar projects that start after this year.
Again, I don't want to comment on the specifics of provisions, but I'm sure the President will speak on that directly. Again, this is an ongoing process. The President continues to be very much engaged with the leadership in both the Senate and the House to get this bill back to his desk.
Did the President ask for that provision? Because the National Building Trades Union is saying that it's the equivalent of terminating more than 1,000 Keystone XL pipeline projects. Is that something that would concern him?
Well, the President spoke on this yesterday in his interview, and he said he understands that legislators want to protect jobs in their communities and in their districts. And so he understands why some of them are against this provision, but he also understands why people want the provision. So again, this is an ongoing deliberation and discussion, and the President is engaged in this very much. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. We've been hearing from White House officials for weeks that you're close on trade deals with a number of countries. Can we get any update on which countries will have deals by the 9th and when they're making any announcements?
I'll let the President and the trade team speak on it.
Can you respond to the CBO estimate that the Senate bill would increase the deficit by nearly $3.3 trillion?
This is one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation that has ever made its way through Capitol Hill. There's $2 trillion in mandatory savings in this bill, and not only that, the projected growth that this bill will bring to our economy. It will be an economic boom. The Council of Economic Advisors has an analysis that shows that the bill will generate $4.1 trillion in economic growth, and it will cut taxes, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. That's why this president wants this bill to pass, and I know he's busy working the phones and doing what he needs to do today to make it happen. So we'll see you all later. Thank you. We'll see you in Florida tomorrow.
Thank you.
Happy Monday. I'll explain in a moment. I will explain in a moment. Thank you for being here. It's a Monday, and I will be a little short today as the President is beginning some signings at the White House and the Oval Office. We don't want to conflict. So forgive me in that regard. But I do have a few announcements for you here, and we'll start. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue to deliver on this administration's vision of peace through strength, resolute diplomacy backed by principled leadership. On June 27th, Secretary Rubio, Undersecretary Allison Hooker, and Senior Advisor Masad Boulos hosted the ministerial signing of a landmark peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The agreement marks a historic milestone for the Great Lakes region, bringing an end to a 30-year war. The United States, in coordination with the African Union, Qatar, and Togo, will continue supporting full implementation of this comprehensive peace deal to pave the way for mutual prosperity. Tomorrow, Secretary Rubio will welcome his Quad counterparts from Australia, India, and Japan to Washington to reaffirm our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This ministerial reinforces our joint resolve to defend sovereignty, strengthen regional maritime security, and build resilient supply chains. And as you may know, today President Trump will issue a new executive order lifting U.S. sanctions on Syria, reaffirming his belief that the Syrian people deserve a future of safety and prosperity. This policy reflects the President's conviction that American leadership can unlock new paths to regional stability. Finally, the Department's Middle East Task Force ended its activities on Friday, June 27th. U.S. embassies and consulates throughout the region are open and providing routine and emergency consular services. The Department also continues to share information and...
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
I mean, this process is just a total... Mr. President,
the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. That the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden motion to commit. Hirono, number 2382. Warnock motion to commit. Lee, number 2745. Kim, number 2817. Ernst, number 2372. Sanders, number 2435, with 60 affirmative votes required.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And Mr. President, I would suggest to my colleagues that we get this vote started, and that when we get it, we're going to start voting in our seats, and we're going to start doing 10-minute votes. Sure.
Senator from Oregon.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, Republicans started out planning to repeal the tax credits that finance Democrats wrote for wind and solar energy. Then it got a whole lot worse. The Republican plan actually taxes clean energy. Taxes raise energy bills. The Republican plan will raise your energy bills. If this passes, it is a death sentence for the wind and solar industries and hundreds of thousands of American jobs. It's a surrender to China on clean energy manufacturing. Leader Schumer and my colleagues on our side all support this effort. If you're for all of the above energy, something I've heard my Republican colleagues say, you'll support my motion to commit the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike the cuts to clean energy.
From Utah.
Mr. President, I'd love and respect my friend and colleague from Oregon, but I disagree with every word he just uttered, including but, and the. Look, the Energy and Natural Resources title of this bill is one of the most consequential pieces of energy legislation we've had in decades. It increases production on federal lands, and it eliminates wasteful spending at both Interior and Energy departments that have prioritized intermittent, non-reliable, non-baseload sources of power, ultimately driving up the cost of living and the cost of power. We can and do reduce energy prices by increasing development of our vast energy natural resources. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
As for the yeas and nays.
Yeas. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Got you, sir.
Happy Monday. I'll explain in a moment. I will explain in a moment. Thank you for being here. It's a Monday, and I will be a little short today as the President is beginning some signings at the White House and the Oval Office. We don't want to conflict, so forgive me in that regard. But I do have a few announcements for you here, and we'll start. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue to deliver on this administration's vision of peace through strength, resolute diplomacy backed by principled leadership. On June 27th, Secretary Rubio, Undersecretary Allison Hooker, and Senior Advisor Masad Boulos hosted the ministerial signing of a landmark peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The agreement marks a historic milestone for the Great Lakes region, bringing an end to a 30-year war. The United States, in coordination with the African Union, Qatar, and Togo, will continue supporting full implementation of this comprehensive peace deal to pave the way for mutual prosperity. Tomorrow, Secretary Rubio will welcome his Quad counterparts from Australia, India, and Japan to Washington to reaffirm our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This ministerial reinforces our joint resolve to defend sovereignty, strengthen regional maritime security, and build resilient supply chains. And as you may know, today, President Trump will issue a new executive order lifting U.S. sanctions on Syria, reaffirming his belief that the Syrian people deserve a future of safety and prosperity. This policy reflects the President's conviction that American leadership can unlock new paths to regional stability. Finally, the Department's Middle East Task Force ended its activities on Friday, June 27th. U.S. embassies and consulates throughout the region are open and providing routine and emergency consular services. The department also continues to share information and updates with U.S. citizens affected by the conflict. As of today, we have sent nearly 100 security alerts since the onset of the crisis. Additionally, a total of 16 flights departed Israel with over 650 U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and their accompanying immediate family members. We are grateful to our partners in the region, particularly Greece, Italy, and Cyprus, for welcoming U.S. citizens on these assisted departure flights, and to our partners in Qatar and around the world. It is a good thing to be able to say that today to you. I now welcome your questions. All right, yes, Humaira. Not that you have anything ever on your mind. Let's do it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes, ma'am.
So, a couple of questions. One on Israel, actually. I was going to ask about Syria, but I'll get to it later. So, Harrods newspaper last week reported that Israel's military advocate general has ordered an investigation into possible war crimes over allegations that Israeli forces deliberately fired at Palestinian civilians near Gaza aid distribution sites. These are the ones that GHF does, as you know. And then today, Israeli military acknowledged that Palestinian civilians were harmed at these aid distribution centers. So I'm wondering, in light of these assessments, is the administration going to rethink allocating that money to GHF?
Well, I think the answer to that certainly is no. What we do expect, and the IDF and Israel have announced that they are, of course, investigating certain incidents. It is a good time for a reminder here that Hamas is responsible for the current situation in Gaza. They, of course, initiated the attacks on October 7th. They continue to refuse to lay down their arms or to free the remaining hostages, including the remains of 2 Americans, and use violence to interfere with aid deliveries to the people of Gaza who are in dire need of food and aid. So in the meantime, I think that we also have to recognize that, of course, this remains a war zone effectively. There are 4 sites working for the GHF. We are coming up to, I think, about 51 million meals distributed. It is certainly not easy. There are efforts in those on the ground who do not want this to be a success, who have made the lives of the people of Gaza miserable for decades now. And this is a key, unlocking a door to a better future. So this is what the president has asked for, which is a new approach for Gaza. There is a demand, understandably, for aid to get in. The GHF is doing that. And as we also, of course, decry loss of life and the violence that it continues, but that's why we do what we do, and we continue to work for a ceasefire as well.
Yeah, I understand all that. A quick follow-up on that. I completely understand what you're saying, but does the administration have any concern about this? I mean, these are Israeli authorities accepting that Palestinians have been harmed. Perhaps is the administration thinking about talking to GHF for risk mitigation?
Yes, I won't get into the details of the conversations that are had. Obviously, you know that our work there doesn't stop. We continue on. We're still working. The president noted the other day that there's potential for a ceasefire. We look forward to that. Clearly, it's been maybe a little over a week since American power and Donald Trump's leadership has changed the Middle East forever. So there's still more to do. We recognize that Israel is doing the appropriate thing with investigating certain allegations, and we certainly, like everyone else, will be watching that. And at the same time, we also know that there are people on the ground who want to disrupt and disturb the success of this because of the nature of this industrial complex that has allowed this to go on for decades. So we are working to get aid in, at the same time still working for that ceasefire, still hoping to make the difference for Gaza. And of course, I think our action and the issues with Iran speak to our commitment to changing the Middle East so people can live in peace. Andrea Mitchell.
Thank you so much. A related follow-up, acknowledging that obviously Hamas started this on October 7th and broke the ceasefire and are still holding hostages. And some of us have not only witnessed the October 7th video, the IDF video, but the subsequent Nova video, which is profoundly disturbing. Acknowledging all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
How does the president's aspirations for a ceasefire, now that the landscape has been changed appreciably, how is that affected by the Israeli strikes in Gaza City today? How does he view any of that with alarm? Are there conversations with the government of Israel?
I would caution that with reports from the area, that we in fact honor the fact that there are investigations and to wait for actual facts. That I think will be very useful. Again, at the same time, we know the president has an excellent relationship with Bibi Netanyahu, that we in fact have made a commitment he has from the beginning of this administration to change that environment. And it's that commitment remains. Certainly, we know the story is that 51 million meals have been distributed through the region, through Gaza. We also know the president has called for new ideas. This is part of that. And the regional partners are acting on that as well. We know this can't continue. Israel is an ally of ours. We, of course, I'm not going to discuss or presume to know the conversations the president's having. That is his prerogative.
May I just clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have been imprecise. I was not referring to any strikes on the age of food delivery. I was referring to separate strikes that have been reported in the north, in Gaza City, that resulted in several casualties.
Well, again, this is a war zone. Hamas has still not put down their weapons. We had a ceasefire, which they violated, and refused to engage in another one. We continue, despite all of that, to get another ceasefire, but the ceasefire was broken by Hamas. It's a war. If to speak about the specifics of what Israel is doing, I would direct you to the Israeli government. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a process that is ongoing. Our role in this is to help ease the suffering as much as we can. And certainly part of that is going to hopefully get a ceasefire. The President is optimistic, and so we will be as well. Matt Lee maybe has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do. I do want to ask about Syria, but first I just want to give very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on,
How
Matt.
do you,
I don't know.
How do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very brief.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa? Because for years and years and years, decades in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet, retweeted by Secretary Rubio and confirmed by other officials. So what's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Dylan band in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Now, we've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from the Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here. And I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
I didn't say that. I said in this case that's what has occurred. And I think that it's the policy certainly is clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself that has been publicly discussed, they chose to do so this time.
And then just also very briefly on Syria, there is this, as you mentioned, the President's going to be signing this executive order shortly in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Can you give us an idea what the State Department component of the impact of what this will do? What is STIC? Because I know it's Treasury and Commerce all involved. So what happens at the State Department after this EO is signed?
Well, it is sanctions and aspects like that, of course, belong to the Treasury. A lot of people don't know that they're the ones who manage that with the application, the nature of what occurs. I will repeat what my colleague Caroline said just a little bit ago about this event. The President is going to sign an executive order to terminate the U.S. sanctions program on Syria, and this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path towards stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS members and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. Again, this is an action that the President has promised and shocked the world within Saudi Arabia, because when he first announced this plan, he is committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, united, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. So in this particular application, of course, this is about the Treasury, it's about the White House, and certainly our special envoy, Ambassador Barrack, and his now application and work getting that country back on its feet. All right, Sean.
Can I go back to the music a bit? President.
Yes, sir.
On Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas, members of this administration, particularly the Vice President, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the Vice President took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference here? I mean, I'm not justifying, I'm not supporting the law as a ban, but why is it that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Right. I think that, again, this is not about the nature of a concert, I suppose, but it really is about our standards, about who we let in the country. That we're not telling people what they can sing about or what they can say. It's not involved here at all. They obviously felt free to say what they were saying and chanting at Glastonbury, and they can do that. And we can do what we do. So it really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism in general. That dynamic, the crime in the United States, what happened with the open border, the transnational gangs that are here, this kind of wanton dynamic that has ruined American lives, that has created cities that are unlivable, and every American deserves better. They deserve to know they have leadership, as we do now. And that's why they voted for Donald Trump, was simple, basic law and order, respect for your neighbor, and if you're coming to this country, respect for the people who are here. So I think that when we think about why you have a visa system, which is in part to vet and to stop and to ask questions, is to take that seriously.
Well, can I just say that in one other case, a free expression, Hungary, Prime Minister Orban, who of course is a close ally of the president, tried to ban a pride parade this weekend. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people came out. Does the U.S. have a view on that? Do you think that it's justified to ban an LGBTQ pride parade?
Well, when the Vice President or any of us speak about the nature of policy, or I think what's important regarding freedom of expression, that's our plan and what we feel is important to convey, and then what countries do is their business. Events happen all over the world, as we know, every day, which the United States has no comment about. And we have nothing to add on this matter. But again, I think it's about what what countries do, the choices they make with their nations, and what citizens do and how they respond to that.
With respect, I mean, the U.S. did criticize the UK over bans on anti-abortion protesters. Is there any contradiction in not?
Well, again, I'm not going to speak to individual situations or instances or comments that are made. Again, we have events that happen all the time all over the world, which might be worth commenting on, but we don't comment on all of them, I think, for a very good reason. Yes, sir.
On events happening all over the world, in Nigeria recently, more than 200 people were slaughtered earlier this month in a series of attacks on Christian villages by Islamic militants. Some 6,000 were displaced. What's state doing to address this? Is there anything state can do to address this?
Well, I can't speak about what is being discussed now or is in any kind of diplomatic conversations or planning, et cetera, but we're going to be briefing again on Wednesday. Today is a unique week because we have the Quad with the Secretary tomorrow, which I'll be a part of, so we'll be briefing on Wednesday. Let's take that back and find out where that stands and what our plans are. I'll have that for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dominic. We'll move to Ukraine, if I may. Russians are stepping up their air attacks on Ukraine, which happen to be larger than ever before. The president on Friday addressed the Ukraine issue, and he said that Putin, quote-unquote, respects our country again. Well, hours after that, Putin unleashed the largest ever air attack on Ukraine. Do you think Russia respects President Trump?
I'm sorry, do I think?
Do you think Russia respects President Trump? President Trump said?
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2382 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, proposes for herself and others amendment number 2382 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, nearly 90% of K-12 students attend public schools, yet Republicans are pushing a plan in this bill to undermine support for public schools through the first ever nationwide private school voucher program. Republicans claim vouchers are about expanding school choice, but evidence shows these kinds of programs do little to meaningfully increase choice for families, especially low-income families and those who live in rural communities. When it comes down to it, this plan does not help students, it does not promote choice, it does not support public schools. We should be investing in public education for all Americans, not diverting tax dollars to private schools. That's why my amendment with Senator Van Hollen would strip this provision from this bill. Stand up for our nation's students, teachers, and families by rejecting this provision and supporting our amendment. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
There are many important elements to the One Big Beautiful Bill, but none over time is likely to have as big an impact as this specific provision that the Democrats are trying to strike tonight. Across America, millions of children, especially low-income African American and Hispanic children, are trapped in failing schools. They face crime and violence and despair. Without the ability to learn and prosper, they are denied a fair shot at the American dream. School choice is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. Every child, regardless of race or wealth or ethnicity, deserves access to an excellent education. This tax credit provision will unleash billions of dollars every single year for scholarships for kids to attend the K-12 school of their choice. Sadly, every Democrat in this body will oppose these scholarships because they're more beholden to teacher union bosses than they are dedicated to fighting for kids. Mr. President, Dr. King's dream will take a major step forward tonight, as every kid in America will have a chance at an excellent education.
Mr.
Questions
President,
on the amendment?
do I have any time left?
There's no time remaining. Questions on the amendment? It's a voice vote. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
We can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. Now, that same senator went on to say that, quote, slashing health insurance for the working poor is morally wrong. That's right. I wish more of them spoke with that clarity. At least a few of them are saying out loud what the rest of America is thinking. Now's the time for more courage, though. The courage to put people first. My colleagues all have a chance to vote against this legislation. They all have a chance to vote for amendments that will say, hands off Medicaid. Don't cut those nutrition programs that one senator said are going to hurt people if we don't watch out. This bill takes food from the mouths of New Mexican children and takes care away from New Mexicans who are sick. And it's not just New Mexico. These cuts will hurt people in every state. My Republican colleagues, to lock up one more vote, offered something called the polar payoff, a carve-out for one state. Now look, these carve-outs are an admission that this bill will leave people hungry and without care. Plain and simple. Otherwise, why would they want to carve out for their state? Why was this carve-out added? Because this scam of a bill cuts funding for rural hospitals and the programs that feed children and families in need. For our rural communities out there, for the farmers and ranchers who grow our food, this bill will hurt your bottom line while closing rural hospitals, closing rural grocery stores. For families who rely on SNAP, this bill means less food on the table and more children going to bed hungry, all while making health care, especially emergency care, harder to access. That is what this bill does to hardworking Americans. And I'm not even mentioning the Americans who currently have health care but will no longer be able to afford it because of this bill. Those of you watching at home tonight who do not think this impacts you, it just might. Earlier this week, I had the honor of speaking with a healthcare worker from Las Cruces, Julie. Julie traveled all the way from New Mexico to Washington, D.C. to tell Congress not to mess with her family's Medicaid. Like many of her colleagues, she had a story to share. Now, Julie's son received mental health care through Medicaid. When that coverage was cut, Julie lost her son. Soon after, her daughter was diagnosed with a serious condition that required immediate care. Now, without Medicaid, her daughter may not have survived either. Just think about that. Let it sit in. New Mexicans understand the responsibility of looking after family. Like so many families in New Mexico and across the country, I grew up helping to take care of my grandparents, Grandma Nestora and Grandpa Celedon, my dad's parents. Now, when my other grandparents, Grandpa Luis and Grandma Cleotilde, were victims of a terrible car accident, I watched my mom, my uncles, my aunts and my cousins show what grace looks like, what love feels like, what compassion really means. Now, this bill is a direct attack on those values. Values of helping one another and shared sacrifice. There's no shared sacrifice in this bill. Only more handouts for the wealthy. There is nothing in this bill that shows that we are all looking out for our neighbors across America. And like so many Americans, I'm so deeply concerned about the price tag. This bill would add more than $3 trillion to the national debt. Now, to people watching, this is not just a number. It affects your everyday life. Higher interest rates. Think about your credit cards, your car loans, your mortgages if you're fortunate to have one. This bill is going to make your life more expensive. It's a total betrayal of our constituents. So to the American people, hear me when I say keep speaking. You've done it before. The American people, all of you that spoke up, you helped stop the sale of our public lands. You made your voices impossible to ignore. Now, this bill is not the law of the land yet. But if we stay silent, it will be. So keep organizing, keep calling and keep showing up. Because part of our responsibility as American citizens is to protect one another, to stand by one another, to treat others the way that we want to be treated. The golden rule. It's not hard. We all have a responsibility to stand up when something this dangerous threatens our neighbors, our values, and our future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today to lift up the fact that this reconciliation bill will do real harm to countless American families. It's not theoretical or hypothetical. Families are hurting right now. The opioid crisis that has ravaged large parts of my state, mental health crisis that people across this country are so concerned about and are begging for help about. And so many other challenges that are out there. Every single family knows the fear of a health crisis. Like Susan, a mother I met at a town hall down in Egg Harbor. A town hall that was part of a series of town halls that I did, trying to highlight the challenges that so many families are facing. And in this crowded room of over hundreds of people, a woman named Susan shared her story. A mom of a 24-year-old son with Down syndrome. They used Medicaid to be able to cover his care. She broke down at the weight of her fear and worry of her child, something a lot of us can relate to. She said to me that this is the face of Medicaid. And as I went over to give her a hug, I remember what she said, "It's real." And it is real, and I know everyone in here knows that. I know because offices on both sides of the aisle are getting the same calls. Our phone systems broke down because of the overwhelming volume of people calling and literally begging us not to do this. Begging us to protect Medicaid so their kids can see the doctors. Begging us not to cut SNAP benefits so their students can have access to healthy food. It is a humbling experience seeing a parent begging for the resources to take care of their sick child. And yet, as I look around, I see far too many people rushing through this process to get it done. We little care about the resulting impact it will have. Generational damage that will be done while we are rushing through, barreling through, without the ability to properly debate this. Well, I want you to know, the people in New Jersey, the people in this country, this budget represents an abandonment by their government. And this will hurt everyone we are supposed to be helping. Some of the people that could be impacted the most are people within the disability community. Hundreds of thousands of people in New Jersey with disabilities rely on Medicaid for coverage. Over 15 million across our country, including a man named Tom Spadaro, a disability advocate in Ocean County, New Jersey, who joined me for a town hall. After a gun accident when he was 11, Tom is a total quadriplegic, dependent on a ventilator and others. Medicaid